The Forgotten Kingdom by Signe Pike. Prologue. The snows have come. The cold seeps into my bones. Winter cuts into the mouth of this steep and dead-grassed valley, and the men huddle closer to the hearth, but no fire can warm us. Winter in its bleakness leaves us shut for too many hours within these squat, wattled huts. We cannot escape the ghosts that followed as we fled, friends and fellow warriors. Cousins, nephews, brothers. I wake in the night to the haunting blast of a battle horn, to the sound of 1,000 feet rushing toward the fortress through the river below. In sleep, I see bodies piled in heaps, bloodied, sightless eyes. In sleep, my heels are slipping once more in mud, sliding backward into the muck, spears thrusting at my legs and swords battering my shield as I brace myself in the shield wall. "Hold," I cry. "Hold." I wake to find only hollow-eyed survivors, their eyes understanding in the dark. When the cavalry charged, the thundering of horses swallowed our battle cry. Never had I seen an army so vast, an angry horde of Britons, my own countrymen. We shared ancestors with even the most despicable among them. Cowards who would not join us to fight the Angles came now to finish us. We watched from high atop the fortress walls as they crept across our fields like so many fleas. We lit the brush fires. Let the smoke sting their eyes and clog their throats. Let them taste our bitter battle fog. And as we stood, grim-faced in our armor, spear shafts in hand, a moment before the nightmare began, a single red deer fled from the forest below. A doe. A shaft of sun caught the glory of autumn leaves in her sleek, tawny pelt, and for a moment I was a boy again, standing with my twin sister Languoreth on the banks of the Avon water as we watched a stag drink in the shallows of the river. A moment of grace before the horror of destruction. Now it is Yule, the day of the longest night. There are 12 days in winter when the sun stands still, and we warriors with our night terrors and our ill-knitting wounds and our bloody-faced ghosts need to conquer the darkness, or we will be consumed by it. And so, at sunset, the men stood or propped themselves up as I spoke the old words and lit the Yule log. The woman who minds the goats had come the day before to take the stale mats from the floor, laying down clean woven rushes that smelled soft and sweet, a distant memory of summer. She brought with her the charred remains of a New Year's fire, an offering to bless our hearth. "For luck," she'd said, "so far from your homes." Her gaze lingered upon the mottled scar upon my cheek that runs from temple to chin, the welt I'd borne now for 18 winters, half hidden by my beard. "Christians," I'd said. She'd nodded as if I needn't say more. Here in the lands of the Selgovi, Christ had not yet taken hold. Perhaps his priests were too frightened by the shades and sharp-toothed creatures that frequent the vast Caledonian wood. Now my beard grows long. I think of my wife and her thick, honey-smooth hair, the way she tilted her head to gather it, sweeping her fingers across the back of her neck. She is yet alive. I can feel her across the distance. I can feel she is breathing. She tethers me to my body when my spirit wants to flee, for as the days pass, my mind turns dark. When I sit in contemplation, my mind begins to slip. There is a beast that stalks in the pit of night. I fear it will take me. On the bleakest mornings, I climb the icy path up the valley to seek solace at the spring. The trickle of mountain waters is speaking. Iron in blood, iron in water, my sister's husband hunts us with dogs. Old man Archer says, "Ridderch may have dogs, but we Selgovi are wolves. He will never catch you out, not whilst we conceal you here." It is true, no one steps foot in the Caledonian deep without being seen. The Selgovi have watchers who appear and disappear as if made from mist, and we warriors of Pendragon can climb quickly, those of us who are sound. We can slip into the deep chasm of these hills, while Ridderch and his hunters are still specks far below. And yet one ear is ever pricked for the crow sound of our watchmen. I do not know whether I fear him or am calling him as I stand upon the boulder, high above the iron salt waters, looking out over the winter hills. I stand upon the boulder and wait for Ridderch and his men. I wait. I watch, and I remember. Chapter 1 Lailoken Strathclyde to the Borderlands Kingdom of Strathclyde late summer. Add 572, it was the time of year when daylight stretched long. Travelers were often spied long into the lingering hours of dusk. Yet on this day, the moors still blazed hot beneath sun when we stopped to make camp for the night. We were bound for the borderlands, 2 days' ride from my boyhood home, the fortress of Cadzo. We'd followed the wide and glittering twists of the river Clyde south and east, through lofty patches of oak and ash, past merchants rowing upstream in their curraghs and men fishing from little coracles. We passed timber-built grain mills and neatly thatched tenant crofts as we traveled through the villages of my distant kin, men and women yet loyal to me and my sister, the children of Morkan. Our father had been a fierce and honorable king. But as the people gathered to greet our caravan along the road, it was not me alone they cheered. They rushed from their huts to catch sight of the man who rode by my side, other Pendragon. Though he was not their ruler, he and his warriors had fought for many a winter to keep the Angles of Bernicia at bay. Gradually, the terrain shifted, and we left the villages behind. Soon hills rose turtle-backed in the distance, where pastures gave way to the wild, boggy expanse of moor. It was this land that spoke to me, for it led into the heart of the new kingdom that had become my home. The kingdom ruled by my foster brother, Other. But Other had not always been my foster brother's name. He was a boy of 15 winters called Gwendolau when he first joined Imrai's Pendragon. Imrai's was a leader who'd inspired a brotherhood to rise up against the Angles, invaders from across the North Sea. The Angles had gained footing on our soil as hired mercenaries, but before long, through violence, they'd carved out a kingdom from stolen land and named it Bernicia. In resisting them, Imrais and his men became known throughout our land as the Dragon Warriors. There were battles and then there was peace for a time, but when Imrais was murdered, war stirred once more. We chose the man best suited to defend Imrais's lands. In becoming Pendragon's successor, Gwendolau became something more than a man. He became hero, protector, king. He became Other Pendragon, the Other Pendragon. And I'd become more than a warrior or son of Morkan. I was a wisdom keeper, trained from a boy to be a king's counselor, his most trusted advisor. We defended our stretch of the borderlands through the vigilance of our scouts and the brunt of our swords. Our tenant farmers were grateful. The gods protected us. The land produced. All we required we possessed in bounty. We traveled fast on fleet-footed horses. We traveled light, with thick cloaks and thin bedrolls, with little more than the sack full of oats each man strapped to his horse to be fried with water or blood from wild game. 13 leagues in a day we passed with ease. And yet on this day, we'd scarcely traveled through Hawksland and the Blackwood when my young niece bolted upright in the saddle before me and cried out, "Stop!" My horse tossed his head as I yanked back on the reins, gripping Angharad to keep her astride as the caravan came to a halt. "Angharad, what is it?" I asked. The dragon warriors drew up their mounts, restless and questioning. They'd never traveled with a child. Who among us had? Now we traveled in the company of a freckled girl of 8 winters whose gray eyes were yet swollen with tears. At sunrise, Angharad had left all she had known to train with me as a wisdom keeper. That I was her uncle was little consolation. "The feathers," she said now, pointing to the ground. "Feathers." I followed the line of her finger to the place where indeed a cluster of crow feathers lay, their ink glinting rainbows in the sun. And so they are. It was this child's curiosity about the natural world that had first endeared her to me, and now I was to foster her. Yet despite my reassurances to my sister, I was still learning the way. "Angharad, surely you've seen crow feathers before." I leaned forward only to see her brow furrow. "But I want to pick them up." "Well, of course you may, but you must take more care when alerting me to feathers on your next sighting. You nearly tumbled from Gwydian's back." Angharad's face flushed scarlet, her voice a whisper. "I'm sorry, uncle." There'd been little admonishment in my tone, yet my words alone were enough to flatten her. She pursed her lips in an effort to hold back tears, and guilt struck, pointed as a spear. "Oh no, Angharad, please, you mustn't cry." The warriors looked baffled as I glanced round in search of aid. Gwendolau sat mounted at a distance beside my cousin Brant, expressions vigilant yet uncertain. "She's your kin as well," I grumbled, then motioned to Maelgwn, who already trotted toward us on his horse, green eyes alert. "What's happened?" he demanded. "She's weeping," I said. I can see." He dismounted and went to her, taking her small hands in his. "Angharad, what is it?" I didn't intend for all the men to stop. "I only wanted the feathers," she said. "Tell me why." She took a breath, searching the sky. "My mother told me our hearts are like birds pricked full of feathers, and that each time we say goodbye a feather will fall. 1 for a friend, 2 for a sweetheart, 3 for a child." At the mention of Languoreth, Maelgwn's gaze softened. "And here you spied 3 feathers just as your mother said." Angharad nodded. "She promised if I found a feather it had fallen from her heart. She promised if I picked it up and held it close it would keep me safe." "Then you must have them," Maelgwn said. I watched as he handed Angharad the cluster of crow feathers. Long had Maelgwn loved my sister Languoreth. As Angharad drew them to her chest, I searched for the right words. "I know your sadness, little one," I began. "Languoreth and we lost our own mother when we were no more than 10 winters." Angharad's eyes widened at the very thought. "But my mother is not dead, fool Lailoken." I mean, nay, of course she isn't." I reached for her. "I only hope to say I know how your own heart must feel. We may collect each feather you see, but you need no such talismans to keep you safe. I swore to your mother, and I swear the same to you. You are safe with me, Angharad. I'm your uncle, your own blood, and I love you." The last came too gruffly, and I cursed myself again. Maelgwn frowned, but Angharad only wiped at her eyes, casting a weary look over her shoulder. "You're not terribly good with children, are you?" I smiled in spite of myself. "You're right then," I decided. "We've traveled far enough. We shall stop here for the night." Gwendolau approached, swinging down from his horse. "A rest is fine, but we cannot yet make camp. We haven't passed more than 5 leagues, Lailoken." "Well enough," I said. "But 'tis only the first day of our journey, and Angharad is unaccustomed to long days upon horseback, brother. You cannot expect her to last from dawn till dusk in the saddle." Gwendolau's clear blue eyes swept the broad expanse of moor, resting on the grassy mound that rose in the distance. "Surely it is ill luck to make our camp so close to a hill of the dead. I have seen enough shades in my day." We all spied the mound, and many a time have we passed it," I said. "But the hill lies upstream, and the ashes within it are sleeping. Besides, we are not far from the old ring of stones. I'm certain Angharad would wish to see it." "If you'll not brave the shades for me, brave them for your niece, eh?" The look I received was one of predictable gravity. Gwendolau's humor had gone with seasons past. "I feel no more ease bedding beside a stone ring than I do a mound of the dead." Brant drew up his horse, his brown eyes touching on Angharad with concern. "The ring will make a good enough boundary for the horses," my cousin said. "They'll not stray beyond it." Gwendolau agreed at last, signaling for the men to dismount. "They're ill at ease, as I am, round places of the dead." In truth, I knew rest would suit Gwendolau as well, whether he cared for it or not. His old battle wound was on the mend, with thanks to Languoreth's remedy, but he needed to recover his strength. 13 leagues in a day or half that, what did it matter? Angharad was ours now, all of ours, and I meant to tend to her as best as I could. The thought seemed to weigh upon Gwendolau too, for as I watched he placed his sunbrowned hands round Angharad's waist, lifting her from my horse with a smile at last. "Well enough, Angharad, come then, let's find a suitable place to make camp." I dismounted, following behind. "It's bound to be boggy. I'll fashion a bed so Angharad might sleep in the cart." Next to me the old warrior Drian chuckled. "Oh, go on then, Drian. Let's have it," I said. "Well, I have naught to say but this, a handsome lord in his prime at 32 winters, a wisdom keeper to boot, already become staid and matronly as an old mother hen." "An old mother hen," I said. "You should mind you don't choke on a chicken bone." Drian lifted his hands. Now there's no need for bandying curses about. When I curse you, you shall know it." "I believe you." The warrior clapped me upon the shoulder. "Whatever you may do, you mustn't fret, Lailoken. I have bairns of my own, and I'll lend you some wisdom. Children are like wolves, they can smell your fear." I'd met Drian's offspring, a wild pack of stoats more like. "Well," I said, "seeing as you're such a master of your own fine progeny, perhaps you'd like to try a hand at fostering mine." "Nay," he frowned. "And rob you of the joy." I waved him off and found Gwendolau and Angharad crouched at the water's edge looking upstream. "We call this water Wildburn," Gwendolau said, bending to splash his face. Droplets clung to his golden beard, and when he stood, he shook the water from his head like a dog, smiling at his niece. "Wildburn." Angharad looked about. She'd drawn the black feathers from her cloak and clutched them like a doll. "Uncle," she turned to me, "is it true there's a ring of stones nearby?" "Aye, just beyond that rise." Her face brightened, a joy to see. "May we go there, may we go now?" "Indeed," I said. "I'm to train you as a keeper, am I not? Here you are, 8 winters, and you haven't yet stepped foot in your first ring of stones. Come now, and we shall see them." "The midges will be upon us," Gwendolau called after us. "Mind that Angharad has some salve." "Seems I'm not the only mother hen," I said beneath my breath. Stopping at my horse to take the ointment from my saddlebag, I smiled at Angharad and dropped it into my satchel. The dragon warriors were moving through the rhythm of setting up camp, laying out bedrolls, watering the horses, and rinsing in the burn, while the youngest men gathered fuel for the fire and unpacked the cook pots. My twin sister had sent us away with great flats of dried beef and a bounty of summer crops, perfect for a stew of wild game, but her face had been ashen as we said farewell that morning. And as we'd ridden off through Cadzo's gates, I with her youngest child before me in the saddle, I'd looked over my shoulder to see Languorith standing on the platform of the rampart, watching us depart. It was enough to wound her that I was taking Angharad away, but her lover, too, traveled in my company. "No ale before supper," Maelgwn called to the men. His jaw was tight as he joined Gwendolau beside the stream. Each of us had left Cadzo carrying our burdens, it seemed. Yet Angharad was no burden. Languorith and I had been so very close when we were children, before our fates had compelled us to live kingdoms apart. Now, with her daughter at my side, I felt the rift somehow mended. Angharad threaded her fingers in mine as she so often had upon my visits, when she and I would walk the woods together, naming things. She had my sister's tawny red hair and the winter-gray eyes of her father, Ritterch. It felt right in that moment that she should be with me, that I should be training her in the way of wisdom-keeping, raising her as my own. I felt my confidence return, pointing as we drew close. "See it there. The ring of stones lies just beyond that rise." But Angharad had already spotted them. "Oh," she breathed. I wondered if the ring was quite what she'd expected. Far to the north, I'd visited the ancient, imposing stones of Pictland, towering behemoths that brooded against molten silver skies. I'd sat within vast circles of 60 stones or more that rose amid thick sprays of heather. I'd walked, enthralled and nearly seduced within intimate stones, places where the rocks had been weathered so round that their curves resembled the finest bits of a woman's body. Each circle felt different, and rightly so, for buried deep at the root of the stones were the ashes of men and women who had come before, awake and then sleeping with the shifting of stars and the rise of the moon. Though flesh had failed them, rock had become their new earthly body. Now their spirits were ever present. I could feel them regarding us now, as if the stones themselves were breathing. These stones were not set in a circle. They formed instead the shape of an egg, sunk into the moor in perpetual slumber, rimmed protectively by a gently sloping dike. The tallest among them was scarcely the height of a man, while the others stooped, irregular and hobbled. Still they beckoned with their own particular enchantment, and Angharad made to enter swiftly before I caught her hand. "It is ill luck to enter without seeking permission," I said. "These stones are guardians, men and women of old. They do not take kindly to trespassers and can cause all sort of maladies if they wish." "Surely your mother has taught you as much," I nearly said. But Langurith was no wisdom keeper. There was a time when she'd wished more than anything to train, as our own mother had. As I was chosen to do, but Langurith was not chosen. The gift had fallen instead to her youngest daughter. Langurith had known Angharad was marked. That the child possessed gifts was evident, a thought that stirred excitement in me even as it raised protectiveness in my sister. But I, too, had seen things as a child, things that frightened me, things I could not understand. It was enough to make old spirits out of young ones. Perhaps this was the reason I felt so compelled to teach Angharad how to wield her gifts, so they would not become a burden, so they could not break her. "Some wisdom keepers are showmen," I told her now. "They would have our people believe that spirit speaks in great booms like thunder, but spirit speaks in whispers. The best keepers understand this and keep quiet so they might hear. Close your eyes and be still." Through the joining of our hands I could sense her, alert as a rabbit, a little fearful. And beneath the surface, sorrow issuing in a foul and muddy water. I could take it from her if I wished, draw it into myself, and she might experience some relief. But the source of such wellsprings ran deep. Water will find its way, it would only rise up again. Better to let her come to it in her own time, her own way. "Be still," I repeated. Angharad's eyes flared with frustration, but she closed them, her cinnamon-colored lashes settling against her freckled cheeks. I waited until her face began to soften. She had found her way to the quiet, the place where deeper meaning could reside. "I will teach you the blessing Cathin once gave me," I said. "Commit it to memory, the words will serve you well." I moved through the old chant twice, then once more for good measure. "Tomorrow we will return, and those words will be yours to speak." "Yes," Angharad nodded, and I released her hands. "You may enter now, touch the stones if you like." "Sunwise?" she asked. Isn't that the way of it all?" A summer wind played, flapping at the corner of Angharad's gray cloak as she stepped into the stones, a gentle sort of greeting. As she began to explore the circle, I told her what I knew of their story. "This ring was built by your ancestors, those who came to this great island and first dwelled in the north. I speak of a time long ago, time out of memory. What you see are not only stones. They are your people, your clan. Their alignments track the course of moon and sun. The sunrise at midwinter, the movements that mark the quarter year too. In this way they are timekeepers. Cathin brought me here, to this very circle, when I was but a boy. I saw for myself how this stone pairs with yonder hill." I pointed to the slope that rose in the distance. "If you stand just here on midwinter sunset, there is a cairn upon the summit that marks the grave of an ancient king. You can watch the evening sun slip down its curve like the yolk of an egg until it disappears into the earth." I turned back to find that Angharad was not listening and fought the compulsion to throw up my hands. Such inattention from a novice was inexcusable. But Angharad was my kin, and the girl had never before visited a circle. I held my tongue and watched her explore, fingers tracing the pale lichen that bloomed from the speckled skin of a stone. But then, it was as if the air around us had gone cold. I looked up, expecting to see a swift-moving storm, but the sky was cerulean, dotted with fat, friendly clouds. Strange. Yet there could be no question, the atmosphere had shifted. I could scarcely focus on Angharad's form, my sight gone blurry. Stones had a particular fondness for the attention of children, but with Angharad in the stones this was something more. Ill at ease, I closed my eyes and turned inward, searching for the cause of such a shift, and felt suddenly as if I were being observed. Nay, not observed, stalked. My blood beat against my temples. These stones were born of my own kin. Never before had I felt such malevolence. What dared stalk me now? What dared stalk my niece? Angharad stood with her palms pressed flat against a stone. I strode into the ring, but she did not notice my presence. The wind shifted again, but now the smell that met my nose was rank like flesh gone rotten. I did not wish to speak, fearful of lending more power to this unnameable thing, yet I could sense it, a shadow approaching, traveling across the ages. Ancient. Such power stirred I nearly reeled. A strange look had come over Angharad's face. Angharad stepped back. I spoke evenly, not wishing to cause her alarm, but the child did not hear me. It was as if she were entranced. Angharad, step back, I said. Pulling her from the rock was a danger too abrupt. She had clearly joined some part of herself with the stone. There was risk in tearing her away, that all of her might not return, but I could not wait. Reaching out, I yanked Angharad's hands from the granite and drew back, startled as she rounded on me, crying out as if wounded. "It is coming for you, it comes for my mother," she cried, then slumped against me, boneless. I caught her limp body in my arms. She weighed little more than a sack of feathers. Her freckled skin had gone waxen. Angharad. Speak to me, are you all right? Even as I held her, even as I questioned, I knew what had taken place. Angharad had experienced a knowing. My tutor Cathan was wont to have them, but he'd held such mastery over himself. His utterances were more akin to a common suggestion than a vision arrived from beyond the veil. Few keepers I'd known had possessed sight equal to his. For me, divinity spoke through nature. Augury and rhetoric were my skills. Book learnings and king lists. Strategic maneuverings. I was a counselor, an advisor, not a priest as such. Yet I knew some seers suffered exertion from their visions, and I imagined the effect could be more taxing on someone young, one who did not yet know how to wield it. The girl was far too open. Angharad had opened herself, and something had come, something unbidden, and I had unwittingly placed her in danger. I should not have brought her here, I thought, not without yet understanding her. Then she stirred in my arms, and my shoulders dropped with relief. Angharad looked up at me, blinking. "I'm all right, uncle, truly." I studied her. "Nay, not quite, but do you think you might stand?" Angharad nodded, and I placed her down gently, searching her eyes. Her gray eyes were stormy, but thank the gods, wherever her vision had taken her, it seemed all of her had returned. "Angharad, you must tell me what happened," I said. "What happened?" She spoke slowly, as if only just remembering the use of her mouth. I encouraged, and her gaze turned distant. The stone felt soft, soft as a sea sponge, and empty, hollow, as if I might push it, and fall right through. "And did you fall through?" I watched her intently. "No, for there was something else then, something coming as if through a tunnel deep in the earth. It rushed toward me like a wind, fast as 1,000 galloping horses. And then—" "Angharad, I do not wish to press you, but I must know the entirety of what happened, so I know you are now truly safe. This spirit, did it feel an evil thing, a beast of some kind? What did you see?" She frowned, frustration mounting. "I saw nothing, uncle, it was a feeling, that's all." She struggled to find the words to explain it. "It was a thing. A thing." I drew her to me. "I should not have brought you here, not so soon. There are things I must teach you. I made an error, one I shall not make again. I am sorry you were frightened." But I was not frightened. I could not hold back my surprise. "Were you not?" "Nay, the thing did not come for me," she said simply. "It came for you." A shiver traced my arms, and I pressed her more tightly. Then quite suddenly Angharad's face shifted, and she drew away, laughing. "What is it, uncle? Why do you embrace me so?" I wish to comfort you." I blinked. "Comfort me, whatever for," she smiled. "I am sorry, uncle, for I must not have been listening. I cannot recall what you did say. Tell me again what such stone rings were built for. I do so wish to explore." The child had no memory of the events that had taken place only moments ago. "Nay, Angharad," I reached for her. "Perhaps tomorrow, but the stones are before you. Now you have seen them, you will be hungry. Come, let us return to camp. The air grows chill. It will soon be time for supper." She furrowed her brow but followed nonetheless. As we picked our way back over the grassy tufts of moor, I puzzled over what had taken place. I had spent time in shadow, in caves and underground pathways, in ancient stone chambers built for the dead. I'd faced my own darkness and my share of shades in this world and the other, yet never had I encountered such a thing. At our camp beside Wildburn, the night fire was crackling. We slathered on ointment to fend off the midges that swarmed with a vengeance. Drian whittled a shaft of ash with his blade, shaping a new spear. We filled our stomachs with hot stew, and the men took turns recounting tales of the woods until Angharad's lids dropped and she slept where she sat. I picked her up and laid her gently on her bedding in the cart, tucking the sheepskin round her face, so peaceful now in sleep. But I did not close my eyes that night for fear that the thing, whatever it might be, should return, that Angharad would somehow be lost to me. I sat awake the long night, spine slumped against the wheel of the wagon, watching the shadows cast from the fire as they flickered and shifted, growing in the dark. Chapter 2, Lailoken Uncle, Why Is It You Have No Wife? Angharad twisted in the saddle before me, searching my face in earnest. We'd broken camp at sunrise, determined to reach the fort before evening. It was our third day on horseback and overcast. The air threatened rain. We had traveled scarcely a league, and it occurred to me now that the day would be interminable if this were to be Angharad's line of questioning. "Ask me another question. Something clever, that's poor use of our time." Angharad only waited. "Perhaps you should like to hear the tale once more about the birth of our great island." "You are quite handsome, even with your scar," she said. "I thank you," I said. "You are not the first lady to tell me so." Angharad looked skyward with a laugh, but despite my jest, I did not suffer from vanity. I'd studied my own countenance reflected in bronze. I had a fine nose, two rather widely spaced blue eyes, graceful brows, and sandy hair I wore long, shaved in the front from ear to ear in the manner of a keeper. My beard was full, but I kept it neatly trimmed. If I turned my face to one side, the puckering scar dealt me at 15 winters became a trick of the mind, a vanishing act. That I was handsome I knew, and women agreed. There had been a time when I found ease in the bounty of their affection, but with time I'd learned the body was only a shell built to house the spirit. "Go on then, Lailoken," my cousin Brant said. "Tell we Angharad why you've not wed. I suppose I've not yet encountered the right lady." Brant scoffed, for this was not exactly true. I'd encountered many ladies and had found them all exceedingly pleasing. It was precisely my joy of encountering women that left me with little interest in tethering myself to anyone in particular. "Nay, Angharad, don't be led astray," Gwendolau said from his saddle. "The truth is your uncle may well have encountered the right lady, but she wanted nothing to do with the likes of him. Is that not right, Lailoken?" "Ah, I see your humor has returned at last," I said. "You must be feeling better, brother. You are growing quite dull, you know." Brant smiled, but Gwendolau only lifted a brow. "Never fear, Angharad," Brant reassured her. "When Lailoken chooses to wed, he will have his pick of gentle ladies." Angharad had turned to Gwendolau now, her attention blessedly diverted. "And why have you not taken a wife, uncle? After all, you are a rich and powerful king." "So I am rich and powerful, while your uncle Lailoken is handsome. Is this what you say?" Gwendolau frowned. "Oh, you are quite handsome too," she answered. "But never so much as when you smile." "And am I to be only handsome, not rich and powerful as well?" I asked. Angharad looked between us. "You tease me." "Right you are, for there isn't a citizen of Strathclyde who doesn't know I possess a great many more gifts than my incredibly fine looks," I said. "Humility, for one," Maelgwn said as he drew his mount up beside us. Angharad laughed. but with talk of marriage, Gwendolau fell silent. Strong-featured with pale hair, Gwendolau suffered no lack of women. But when it came to finding a wife, I'd searched the length of the isle, and no king or chieftain would wed his daughter to other Pendragon. Despite Gwendolau's wealth and the reputation of his retinue, our kingdom was small and pressed by the Angles of Bernicia in the east. What land he possessed the dragons had carved out. The risk, these fathers feared, was too great. My own sister, at least, did not doubt our strength. Had she worried over our survival, she'd never have allowed me to foster her youngest child. As Gwendolau's counsel, I'd strengthened our alliances as best as I could. We'd visited the powerful King Urien of Reged by arrangement of his songkeeper named Taliesin, a man I called a friend. We'd made a treaty for trade with Eden Mac Gabhran, a powerful Scot, now King of Manow in the north. And on Gwendolau's behalf, I traveled often to my sister and her husband, Ridderch, at Cadzow and Clyde Rock. Still, our enemies only mounted. The power of the Angles in Bernicia had quickened, and they sought to test the boundaries of their new kingdom in sudden and violent raids. Raids came, too, from the kingdom of Ebroc, ruled by Gwendolau's cousins Gwrgi and Periger. Their father had rooted Gwendolau's father from his throne when I was but a boy. Now the sons carried the feud their fathers begot. They attacked and we countered. Blood flowed on both sides. It was time for the dragons to find a safe haven. And if I could not secure a marital alliance for Gwendolau, I must craft a political one. Thus, our visit to my twin sister at Cadzow had been at my urging. Strathclyde was a great power, and Ridderch its likeliest successor. I had appealed to Ridderch for support, but the visit had not been a success. Gwendolau refused to swear fealty, and Ridderch would not take up Gwendolau's cause without it. To do so was to risk losing the favor of his father, Tutgwell. Tutgwell had not yet named a Tanist, his chosen successor. In the end, the Council of Strathclyde must agree to Tutgwell's choice, but to be named Tutgwell's Tanist was a mighty thing. Now we return to our kingdom to see to our defenses. Let the kings of the north have their doubts. The warriors Pendragon were among the most feared in our land. We would fortify our ramparts and triple our scouts. We had survived before and would do so again. Thinking of it, I turned to Gwendolau. All has been quiet in our absence. The men have seen to the rampart, yes. They have deepened the dike and dug the new pits. Aye, Gwendolau said, and tomorrow we will ride out to bring the southern settlements some ease. What happened at Sweetmeadow shall not happen again. With talk of adult things above her station, Angharad perked. Sweetmeadow, is there a story? I do love a story. Gwendolau and I exchanged a look. It was a raid, he said. A raid by our enemies, that is all. The memory of what I'd seen, what Lord Gwrgi had done, surged back unbidden. The dark-haired woman hanging from the stables, bodies strewn like dolls, girls, little more than children. Rage pulsed at my temples, working its poison, but I could not turn from the visions. Let the girls be remembered for their suffering. After what Gwrgi of Ebroc had done, it was better they had not lived. Uncle, you hold me too tight. I looked down to see I'd been clutching Angharad as if she might slip from my grasp. Sorry, I am sorry, I murmured, releasing her. It was nearly sunset by the time our caravan reached the fortress. Along the river, the sun lit the parchment of birch trunks like melted gold. In the shallows, a water-bird stood, 1 foot lifted, scouring shadows under rock for its evening catch. There had been a cliffside fortress at the meeting of the Little Water and the River Esk since twilight times. It was a seat of power when I was but a boy, though it had since been burned and rebuilt. The fort commanded tribute on goods traveling north into Strathclyde as well as south into Reged. We earned a portion of wealth, too, from any wares arriving or departing from the salt waters of the Solway Firth. Caer Gwendolau might be small, but the reach of Pendragon's influence was mighty. As we neared the edge of the forest, the warriors' wives and lovers came rushing from their huts to greet them, children close behind, and Angharad shrank into the saddle as if she wished to disappear. But I saw her smile as Drion's daughters threw themselves at their father like a pack of wild dogs. His youngest shared a birth year with Angharad. They'd make suitable friends. The warriors who dwelled in the huts below the fortress dropped from their horses and waved us off, taking their loved ones under their arms. Only those who sought escape would join us for supper in the hall this night. I urged Gwydion into the lead as we mounted the narrow trail carved into the eastern slope of the hill, but as we rounded the bend, there came a brown flash of feathers and the muted thundering of wings. "Quail," Angharad said with delight as the flock scattered. They fluttered to and fro in such a panic it made me wonder at their survival. An omen, perhaps. I looked up at the timber guard tower as we neared the outer rampart, lifting my arm in greeting. "Ho, Fendwin!" The ruddy-haired warrior raised a hand in welcome from the lookout. "Well met," he called out. "And just in time. Einion killed a stag. We've been waiting all day now." "Fendwin, all right," Gwendolau called from behind me. "I, Pendragon, all's well." Fendwin peered from the tower with a broad smile for Angharad. "Is this the niece, then, I've heard so much of?" "The same." "Angharad, meet Fendwin," I said. "Are you the gateman?" she asked, craning her neck. "Nay, little lass, not exactly," he said. "We're all gatemen here. It's the Pendragon way." "The Pendragon way. Our warriors share in all stations of service," I explained as we passed through the gates. "Dragon warriors are not like other soldiers, suited only for one task, kept in only one position. Today Fendwin mans the tower. Tomorrow he may ride out to scout. The day after that he may lead a raid. We are not only an arm or a leg, we are every part of the creature, even myself. You'll soon see, for while you may study as a keeper, you'll be given your tasks as well." "I should like to mind the gate," she said. "Well, first you must learn to wield your mother's blade, then we shall see." We left our horses to graze and climbed to the summit on foot. The hounds heard us coming. Their bays echoed over the summer pastures as we passed through the gate of the inner rampart. Inside, the evening breeze was milder. There were trees here, hazel and ash, crab apple and rowan. But the hilltop was large enough for only the necessities: granary, smithy, kitchen house, guard lodgings, temple, and tanning shed. At the highest point our timber hall stood, thatch-roofed with a pair of fierce-toothed wooden dragons keeping watch above the heavy oaken door. "There you can see the hall, and beyond it the well," I pointed. "Beside the well is the temple, home to Diomed, a friend and fellow keeper. He is a diviner. Others' birds are kept within." At the mention of Diomed and the birds, Angharad's eyes lit. She lived in a land of priests. Seers of the old way were banned from Tuckwell's court. Aside from myself, Diomed may be the first of her own kind the girl would encounter. "You'll soon meet him," I assured her. "In fact, I planned to visit Diomed as soon as I was able. I was anxious to speak with him about Angharad and what had taken place in the stones." I watched as she took in the tidy buildings tucked within the fortress's inner rampart, wondering how it appeared to a child so accustomed to Pardic, with its bustling market and fine trappings, its scores of monks and richly plumed ladies of Tuckwell's court. But Angharad was a child of Cadzo, I reminded myself. A child of the forest, like her mother, like me. "It's a mite smaller than you're accustomed to," I ventured. "It's just as I imagined it," she answered. "I was only thinking of Rhys. He talks of nothing but you and the dragon warriors. I've seen him in his chamber. He spends ages hunched over his little pine table, staring at this very place on his map." The mention of my nephew brought a smile. "Rhys will come. Would that he'd come long before now, but he cannot go over long without seeing his favorite sister, not to mention his favorite uncle. You shall see. Rhys is a man of 17. He will soon make his excuses and visit us here." Even as I said it, I did not believe it. Ritterch kept his eldest son close. Perhaps he sensed how brightly his son's passion for the dragon warriors burned and hoped to keep the boy's affection from catching alight. The door to the hall opened and our shaggy gray hounds rushed out to greet us, thumping their tails and shoving their wet noses into the folds of Angharad's cloak until she burst into laughter. "Back, you beasts!" I bent to wrestle my favorite, who stood taller than Angharad with his paws upon my chest. Across the yard of the fortress, the servants moved about their duties, their eyes lingering upon the little tawny-haired girl. "Come, Angharad," I said. "All are eager to meet you, but first we shall get you settled in your quarters. You'll want to rest before supper." I led Angharad past the great room and into her little chamber as the servants began to unpack her belongings. As I closed the door to my own small room, the silence felt a blessing after 3 nights spent beside snoring men on a bedroll. My chamber, as well as Angharad's, lay off the great room, and it dawned upon me there would be a ruckus in the evenings. What if the child could not sleep? Sweet gods, Drian was right. I was becoming staid as a mother hen. I recalled the sight of the ale waiting in the great room on the tables beside the central hearth. Perhaps I did require a servant woman to mind Angharad. Langurith had wanted to send her woman, but I'd refused. It wasn't the way. "A keeper must not travel with servants when they undertake their training," I'd said. But for all my adherence to custom, I had not anticipated the difficulty. I loved the child, but it would be impossible for me to see to her every need. And tomorrow we would ride out to answer Sweet Meadow. I craved the blurry sort of heat lent by a horn of liquor and the comfort of a beauty in my bed. Leaning over my wash basin, I rinsed my face and dried it with a cloth, pulling loose my sandy hair from its binding. My white robe was brown with muck from the road, and I tugged it off. Within the walls of this fortress all knew my station, so I preferred to wear a warrior's tunic. I pulled one of red linen over my head and stepped into a soft pair of trousers, belting them at my waist. "A mother hen," I mumbled. The smooth skin of my stomach stretched taut over ridges of muscle. I was a man at my zenith, face unlined, body strong and able. How long had it been since I'd lain with a woman? I felt the need stir. At Kadzo I had been too preoccupied with matters at hand. But now we were returned to ride out in search of GWRGI. My blood drummed at the thought of it. It was a dangerous thing to ride out after the head of a king. I would need to stoke my battle madness to summon my frenzy. Nay, I would not sleep alone this night. But first I must secure Angharad a nursemaid. In the great room, I swiped a mug of ale from the table and swallowed it down as I headed across the courtyard, calling for our housewoman. Hedwen. It was a warm summer evening and the door to the kitchen house was propped open. I stooped beneath the entryway, but not low enough to avoid slamming my skull against the lintel. "Ow, Hedwen." I rubbed my head with a frown. "Where's Hedwen?" It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim. Bushels of marjoram and stringy roots of lovage hung from a length of twine stretched between the roof beams. The hind Einian had killed smoked over the hearth on a spit, and I caught the pungent scent of wild garlic mingling with the earthy char of mushrooms. Suspended from a hook above the fire, an iron pot of broth was simmering. Hedwen stood with her strong back to the door, bent over a wicker basket of whortleberries. "Ah, here you are back home," she straightened with a grin. "Come here and I'll feed you." "Nay, Hedwen, I've come on another errand." I paused. "Well, perhaps just a bannock." "A bannock, then." She beamed and plundered a warm bannock from a cloth-lined basket beside the hearth. It gave off little crumbles as she pulled it apart, dunking it into the pot of broth before offering it to me. "Hedwen," I moaned as I stuffed it in my mouth. The juices trickled down my chin. "Why must I ever leave you?" She flushed with pleasure and handed me a linen to wipe my beard. "Ever the flatterer." I glanced round at the bustle of servants and an unfamiliar woman caught my eye. She sat at the table near the wall, half hidden by the dim light of the kitchen house. Her long brown hair was tied back but had slipped from its plait, further obscuring her face. Her fingers were short and slim, her collarbone fine. How curious. A new servant, quite possibly a pretty one. I nudged Hedwen, squinting into the poor light. "Who is that?" Hedwen lowered her voice. "She's just come from the quay. Been here a fortnight. Rewallin brought her. Brought her from where? Don't know, won't say, she doesn't talk much. But she's a good worker and fine enough help, aren't you, love? The woman straightened, pushing the hair from her eyes with the back of her hand. Her eyes were blue as a dunnock's egg, rimmed with dark lashes. Hedwyn must have seen the look upon my face because she planted herself firmly between me and the servant, crossing her arms over her bosom. I need more help than Pendragon's allowed me, Lailoken. And you can tell him I've said as much. My back's been paining me, and my eyes. Hedwyn, you're a treasure and you shall have all the help you deserve, I said, craning my neck to get a better look at the woman. But I've come on an errand of particular import and I've a feeling about this one. Ira. I was taken by surprise when the woman spoke. Her voice was soft but firm, and there was a richness in her tone that belied her age, for she didn't appear to be older than 20 winters. Pardon, I said. Ira is my name. Snow it meant in the tongue of the Britons, and it was fitting, for her skin was smooth and pale. But the look upon her face made it clear she did not appreciate the flippant way I'd referred to her. Ira, very well. I offered my most disarming smile. I have need of a nursemaid for my niece. She is 8 winters. You have been here only a fortnight, but I am certain you've heard of her arrival. She has left behind her family, and though I am her uncle, it seems she could use a companion. I fear she is most lonely. At the mention of Angharad, Hedwyn flapped her arms, bird-like. Goodness me, Angharad, don't think I've forgotten. I've put aside some sweets for her. I baked them off just this morning. She took my elbow firmly in hand and drew me toward a little parcel set aside on the table. You're trying to distract me, Hedwyn. It won't work. It's Angharad I'm thinking of. You must see my reason. Hedwyn put a pudgy hand to her hips. Lord. Surely you can't mean to have a servant girl as your niece's companion. Why ever not? She cast about for a reason. Well, for one thing, they're not always trusty. Letting her into the hall when she's been here not one moon. Across the room, Ira stiffened. I studied her. She seems trusty enough. After all, you've got her preparing Pendragon's dinner. We'll seek out someone more fitting on the morrow, Hedwyn assured me. I shall find you the perfect lady, one far better suited to keep company of a wee princess from Strathclyde. Perhaps I've already found her. Hedwyn glanced at Ira, dropping her voice to a whisper. Lord. Yes. Well, it's only I don't think it's fitting to bring a woman from the kitchens into the main hall. And this one, I won't say she's trouble, but she has a tale. I can promise you that. Servitude is no easy life. All servants have a tale. What I mean to say is, I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I feel motherly is all. Hedwyn clutched her apron between her hands. Bring me a sturdy young boy with a strong back, I tell Rewallin. And he come back with this one. I mudded her up best I could, but the men have been sniffing round her like a pack o' wolves. You're a fool to think you're the first. I bristled and nearly asked Hedwyn which men had been sniffing round, but we'd all had girls from the kitchens, hadn't we? Best not to task Rewallin with picking the servants next time, I'd say. But I couldn't rightly blame Rewallin. There was something striking about this woman. Had I seen her, perhaps I would have bought her too. Look, Hedwyn, don't fret, I've heard your words. I only wish to speak with her. Across the kitchen house, the woman Ira was chopping root vegetables with renewed vigor, but I could tell she was listening. I won't trouble you, I said. I only mean to speak to you is all. Then speak. She returned her eyes to her task. Damn it all, she flustered me. I frowned, mastering myself. I wonder, do you enjoy your work in the kitchens? She did not stop her slicing, only glanced up as if I'd gone completely mad. As if any servant truly enjoyed his or her position. It was protection, labor, survival. Forgive me, I began again. What I mean to inquire is, have you any knowledge of children? At this she ceased her work, setting aside her knife. I suppose I do. What sort? She swept the vegetables into a waiting basket. I was eldest of 5. And do you like them, children? I do. Her answer was swift, earnest. I considered her a moment. Very good, then, you'll come with me. We shall get you cleaned up, and I'm certain Angharad will be eager to meet you. Ira frowned but stood all the same, brushing peels of parsnip from the coarse brown fabric of her dress. By now all the servants in the kitchen were watching. They'd envy her now if they hadn't already. They'd be spiteful. Hedwyn was not wrong. There was a reason we left servants in their places. Perhaps I was being selfish to want this woman to serve a purpose of my own, but I thought of the men. If what Hedwyn said was true, Ira would be safer as Angharad's nursemaid than here in the kitchens. Under my protection, the men would not take such liberties in pursuing her. Besides, if she was not a match, I'd simply return her to the kitchens. No harm done. This way. I motioned for Ira to take her leave. She inclined her head to Hedwyn in passing, and I reached to take Hedwyn's hand, brushing my lips over her dry knuckles. "Thank you for the sweets. Angharad will be grateful." "She's got a tail, Lailoken," Hedwyn frowned. "Be kind to her is all." "I am always kind," I said. Taking the packet from the table, I left Hedwyn to get on with supper. Chapter 3. Lailoken's eyes stopped at the soft sound of weeping from beyond Angharad's door. As I reached to knock, her breath hitched and she called out, "Who's there?" "It's your uncle Lailoken." "Does she not know who her uncle is?" Ira murmured behind me. Truly, this woman was far too petulant for a servant. "Other Pendragon is an uncle as well," I informed her. "I see," she said. I turned, half considering sending this Ira back to the kitchens. But I needed her aid and could not help but marvel at her transformation, one that had been achieved in little time. Her brown hair had been washed and drawn back from her face at the temples, secured by a pair of painted wooden combs. A thick wave of curls, still damp and smelling of sweet oils, tumbled down her back. Hedwyn had found a robe in one of our spare trunks, and though it hung a bit loose, it was dark blue and made Ira's skin look pure as fresh skimmed cream. I'd leave it to Angharad, I decided. Ira was to be her serving woman after all. The girl had a right to choose. I opened the door to find Angharad perched at the edge of her bed, wiping the tears from her face. "Are you feeling quite rested?" I asked. "Is the chamber to your liking?" Angharad nodded, then looked at me pointedly. "You've brought someone." I thought she might be pleased, but the look upon her face had me uncertain. "Yes, I've brought someone, a companion. Her name is Ira." "I thought you were to be my companion." "Well, of course I am, but I must ride out before too long and you'll need to stay here." "Ira will keep you company." "The raid," she gathered. "Yes, the raid, and Ira was the eldest of 5. She will make a fine companion, I think. She told me she quite likes children." I stepped back and Ira gave a graceful bow. "Lady Angharad." "Hello," Angharad said, taking her in. She kicked her feet as she did when she was nervous, a habit my horse Gwydion was none too fond of. "So you're to be my serving woman?" she asked. "If you would like," Ira said. "I'm not sure, is that all right?" "Yes." "That's all right." Angharad looked at Ira, her delicate face shifting. "Have you come from the kitchens?" "Yes." Ira looked surprised. "How did you know?" Angharad smiled. "You have a binding on your finger." The linen knotted upon Ira's finger had escaped my notice, but I knew the truth of it. Raised among priests, Angharad had been brought up concealing her gift, especially among those she did not know. She had become quite clever about it. Quite clever, and it pleased her, so now she shrugged. "Also, you do not color your face." "Angharad," I said, "don't be rude." "She is not rude, she is observant," Ira said. "I cut my finger just this morning chopping wild garlic, and I do not paint my face because I have no use for such things. Not even lily root powder. Not even lily root powder." "But lily root looks quite pretty," Angharad said. "My older sister Gladys uses stain on her lips and upon her cheeks. She's even allowed to kohl her eyes now. But not me. I'm too little." "Beauty is not always a virtue," Ira said. "I do not think you could ever appear plain, even should you wish it," Angharad said. But where any other woman might smile from the flattery of a child, something else flashed behind Ira's eyes. Something like a secret. Angharad noticed too. I knew if she willed it, the girl could likely pry into Ira and perhaps be rewarded with a piece of her story. I nearly wished she would, for then Angharad might learn that prying could unearth things one did not wish to see. But I remembered the moment at the stones and cleared my throat. Angharad, chastened, she looked down, folding her hands in her lap. "Have you lived here very long?" she asked, changing her course. "Number not very long at all." Ira looked about the room, then motioned to the little stool beside Angharad's table. "May I sit?" Angharad seemed uncertain how to respond. Servants should stand. But Angharad was unaccustomed to adults asking her if they might sit or stand. This was the realm of her mother. "You may sit," Angharad said. "I've only arrived here today. I'm to live with my uncle now. Did he tell you I'm to become a wisdom keeper?" "That is a very noble thing," Ira said. I watched the two of them as Ira settled upon the stool. Hedwyn had claimed Ira didn't often speak, but it seemed to me she had a fair plenty to say. "Well," I said after a moment, "perhaps I should leave you." "Yes, you may leave us." Angharad looked at me. "And Ira, you will help ready Angharad for supper." She looked up. "Yes, of course. Goodbye, my lord." "Goodbye, then." I looked to my niece but could not escape the feeling I had been rather unceremoniously dismissed. Until supper. Well enough. It was good they should come to know each other, and I wanted to visit the temple. I had time enough before supper to speak with Diomed. I found the wisdom keeper bent over a small table he'd set in the grass behind the structure, disemboweling rats. "And where are your robes?" He addressed me without turning. "Sullied." I leaned over his shoulder. "You should make the birds work for their supper." Diomed only grunted. "They like the slimy bits." The sleeves of his white robes were rolled up past his elbows, his forearms covered in coarse hair and sunspots. He kept his graying hair cropped close, and his brown eyes were hooded, sharp as those of the eagles he tended. "Where's the little lass?" he asked. "Resting just now, but she's eager to meet you." "She's a seer," he said, not a question, "and likely more." I've discovered as much. You might have told me." "You've trained enough young ones. It was only a matter of time before you discovered it yourself. Who does it come from then?" "Not my own mother. She was a healer. Angharad's mother did not have the gift. I can only think it comes from her father's side. Ritterch's mother is a Pict. The girl has a way with animals, too." "Ah, perhaps then Angharad will be an augur like her uncle. The truth is I think she could be a great many things." "Special, eh?" Diomed pushed the entrails into a shallow bowl with a sweep of his knife. Setting his blade aside, he wiped his hands on a broad strip of fabric, then tossed the cloth to me. "Give the hounds a good sniff and set them loose in the granary. That's where I trapped these two." He nodded at the carcasses, tipping some water from a nearby bucket to clean the gore from his hands. "Bad luck, rats in the granary, but it's not yet autumn, there's still time." Something in the keeper's tone told me he was speaking of more than rats. "I took Angharad to the stones at Wildburn," I told him. "Something troubling happened there." Diomed looked up. "Come in, then. We should not speak of it here." I set the bloody cloth on the table and followed Diomed to the front of the temple. Inside, the stone floor kept the air cool and blocked the sounds of domestic bustle from the courtyard. I breathed in the soothing char of burned resin and heard Gwendolau's golden eagles chattering to one another, ruffling their feathers. At the center of the room, a wooden effigy of Herne loomed, cluttered with offerings. Blossoms, gold and silver from our plunder, antler, bone, fresh mead, and a small but skillfully rendered wooden figure with an enlarged phallus, carved by Drian from the look of it. Though I could not imagine, given the number in his brood, he lacked the gift of virility. Diomed tossed the entrails to the birds as I removed my leather shoes, nodding to the effigy. It was a representation only. A god of wild places did not favor the confines of any man-made temple, even one hewn of stone. All Britons knew this, not only the keepers, but it suited to have a place where the people could come during snow and wet weather to sit with their gods, where favors could be asked and offerings could remain unscattered by wind. "Well," Diomed called, "tell me of the stones." I followed him behind the wicker wall that cordoned off his sleeping quarters. In the space he kept a thin cot, a small bedside table, and a candle in a rude wooden holder. He eased himself onto the cot, and I sank onto the floor across from him, drawing my knees into my chest. Diomed listened as I told him of the shift in the air, the smell of it, of what Angharad had told me, the beast that was threatening. At last Diomed spoke. "Lailoken, do you truly believe that men are the wagers of war?" I considered Diomed's question. "Aye, it is men who draw their weapons, who plan their attack. We may beseech the blessings of our chosen gods, but it is we who fight for land, for power, for freedom." "Nay," Diomed wagged his finger. "The force that drives war is far more terrible than any single man. It is a power animate and complete. It has a hunger that cannot be sated by the corpses of 100,000 men. Always it hungers for more." He met my eyes. "The beast that comes is war." "War," I echoed. I had felt it, had I not? The immensity, the hunger. "So Angharad warns us of a battle to come. We have fought battles before. Long have Gwrgi and Peredur fixed their eyes upon our land. We will prepare. Angharad's knowing is fortuitous." "I do not speak of battle, I speak of war," Diomed said, and his ferocity startled me. "Go on then, I am listening." The diviner stared off into the distance a moment, as he did when playing fidchel. Raids, battles, thievery, lies, all such things only serve to stir the beast. "I fear this is larger than revenge sought or justice reclaimed. I fear a greater threat comes for our people, the Britons. We Britons have made our home on this island for time out of memory," I said. "We will not be undone by this, whatever it may be. With Angharad's warning, with my counsel and your sight, surely we can find a way to stop this beast in its tracks." Diomed threw up his hands. "Perhaps, perhaps not. Lailoken, you are a learned man. You know as well as I, vision alone cannot prevent catastrophe." I rubbed my forehead wearily. "If only there were fewer kingdoms from which danger may come. That is our first trouble. There could be a mass of sea raiders from Pictland, or a scourge of Angles sweeping the country from east to west, as they had done when I and my sister were but little. We could see an attack from Gwrgi and Peredur from the kingdom of Ebrok, but what strength had they, without a confederation of kingdoms at their backs? Surely the kings of the Britons were too preoccupied in raiding their neighbors, and the rising threat of the Angles of Bernicia to take up arms against the dragon warriors, our island's own protectors. And Ridderch of Strathclyde was a brother by marriage. He may not have agreed to an alliance, but he would never be my enemy. Take up arms against us. What cause had we given him? Number Gwrgi and Peredur were our greatest living threat, and on the morrow we would ride out to crush them. "Do not tell me we should not claim our revenge," I said. Diomed's face shifted. "I crave justice as much as you, Lailoken, but I worry this is not the way. But this very eve I saw success for our campaign. A bevy of quail, the way they flushed underfoot. Hearn knows my mind. He knows I seek after it." "Aye," Diomed's eyes flicked to the effigy. "And a quick wit has Hearn, sending birds." I nodded at the memory. I'd been 10 winters when my sister and her servant had chanced upon Gwrgi in the market. He tormented them by tearing the throat from a chicken with his bare teeth. My cousins and I had seen his deed repaid and tenfold. We'd stolen into his chamber at the inn and filled his bed with chicken heads enough to satiate his hunger. It seemed so long ago now, but the memory summoned some pride. To protect my sister, to answer for a wrong, to do so in a way that was clever yet did not incite a blood feud. That day was the first I understood what it was to be a true warrior. Diomed stood, and together we walked to the threshold of the temple. "Are you prepared then to ride out?" "Nearly," I said. "We finalize the attack tonight. Truth be told, I hunger for it." "Hunger?" Diomed lifted his brows. "Beware the beast, Lailoken." Laughter carried across the courtyard. The door to the hall stood open, and overhead the sky was awash in purple evening light. In the great room no fire was lit. With the golden glow of oil lamps there was no need of it. My eyes fell upon our standard tethered between the posts at the back wall of the great room. The twisting body of the dragon seemed to breathe as the breeze from the open door fluttered the rich blue cloth. Our songkeeper, Yarin, was perched on a stool beneath our wall of round painted shields, head tilted to his crute as he tested its strings. Around the hall, warriors relaxed on pine benches or fleece-lined couches, hunched over gaming boards or cradling cups of ale. "Escaped so soon," I chided Drian, then clapped the muscled shoulder of Fendwin, who sat beside him. Women had come up from the settlement below and arranged themselves on benches beside the warriors, if not upon their laps. Their eyes touched upon the dragon, but Gwendolau sat alone, his blue eyes distant. "I've come from Diomed," I said, joining him at his table. "Tell me," he said, but his voice was weary. "Later." "Well enough. How does Angharad fare?" "She's settled in her chamber, as can be expected." I paused. "I found her a companion." I've heard as much. Hedwyn is not pleased." He looked at me. "A servant from the kitchens." But she suits Angharad well, isn't that what matters? And besides, there was something about her. Something about her, eh? His eyes fixed on me as if he would say more, but then our littlest charge appeared in the doorway, Ira by her side. The men stirred to life as Angharad entered, smiling and hoisting their ale aloft. They might have shared only 3 days with her on the road, but from the warmth in their eyes I could tell my niece had already won their affection. She stopped and looked about the room, cheeks flushed, hesitant to be the focus of so much attention. Gwendolau stood, and the room fell quiet as he gestured for Angharad to come close. Ira ushered her forward. "To any who have not yet met my young niece," he began, "this is Angharad of Strathclyde, daughter of Ridderch. She has come among us to train with Lailoken. She is to be a wisdom keeper, but she does not brighten our fortress with her countenance alone. Her presence is a reminder that the bond between the dragon warriors and Strathclyde endures. She has been entrusted to our care. We now are her family." He lifted his own cup and turned to gaze down at her. "Welcome to Caer Gwendolau, Angharad. Welcome home." Chapter 4. Lailoken W. Hen. The last of the platters had been cleared. Yarin called up his bards with the bodhran and flute, and the music began in earnest. The women took to dancing, tugging the warriors to stand, and even as the sturdy planks of the floor began to shake, Angharad yawned, nestling herself into the crook of my shoulder. Soon she was dreaming. Why had I worried? This child could sleep through a siege. As soon as I thought it, I prayed she would not have to. Ira sat across from me, eyes bright from merriment and possibly from drink, for I would admit some guilt in refilling her cup. I harbored no dishonorable intentions, rather, I'd been curious. As she ate and drank, I'd seen the tightness in which she enveloped herself begin to unfurl. Now I watched as she reached across the narrow table to smooth a strand of hair behind Angharad's ear. My littlest brother had red hair, so very much like hers, Ira said. I had not looked over long at her features while we ate. When I heard the delicate and surprising sound of her laugh, I'd acknowledged it was a fine laugh, but no finer than any other. And I certainly had not glanced down her bodice as she leaned to brush the crumbs from Angharad's dress. A breath of wind drifted in through the open door and carried her scent to me. She smelled fresh, like meadowsweet. I grimaced at the baseness of my own desire. My blood was hot, my need stirring. But I'd given my word to Hedwyn, and that was no light thing. Across the room, young women lounged on the couches with lily-white breasts beneath their dresses and invitations in their eyes. I'd lain with a few of them, and the memories were pleasant. Surely there was a far more suitable companion to ease what urged me. I would not make advances upon Angharad's new companion. Ira would sleep on a pallet beside Angharad this night, and if Angharad so chose, for countless nights after. I looked down at my niece fast asleep upon my shoulder. "Angharad has her red hair from her mother," I said. "Languoreth," Ira said. "I've heard much of her." "Have you then? I should not be surprised. My sister's fame far exceeds my own." "I'll not flatter you if that's what you seek. You know the song keepers tell stories of you. And what tales have you heard? I am curious to know. Well, I myself recall only one story. I heard it when I was but a girl. It was long ago now. I think I know the story of which you speak. Her eyes met mine. It was a sad tale. What makes you say so? It was the story of a young lord who rode out to protect his father's grain. There had been too much rain. Winter had come early and tarried too long. Many in Strathclyde were hungry. That was when they came to raid. The boy thought to make himself a hero. But he arrived to find his father's men overwhelmed by a mob, starving and desperate, fueled by rage. They captured the boy and held him down. They marked him with the same mark his father bore. Her gaze shifted to my scar, and I felt heat creep up my neck at her scrutiny. But her story was not quite right. I set down my cup. I hear nothing sad about that tale. The acts that mark us lead us to our fate. And what is your fate, my lord? I did not like the course of this. It ran too close to my core. And so I said, Hedwin tells me that Fendwin purchased you at the quay. Yes, she shifted in her seat. How was it you came there? I came there as any servant does, in bonds. I nodded. But what I do not know is how you came to be there. Who was your master? Where do you hail from? I cannot see why it should matter. Is it so unusual a question? Well, I do not wish to say. Yet I wish to know. The look she gave me was cutting. Are you ordering me then to tell you? Nay, I will not order you. I am curious about you, that is all. I come from nowhere of consequence. Keep your curiosity, or if you cannot, send me back to the kitchens. I looked at her, taken aback. You've been drawn from the kitchen with a chance now to serve. Any kitchen girl would be thankful, and yet you are not. I had no desire to be pulled from the kitchens. Do you desire, then, to return? Uncertainty flickered behind her eyes, but then she lifted her chin. Perhaps I do. Silence fell a moment, then she spoke again. Angharad tells me on the morrow you will ride out to punish Gwrgi of Ebrock. I pray you will find success. Thank you for your wishes, but success will be nearer if I am not preoccupied with the well-being of my niece, I answered. Then you must not be preoccupied, for I hear Gwrgi of Ebrock is a dangerous man. But we are dangerous as well. I looked at her. Will you stay with Angharad until I return? If by then you are still eager to return to the kitchens, I will tell Angharad myself, and we shall find another nursemaid. But I must know in my absence she will be kept safe and in good comfort. I cannot fight shouldering that worry, and I should most like to return home alive. Ira considered it, then inclined her head. Very well. I will stay, she said. Good. And perhaps when I return you will reward me with your story. My story, is that your price for my service then, or will you demand more? You mean to address me as my lord. My lord, she said, but her face flushed in anger. I'll exact no such payment, none the likes of your mind, I answered. But I will advise you thus, if you wish to play servant you might learn to speak like one. Her face blanched. I play at nothing. You may live a life of sport, but this is no game for me. She glanced round the hall and smoothed her dress, but I could see her fingers trembled. I lowered my voice. You speak like a noble, I said. You have only to open your mouth and you've given yourself away. Where have you come from then, and why will you not tell me the reason you have left? I cannot say. She straightened her spine, blue eyes pinning mine. And if you are a man of any honor, you must swear to tell no one what you suspect. I did not like the course of this, but I considered her nonetheless. Very well, I will tell no one. But in exchange, upon my return, whether you stay with Angharad or wish to return to the kitchens, you will tell me your secret. Ira bristled. And if I will not, then I will return you to the quay, where you may try your luck with new overlords. I cannot imagine they will be so kind. It felt almost cruel to exact such a bargain, but I had a responsibility to our men, and most of all to Gwendolau. If a woman of noble blood was concealing herself in our fortress, somewhere there were noblemen in search of her. You must understand, I said. We are dragon warriors. We cannot harbor secrets. We cannot afford them. From across the room, I felt Gwendolyn's eyes upon us. Ira followed my gaze, then stood. I must take Angharad to bed. Let me carry her. I made to stand, but she stopped me. Nay, I can manage. Come, Angharad. Her voice was gentle as she stirred my niece. Cling to me just here. Angharad blinked drowsily but did as she was bidden, wrapping her gangly legs around Ira's waist and securing her hands about her neck. There now, off to bed with you. Ira strained at the weight of her and I rose from my seat. Angharad, you're certain you've everything you need? Uncle, you sound an old biddy, Angharad mumbled as Ira carried her away. I watched them go, ill at ease over Ira and her secret. Perhaps I should not have prevented Angharad from prying after all. I might have learned what caused this woman to seek escape behind our walls. Then my cousin Brant's low voice came at my shoulder, drawing me back from my thoughts. You found Angharad a serving woman. Ira, I said. Ira. He watched as they crossed the hall, slipping from sight into Angharad's chamber. She looks quite suited for Pendragon, does she not? Pendragon, I turned to him. Nay, she is far too tall, and her back. Look at the way it curves. It's a wonder she can stand at all. Brant raised a brow. I only mean to say, perhaps she's not horrible to look upon, but it's rather unfortunate about, well. I gestured below my belt as if to indicate some bedding disease. The men would do well to keep some distance. Brant shook his head with a smile. And that's your best effort. I've known you far too long, Lailoken. I was quite fond of my elder cousin, but I felt suddenly quite certain I might thrash him. Yet as darkness closed in round the fort, the mood in the great room had shifted. Our minds had begun to turn to the raid. When you wake and eat and slumber with the same men as long as we had, you become like one great aspen, many quivering shoots of the same tree. Gwendolau gestured from his table nearest the hearth, where Maelgwn had joined him already. They sat with their heads bent over a stretch of ale-stained vellum as Maelgwn made a rough sketch of the neighboring lands with a pointed reed and ink. Brant and I took our seats beside them. We knew every old tree, each tenant farm, river, and streamlet, but maps moved our minds to these places. Sometimes a map could anticipate something we might not see. I let my eyes roam it unfocused as I told them of Diomed's words and Angharad's warning. You saw success should we ride out tomorrow, Gwendolau said. Have you changed your mind, brother? Nay, not exactly. Gwendolau looked at me. Your lips say one thing, but your eyes say another. It is only I now wonder what series of events this might beget. It is evident GWRGI and Periger mean to provoke us. We cannot refuse to answer the wrongs that have been wrought. Yet in doing so, we give GWRGI and Periger reason to come against us again. Rywallin has just returned from his scouting ride, Maelgwn said. He tells me GWRGI collects his rents from the harvest even now. There may not be a better moment to strike. Fairhaven is closest to our border, so we cannot strike from there, Gwendolau said. It must be a point GWRGI will not expect, a place he believes is farther from our reach. What of Featherstone? Brant asked. It lies deep in the hills. Their food rents will be scarce, but they have mining goods, tin and lead. If we strike there, we would have GWRG's head as well as a bounty in metal. Gwendolau looked to me. What say you? Brant was a seasoned warrior and I trusted his instincts, yet something felt unsettling. There is risk in traveling so deep into GWRG's lands, I said. I worry for our men. Let us strike somewhere closer to our own border. The dragon warriors were among the best men at arms, but more and more of late, Gwendolau relied upon our prowess. Now the horror of Sweetmeadow had muddied his judgment. Gwendolau scanned our men as they sipped their drinks. They would raid if he asked it, no matter the risk. They thrived on it, but Featherstone was not a risk he needed to take. Think on it, Pendragon, I advised him. Perhaps now is not the time to strike. I want GWRGI to fear that nowhere in his kingdom is safe from our grip, Gwendolau decided. Featherstone it is. I pinned him with a look. What good was my counsel if he would not follow it? As you say, long have I admired your leadership, Gwendolau. My use of his birth name was purposeful. It caused him to blink as if stirring from sleep, but just as quickly his pale eyes turned stony. Long has it been since I sacrificed the boy called Gwendolau to become other Pendragon, he said. He looked down upon the map, his deep voice rising. It was other, not Gwendolau, who was chosen to protect our kingdom when Imrise was murdered. It was other, not Gwendolau, who wed himself to the goddess of the land. Other took a spear to the lungs. Other wets his sword with Angle blood. Other keeps their kingdom at bay. Other. I am not yet 40 winters, yet my yellow hair turns white. I carry the weight of this island upon my back. You jest and say I no longer smile, Lailoken. Look at me and see the cost of your freedom. Around us, the warriors in the great room had gone silent. Gwendolau looked up and searched the men's faces, his eyes questioning the allegiance of each and every man. How readily they gave it. Satisfied, he stood. Tomorrow we ride for the head of Gwrgi of Ebrock. We ride to avenge the horrors he has brought upon the people of Sweetmeadow. We will act with what honor we possess, but we will show no mercy, for none has been granted those who lie dead, Gwendolau said, then fixed his eyes upon me. Such is the cost of war. Chapter 5. Angharad Care Gwendolau Kingdom of the Pendragons Late Summer. Ad 572. Angharad's uncles rode off at dawn. She watched from the small timber tower perched above the gate a long while after, until the birdsong became a cacophony, and the summer heat made her linen dress cling to her back. The warrior called Rewallan kept watch beside her, eyes fixed patiently on the lush green pastures below. Angharad adjusted the belt at her waist. The gold-handled knife sheathed there had once belonged to her mother, and its presence made her feel less lonesome. For although Ira had followed her dutifully up the ladder, Angharad could feel Ira's thoughts traveling leagues away. Men were forever riding off. To dangerous things, mostly, like the time her elder brother, Rhys, reached his 15th winter, disappearing with her father and her uncle Morkan. Days later he returned driving a stream of stolen cattle. Thereafter Rhys had been full of shadows. A dull occupation, keeping watch until it is not, Rewallan said, startling Angharad from her thoughts. My uncle hoped it would divert me, she answered. Yesterday I told him I would quite like to mind the gate. Oh, I don't know, he replied. Perhaps he wished you to learn our ways so you might carry your weight in earnest, as all of us do. A voice came from down below. Or perhaps he wished to demonstrate that diversions are impossible without training the mind. Angharad leaned over the opening to see Diamid the diviner squinting up into the sun. You must have terribly good hearing, Angharad said. Children's voices carry, the wisdom keeper replied. You would do well to remember that. Next to her, Ira smiled, amused. Come down then, Diamid said. Keeping to towers is a waste of your time. Angharad turned to Ira. May I? I don't see why not. Angharad climbed down carefully and looked at the diviner. His expression was frank, but his brown eyes were kind and full of stories. Would you like to see Pendragon's birds? He asked. The eagles? Oh yes, very much, she replied. Excellent. He looked to Ira. I will return her to you. Of course, she said. Sun through summer leaves dappled the grass as Angharad followed the wisdom keeper into the courtyard. Is it true you can divine the future? She asked. Aye, what the gods allow. Have you done the bull's sleep then? Aye, I've done many a bull's sleep. Is it true you must chew the bull's flesh without even roasting? Aye, and does it taste very awful? I find it quite mild. Tea's better, though, if you take no issue with gristle and fat. The thought made Angharad want to retch, but there was so much more she wanted to know. Is it true you can cloak yourself from sight? At this, Diamid turned to her. In a way, he said. Would you like to know how? Oh, very much, she answered. Then look, Diamid pointed. Angharad followed his finger in confusion before spotting a little streak of brown disappearing behind the kitchen house. She screwed up her face. A mouse, precisely. I don't understand. Diamid looked at her. Imagine you are brown as dirt. Imagine you are little more than a mouse. Think on it. Who knows? Perhaps then you shall see. They stepped through the door of the temple, and Angharad bent quickly to remove her leather shoes. A tingle rose as the cold flagstone met her bare feet. Before her a wooden statue stood, the figure of a man with a great pair of antlers branching from his head. Herne, she knew. Beyond the effigy, Angharad heard the rustle of two powerful golden eagles. They sat perched in a tall wicker enclosure, eyes blinking as they regarded her. "Magnificent creatures, aren't they?" Diomed said, and at the sound of his voice one of the eagles tilted its head. "Go on, go and greet them, but don't get too near. They do not much care for strangers." Angharad moved nearer. The birds seemed nearly as large as she. The ends of their beaks were curved and looked sharp as needles. She could feel the wisdom keeper watching her. "Lailoken told me of your encounter in the stones," he said. "Had he not told me, I would not have remembered what took place at all." "Yes, that is the way at first," Diomed nodded. "But in time you will gain mastery over it. Seers live in two worlds, Angharad, the outer and the deep. I admit I sometimes forget which is where. It is only natural that in the beginning memories are lost between the two. Better that the memory is lost rather than you. From the tower where you sat, one can scarcely see beyond the farthest pasture," he continued. "There are much more efficient ways to see. Your uncle may instruct you on augury and the study of omens in nature. But, child, I can teach you how to become an instrument of the gods if you will it. Are you ready, then, to learn?" "Yes," Angharad answered eagerly. "Good. First we shall quiet your mind. Then we shall see." Angharad went to the temple each morning as soon as she'd swallowed down her breakfast. There she and Diomed sat on reed mats in the cool quiet, and he taught her the way of slowing her breath, of waiting without waiting. It was not seeing, not truly. It was more akin to listening, sensing. Angharad began to understand it in the way one catches a scent on the breeze for a moment before it is gone. But now, on the 8th day since her uncle's absence, she sat trying to listen to no avail. Everything had become so loud. The feathery rustles from the eagle's enclosure, the thudding of her own heart. As she sat in Diomed's stillness, the tiny red lumps on her arms from the midges at sunset itched with renewed vigor until Angharad felt she'd go mad. She squeezed her eyes shut, screaming inside her own head. "Enough for today," Diomed announced as if she had spoken aloud. "A few moments more," Angharad begged. "Nay, we must cease, Angharad. We shall try again tomorrow. Besides, your uncles will soon return." "How do you know?" Angharad asked in wonderment. "Did you divine it?" Diomed gave a small smile. "Your frustration, child, is a mirror of their own." "Whatever do you mean? Please, Diomed, tell me plain." "The warriors have failed in their raid. They could not catch GWRGI out. You felt their rage as I did. Only I intended to, whereas you did not." Angharad frowned. Diomed could not be right. Her inability to sit still had always enraged her, or had it indeed? For she'd sat quite happily the day before and the day before that. "Come now, no frowns," Diomed said. "Your uncles will be in need of a welcoming face." Relieved as she was at the thought of their safe return, Angharad found it difficult to believe the dragon warriors could set out with such fervor and fail at their task. She knew GWRGI of Ebrock was a horrible man. She had seen him in Strathclyde, for he never missed their summer games. She had seen the way her mother stiffened at the sight of him, heard the way her mother spoke his name, as if it were a curse. "If they have not slain GWRGI, will he not seek revenge?" Angharad asked worriedly. Diomed's dark eyes were solemn. "Yes, Angharad, he will seek revenge." "And what will happen then?" "When that day comes, you must do as we say, but a child like you needn't worry." The seer patted her hand reassuringly. "There is a great plan for you, Angharad, for you are chosen. The gods call their children to them, and shelter none so much as those who do their work. Your course was charted long ago, so whatever may come to pass, you must not fret. You will be safe from harm, Angharad of Strathclyde. I, Diomed the diviner, do promise you that." Roman 2. Meodin was a white hawk when the fierce battle would be fought, when there would be a joyous death, when there would be a broken shoulder, when there would be heart's blood before he would be put to flight. Parian Vabin, Commanding Youth, translated by John K. Ballard, The Romance of Merlin Chapter 6 Languoreth Tuckwell's Hall Partick Kingdom of Strathclyde October, Ad 573 I imprisoned in the dark of my chamber. I could not see the sky, but I knew rain was coming, for my body ached in places I was overworn. My hips from bearing 4 children. My wrist from bracing my fall the time I'd been struck by a man. And then I was thinking of my eldest boy, Rhys, of Angharad, of Maelgwn and Lailoken and my foster brother, Gwendolau, and the beast descended to devour me once more. At first there had been no words. All I could do was retreat in my memory to the time we began. My twin brother, Lailoken, and I in those days, our father yet lived. I danced beside the blaze of a midsummer fire and loved a black-haired warrior named Maelgwn under a temple of trees. My youngest daughter, Angharad, had not yet been taken from me. My firstborn, Rhys, had not yet ridden off to war. These were the days I chose to inhabit. I left my body like a shell and buried myself there. Time passed. They had given me, at least, parchment and ink. Scarcely pausing to eat or sleep, I wrote of all that had taken place, sometimes through laughter but more often through tears, until my story had unraveled and I arrived back at the place I now dwelled, a prisoner in my own chamber, armed guard at my door. My husband and eldest son had ridden off to make war upon my brothers. It had all happened so quickly. GWRGI and Pereger of Ebrock had arrived at Tuckwell's gate demanding an end of other Pendragon. I'd been barred from their war council, but their claims, I knew, would be threefold. That Pendragon's violent raids against Ebrock were evidence of his dangerous thirst for power. That Pendragon was weakening, and should his lands be seized by the Angles, all of our kingdoms would be vulnerable to attack. Last, they would cite Pendragon's refusal to pledge fealty to any overking. If it came to war with the Angles, other Pendragon could not be trusted to join a Brythonic confederation. And so Tuckwell agreed, and together their armies left to crush Gwendolau once and for all. And yet there was a darker, more insidious reason this battle had been waged, one not spoken aloud. The people of our island were divided by belief. Gwendolau and his kingdom kept the old gods, while kings such as Tuckwell, GWRGI, and Pereger claimed devotion to Christ. The battle against the beliefs of our ancestors had begun when I was a child. I came of age in a time when a wisdom keeper still possessed the power to speak first, even before a king. Now wisdom keepers were replaced by bishops who worked with a willing nobility to create a new order, one that subsumed the power of our keepers. Still, for as many Christian families as there might now be, there were just as many who kept the ways of those who'd come before. Slaying other Pendragon would be a devastating strike against the people of the old way. Knowing my devotion to both my brothers and the gods, my husband shut me away so I would not send warning. But I had already sent my groom by the time I heard the ominous slide of the bolt against my door. I only prayed my warning had reached Caer Gwendolau in time. Now, when I slept, I dreamt of my daughter. "I'm all right, Mama. I'm all right," Angharad called out. But she was not all right. She was treading chest-deep in an ocean of blood, her tawny hair soaked with it, eyes wide as she struggled to keep to the surface. I plunged into the viscous depths, felt it seep into my dress as I struggled to reach her. My nose filled with the smell of rust, and I woke. Angharad. In the tongue of the Britons, her name meant most beloved. I had railed and pleaded and screamed and wept until the guards became deaf to it. Time passed, and I began to understand there was no escape from the prison save death itself. I understood that this chamber was not the prison. The prison was of my husband's making, the war he was waging even now against those I loved most. Then I remembered that while Angharad and Rhys were away and in such terrible danger, I had 2 children yet here, 2 children yet with me, and they needed their mother. And so this time I did not beat at my door but tapped softly upon it. The guard must have recognized I'd returned to myself, for at last, after too long, he opened the door. "Please," I said, "bring me my children." He looked me over, then turned away. Moments stretched. I smoothed my hair and pinched my cheeks to summon life I did not feel. And then my serving woman Ayla came. With her were Gladys and Signe. "Mother!" Gladys ran to me, but Signe stood at the door, regarding me as if I were a stranger. I clutched Gladys as she shook with her tears, her slender shoulders somehow more womanly, though it had been only days. How many? Truthfully, I did not know. Gladys drew back, eyes wild with fear and with anger. "Why have they not let us come until now? Why are they keeping you here? Did they discover your groom?" "Gladys," I gripped her, glancing hurriedly at the door. "You must not mention it. Do you understand? Not ever again. That I would send warning. The king would have my head for that." "I'm sorry, mother." She burst into tears anew, and I cursed Ritterch's family again and again, pulling her close. "Never mind it. Tuck will only means to keep us safe," I lied. "Strange things happen in times of war. Men's minds are bent. We will be out of harm's way here in the capital, in the hall of the king. We are together now, that's all that matters." I looked up in search of my youngest son. "Signe, will you not come, please? I would hold you." He gave in at last and let me embrace him, but his gaze remained fixed upon the floor. He would not forgive me so readily for abandoning him. His fair hair smelled of candle wax, and when I took his hands in mine, I saw his fingers were stained with pigment. "You've been drawn. What have you made? Will you bring it to me? I should like to keep it in my chamber." It was this that summoned his tears, and his gray eyes filled. "Will they not release you then? My boy, my love." I drew him back into the circle of my arms and hugged them both so fiercely I wondered they did not break. "It will all be over soon. Your father and Reese will return, and with them will be Angharad. We must believe it to be true. We will survive it no other way." Ritterch would have traded for Angharad before they attacked. And even had that somehow gone awry, Maelgun had sworn to me, the day she had left with the dragon warriors, that he'd keep Angharad safe. "And what of our uncles?" Gladys asked. "What of Lailoken and other?" I looked to Ayla, questioning, but she gave a slight shake of her head. "No news, then. They would keep me here, keep me in the dark. Yet what right had I to complain of darkness when I was surrounded by all my belongings, when I slept dry and warm in my own chamber each night? Even now, those I loved could be dead or wounded, fleeing through the frigid autumn woods. Even now, Tutkwell held my cousin Brodden in the prison pits beyond the hall. If I could not be trusted, Brodden of Cadzo was something worse in the eyes of Strathclyde. He had taught Lailoken and Gwendolau in weaponry, and his brother Brant was a dragon warrior. So now my own blood, captain of my guard, languished in a hole in the earth. "How many days has it been?" I asked. "How many days since they rode out?" "More than a fortnight," Ayla answered. "Dear gods!" Had it been a fortnight since Aloof had slipped into my chamber and pressed the mushroom into my palm, the one that had brought me such visions? It had racked my body with sickness and sweat. I realized now how close I'd truly come to death. But I had seen men escaping through fire. A broad-shouldered mountain covered in snow. There was a vision of Angharad, grown to a woman. My brother, his body stooped with age. Why had I not been granted such visions of my son? "It is over now," I said, even as sickness crept into my belly. "It must be, and until they arrive we must keep ourselves occupied, and we must pray to the gods to bring them safely home." "I pray to Christ every morning and night that he might bring father home," Signe said. "To Christ." I said it more sharply than I intended, and Signe drew away. "I'm sorry, Signe, to each his God. You are praying, that is what matters." I smoothed back his hair. "Each to his God," Cathan would say. But Cathan had been speaking of the gods of this great island with its mountains and lochs, its glades and bog lands and forests. The gods of the Britons. Who would we become, he might ask, if we banished the choosing of one's own devotion? Freedom in thought and devotion had always been our way, and as we chose our gods, surely the gods chose us too. Lailoken was a son of Herne. For my love of healing, I belonged to Brigid. I was a daughter of Clodagh, our river, and so it seemed Christ had beckoned my scion. Perhaps it was only Christ who could deliver him to his greatest purpose. Has Aloof been minding you then? I asked. Now, as if the mere mention of her name had summoned her, the guard opened the door and the queen appeared, her golden hair exquisitely coiled and her slate-colored eyes impassive. "I heard you were at last among the living," Ritterch's mother said. But Aloof's voice betrayed what her eyes did not. I knew her well enough to hear her relief and her fondness. "Thank you for minding the children," I said. Aloof inclined her head but then frowned. "It smells like a souring wound in this room." Ayla opened the shutters. "I'm afraid I cannot, my queen," Ayla bowed. "Why ever not? They've been hammered shut." Aloof strode to the door. "Gavin," she called out. The guard appeared without the good grace to look shameful. "Did you truly believe Lady Languoreth would attempt to steal from that utterly insignificant window, and from an upper chamber she would surely break her bones?" "I was only keeping to the king's word, my queen." "You will pull the nails immediately. She is Ritterch's wife, after all." "I, my queen." Rage rose at the mention of Ritterch's name. My own husband had locked me in my chamber, too much of a coward to even bid me goodbye. Aloof seemed to sense my anger and turned to look at me. "Languoreth, are you quite well?" The look I gave her was incredulous. "Never mind it," she said. "There will be plenty of time to speak. You must wash. Ayla will help you dress, and then you may join me. I shall meet you in the great room when you are ready. Come, children, your mother must bathe and recover from her ordeal." She gestured for my children to precede her, then paused beneath the lintel. The thunk of a ladder sounded from the other side of the window. I heard the efficient groan of iron wrenching from wood as the nails were yanked from their moorings, and the shutters clattered open, fresh air rushing in through the open window. I was a prisoner no more. The children and guards beyond hearing Aloof spoke. "I could not help you. I am sorry. I understand. The gift I brought, did it help you see?" I gave a slight nod. "Will you tell me of it?" Aloof was not only Ritterch's mother, she had become an ally, a friend, but something gave me pause. My vision had been a gift, had it not? Despite the pain it had brought, I did not wish to share it, at least not yet. "I do not know, perhaps." Her pretty face darkened, but she accepted my answer. "As you like, it is done now in any case." "Please, I must have news," I begged. "Of course you must. I have been waiting, but we cannot speak of it here. Come to me in the great room. I will tell you all I know." And Brawden, guilt flickered, but beneath it I sensed her anguish. Brawden was, after all, the queen's lover. "I could not go to him, but you might. They bring him food, I saw to that much. But until the king and his men return, there is nothing more we can do. We cannot leave him until Tuckwell's return. You know what will become of him. Tuckwell would not risk an enemy within his own walls, whether or not his united army had crushed that of Brawden's brother. Either my cousin would be left to die in the pits, or he'd be efficiently dispatched by sword." Aloof did not answer, though I knew she'd thought of it. Instead, she reached to press my hand. "Take heart. You are no longer a captive. Soon you shall forget all about this terrible business." She released my hand, and I caught sight of my own fingers, nails broken and bloody from days of prying at the shutters, beating at the door. I said nothing. Then she was gone. With the shutters cast wide, I saw it was late afternoon. Storm clouds towered like giants, limbs plump with coming rain. Ayla returned with warm water for washing. I stood before my dressing table, eyes fixed on the reflection in my little bronze mirror as Ayla helped me strip off my soiled clothes. My blue eyes were murky, my skin sallow, my light snuffed out. I took the emerald ring from the pocket I had sewn into every dress and placed it upon my dressing table. Ayla had asked after it once. I told her it had come from a loved one who was gone. And gone he was, living in the kingdom of Pendragon, for Maelgwn had given it to me. When I touched it, I could still feel him near. Maelgwn was Gwendolen's war leader, and so they would make a prize of his head. I swayed a little on my feet, and Ayla reached to steady me. "There now, lady, a wash will do you good," she said. "No, no washing, just help me dress, please, and quickly." As you say, Aloft had received word from the battlefield. I was ravenous for it. When Ayla was too gentle, I tugged my dress over my breasts, waving her away as she made to help with my shoes. "I'll manage," I said, bending to fasten them. I straightened and took up my ring from the dressing table, slipping it back into my pocket. Our eyes met then, and all that had transpired since the dawn the war party rode out passed between us. For a moment it seemed Ayla might weep. I covered her hand in mine. "It's as Aloft said, perhaps it is best if we can put these dark days behind us. Are you able, lady?" Her eyes searched mine, but I could not tell Ayla a lie. I pressed her knuckles. "Whilst I'm gone, have the servants clean my chamber," I said. "I would have it seem a different place when I return." "Of course, lady." Ayla bowed. I could not bear one more moment in that putrid room, the air thick from a fortnight of agony and grief. 3 warriors waited beyond the door to follow me down the corridor. After so many days of isolation, the activity of the High King's Hall assailed me. The heavy thud of goods being unloaded from a cart outside, the harsh rush of voices, the servants and their scurrying glances. I took a deep breath to steady myself as I descended the narrow stair of Tuckwell's hall, concealing my disdain out of habit. How many years had I loathed Ritterch's father? How many winters had I prayed for his end? I'd become accustomed to swallowing my anger and consuming my pain. Soon the men would return, and I would dine upon it again. Aloft was not in the great room. I found her in the chamber left for our weaving instead, seated at her loom. As I entered, she fixed her wintry gaze over my shoulder to address her husband's men. "Gavin, what brings you? Are you so keen to try your hand at a woman's art?" "We only do what we must," the warrior said. "Lady Languoreth must be kept under watch." "Well, it seems to me you have become little more than a shadow, and you are far too handsome for that. Lady Languoreth is quite secure, I assure you. Wait just there if you must, but let us work our looms in peace. We find it ever so soothing." She turned to me expectantly. "Indeed," I said, "I've been kept so long from my weaving, if I might only pick up my pattern once more, I might soon forget my unpleasant confinement." I took my seat at the loom beside her and lifted my fingers to the threads. "What is it then?" Aloft asked. "I've left my work unfinished. Such ill luck with our men still from home." "Ill luck indeed," she said. "Carry on then, we'll soon set it right." She called out to a serving girl, "Bring wine and food from the kitchens. That lovely cheese I like." Tuckwell's men drew back watchfully, and as the servant went to fetch our sustenance, she closed the door behind her, leaving us at last in solitude. Fools! Aloft's eyes bored through the wood to where Tuckwell's men yet stood. "They take their best to war, and to guard us they leave only the donkeys. I've 2 bards about to begin making music in the great room. They'll wander off soon enough." I dropped my hands from the loom, unable to bear a moment more delay. "Please," I said. "I must know." Aloft leaned close, speaking in a rush. "It was a terrible battle. Caer Gwendolau has been set aflame, the villages round it ransacked and burned. Ritterch and the lords of Ebrock won the day, but your brother Lailoken was not found among the dead. Neither was Pendragon, though I hear he was badly wounded. Ritterch is now tasked with hunting down any who fled. Those they slaughtered were buried in the orchard beyond the fort. At least in this they have afforded them some honor." I closed my hand upon the little green ring in my pocket. Aloft did not know of Maelgwn, she could not, but even as her words sank me, I pleaded for more, for that which was most important. "And my children, tell me of my children." "They have not yet found Angharad. The stabbing in my chest nearly doubled me." "And Rhys? What of Rhys?" Aloft's face fell. For a moment she said nothing. I shook my head to prevent what I knew she would say, denying the words even as she spoke them. "Rhys fell in battle. Languoreth, he is dead." "Rhys, my firstborn child, dead. I closed my eyes. "I am sorry," Aloof said. "The moment before the war horn blasted its summoning through Pardik, my son and I had stood together in my chamber, our foreheads pressed close. I had felt his tears slip between my fingers as I pressed my palms to his cheeks, felt the hitch of his breath as he sobbed in silence, trying to be a man, trying to be a warrior. Reese had known what this battle would demand, that he face his uncles and fight. I had made him swear he would do what he must to survive. My son, such a skilled young warrior, yet too full-hearted. He had not been able to stir the rage needed to kill the family he yet loved. And Angharad, shivering and alone, crying out for me. She was but a child. I thought of the wolves in the Caledonian wood, the vast forest that lay just beyond Gwendolau's kingdom, and lurched forward, certain I was going to be sick. Dead, dead. My babies were dead. I opened my mouth, but there was no air, and I gasped, open-mouthed like a fish, sinking to the floor in search of an anchor. From somewhere distant, I felt Aloof kneeling beside me, and I clutched at her. I pushed her away. I wanted her away to unsay the words, even as the walls beyond me ceased to exist. How had Reese been slain? 1,000 death blows assailed in an instant, each one more horrific than the last, beating at me in a madness. I saw my son slashed open and bleeding in agony. I saw his skull split wide, limbs hacked and hemorrhaging. Arrows, spears, axes. A sob rose, hoarse as a donkey's bray, and I doubled over, my forehead pressed against the planking, heaving as if I could wrench it from me, this intolerable pain, this violent ripping of my entrails. "Hush, hush," Aloof's voice came. "I know what you suffer." I gathered my dress in folds and buried it against my face to muffle the sound of my weeping. I sobbed until there was no water left within me, until I was a husk lying upon the floor. Aloof was beside me, holding me too close. My eyes were swollen. "I cannot breathe," I said. She smoothed the hair plastered to my cheek with persistent hands. Then I whispered, "I want to die." At this she gripped my face, forcing me to meet her eyes. "Languorith, you cannot die. Think of Gladys and Signe, and what of Angharad? Reese may be gone, but Angharad may yet live. She will be terrified in hiding. But she is such a clever girl. She will know what to do. We will send men for her, men of our own." "You mean to say you have not sent them already?" I looked at her, bewildered. "Grief has stolen your reason. Do you imagine I have not wanted to? Just because I am not imprisoned in a chamber does not mean that I am free. I cannot send scouts without the sanction of the king. Besides, my most trusted man rides with Tutkwal and has not yet returned. It is possible he is dead. Surely we need no permission to go in search of my child. She is Ridderch's own daughter. Even now she could be starving or perishing in the cold. Surely the king would. You are not yourself." Aloof pinned me with her gaze. "You are the daughter of a king. You know the king's law during battle as well as I. We can do nothing until Tutkwal returns. Your friend Cathan foretold this, did he not? And I too dreamt it years ago. Reese was not yours to keep. In your heart you have always known it was so." I stared at my hands. I could not imagine how to go on. Why was he given to me only to be taken away? This only the gods can know. If only Reese had been more like his father, I said bitterly, to sup with kin on one occasion and slit their throats on the next. Aloof stiffened. "You test our friendship when you speak so of my son." I blinked at her, uncaring, for only I knew the truth. Reese was not Ridderch's son, and this was the trouble of it. Reese was too much like the noble warrior who had fathered him. Reese, like his father Maelgwn, possessed a heart. I watched as Aloof stood, smoothing her skirts as she did when she wished to gather herself. "You have only just learned your firstborn son is no longer," she said. "But you cannot allow grief to be your master. It will be your undoing. Noble women are given many luxuries, but grief is not one." I sat mute. My father had said as much when my mother died. I'd seen how he suffered. Yet still, he had answered Tutkwal's summons. Always we were doing Tutkwal's bidding. "You must continue," Aloof said. That your husband has rooted the enemy will be some advantage, but all will be watching you. The enemy were your people, and because I am often in your company, they also watch me. Do you understand?" Her words cut even as I saw their necessity. "I understand, of course. I am not the child I once was. You say as much, yet you are still not the master of your emotions." I looked up, keeping my voice low. "My son has been killed. My daughter is dead or in unimaginable danger. Do not speak to me of mastering my emotions." "Good. Yes," Aloof encouraged. "Grief is expected, but even now I can see your fury etched into the lines of your face. No one must see you in this state." I bit back the poison simmering in my throat. I wanted to spit this venom to make her suffer as I did. Aloof did not realize what mastery I truly had. "Leave me, please," was all I said. Aloof paused a moment, then bowed her head, slipping quietly out the door. Time passed. No one disturbed me, and then a knock sounded, startling me as I rushed back to myself. "Mother," it was Gladys and Signe. "Come," I called. I scrambled to my feet, smoothing my dress out of habit. They stopped when they saw me, eyes swollen, shoulders hunched. "It is supper now, Mother. Will you not eat?" Gladys asked. "No," I said gently. "I'm afraid I cannot eat. I must speak with you, with the both of you. Come." They moved closer on heavy feet, and I took their hands. "You have word from the battle?" Gladys asked. Signe's eyes were cast down, but Gladys's met mine with hesitance. I could feel her teetering within, as if she stood upon the edge of a cliff. She too had been waiting. "Yes." I pressed their fingers in mine, and we stepped from the precipice together. I bathed that evening for the sake of my children, sitting numbly in the wooden basin as Ayla lifted the heft of my hair from my neck. Tipping my head back, I closed my eyes while she poured warm water over my scalp. Submerged in water, I could feel each part of my body, the thick muscle of my heart hemorrhaging, fury boiling in the vat of my stomach. My ears still echoed with the sobs of my children as I told them of their brother's death, that we did not know the whereabouts of their sister. Ayla dunked a linen and rubbed it with soap. "Perhaps it'll be as the Queen said," she said, beginning to clean me. "Soon you shall feel more yourself." The visions playing behind my eyes were only of murder, but in the wake of my grieving my mind had gone clear. "No, Ayla, I do not believe I shall ever be who I once was." Her hands stopped their work. "Pray be careful, lady. Everyone will be watching." She leaned over to look at me, biting her lip. "My mother once said, 'Deadly are the seeds sown from anger.' If your mother once said that, then she was wise. It was true. No good ever came from impetuous acts of vengeance or spite. Wise women were patient." I took the soapy linen from Ayla and moved it beneath my arms where the scent was musky. No matter how much I might trust Ayla, I could not say more. When I was a little girl, Brant and Broden had taught me how to wield a knife. The blade had been a gift from my father, and I'd wanted nothing more than to be a warrior like Boudica, the queen of old who'd commanded an army of Britons, uniting tribes that had been warring for generations to answer the tyrannous might of Rome. I was taught to wield a knife even as I was told that women were no longer warriors. Now I had survived nearly 20 winters at Tuckwell's court, and I'd learned that women and warriors were more alike than one might suspect. I'd watched women eat their pain, watched them sicken and suffer from it until their skin went dull and they wasted away from the inside out. Even Ritterch, who swore that he loved me, meted out such suppers time and time again. When my family had feuded with the Bishop Mungo, Ritterch had done nothing. Mungo's battle against my family had ended with an attack upon my father's granaries and a scar upon my brother's face. Since then, my husband was often absent, treating with the many petty kings and chieftains across Strathclyde who paid tribute to his father, the High King. But even upon his return, I still felt unseen. Then I discovered Ritterch had known of Sweetmeadow, what GWRGI had done. He had known, yet told me nothing. Now he hunted my twin brother even as our son lay lifeless upon the ground. Even as our daughter of 8 winters, I shut my eyes. "What is that, my lady? Are you all right? Ayla's voice was full of worry. I'm all right, Ayla, I'm thinking that's all. I would not cave to it, could not. I sat back instead, pulling my knees to my chest in the water. Yes, women and warriors were more alike than one might expect. After all, the entirety of a woman's life was made of blood. Our wombs seized and shed each month. Our babies were born of such agony and gore men could not comprehend. Both women and warriors were students of pain. On the day my cousins had taught me the way of a knife, they'd said to my brother, "It seems you are not the only one gifted with the warrior's way." My brother's words returned to me now. I would be proud to have my sister battle at my side. I think someday she shall. Now my battle had come. I stood as Ayla dried my body, wrapped a covering around me. Gathering it to ward off the chill, I stepped from the basin. You needn't worry, Ayla, I assured her, for I was a warrior now. I had learned such lessons of pain, and in the days to come I would begin to build an army of my own design, one only a woman could muster. Tutkwal had brought his war. Now I, in time, would bring mine. Yes, wise women were patient, and I had become far more dangerous than any could know. Chapter 7. Angharad Gwendolau Kingdom of the Pendragons, 14th of October. Add 573 T. Here were blackberries in her fist. Plump little jewels, blacker than whelks. Then the blast of the horn came and Angharad startled, berries scattering across the table. Two more blasts and her uncle was on his feet, yanking his padded leather vest over his tunic and taking up his weapons. Go, we must go. 3 blasts of the horn meant danger. Grave danger. Something was coming, something terrible. Ira stood, glancing round the room. What should we gather? Leave it all, it does not matter. Quickly now, we must get inside the gates. There was a sluicing as her uncle yanked his sword from its baldric and threw open the door. Eyes trained on the forest, Lailoken hurried them toward the safety of the fortress gates. They had been laughing, the 3 of them. Today had not been a day for lessons. It was the last day for eating blackberries. Light was streaming through the unfettered window of the hut the 3 of them shared in the forest. Angharad thought it was wonderful living beneath the fortress with Ira and her uncle. The 2 of them had been handfasted at midsummer. But Angharad had known they were in love because when the 2 of them stood in the same room, the air around them grew bright. She liked very much to be around them when the 2 of them were together like that, Ira making bread and Lailoken watching her, his eyes lit with warmth and something else Angharad could not quite understand. The way Lailoken looked at Ira seemed to make her nearly glow. That morning, they'd gathered clippings of blackberry bramble, ivy, and rowan for Samhain wreaths with berry-stained fingers. My mother and I made wreaths with Gladys each year, Angharad said, watching Ira as she began to intertwine the green strewn about the table. I fashioned these with my mother as well, Ira said, but did not smile at the memory. Angharad picked at a rowan sprig, peering at Ira from beneath her lashes. Your mother, but she was not truly your mother, only more of a mother than the first had been. Ira paused in her work. Ira has asked you not to pry, her uncle said. Shame heated Angharad's cheeks. I didn't seek it. It isn't my fault if it came to me. Of course it isn't your fault, Ira said gently. But Angharad, you must understand there are reasons I've asked that you not rummage through my past. If you told me your reasons, I would not feel so inclined to rummage, Angharad answered. I've promised you when you are older, and I shall keep to my word. Now never mind it. I'm not angry, and I don't wish you to feel shamed or sad. She looked up with a reassuring smile. I am ready for the ivy. Pass it here. Angharad had done as she'd asked, contenting herself with her fistful of berries. Best to gorge upon them now, for it was ill luck to harvest them after the frost. She'd reach for a second handful when the clatter of hooves sounded on the forest path and her uncle looked up. Rewallan and the scouts, Ira had said. Too soon, he'd answered. A moment passed. All was quiet. Angharad had a strange feeling. Then the horn had blasted from the guard tower. And everything had changed. Women and children streamed through the forest toward the safety of the fort as Angharad caught the hand of Drian's daughter. "Angharad, what do you see?" she whispered as they hurried along together. "All will be well," Angharad lied, for everything was red. When she closed her eyes, all she saw was blood. They rushed into the great room where Diomed and the dragon warriors had gathered, their faces grim. "What's happened?" her uncle demanded. Angharad went to her cousin Brant and he tucked her beneath his arm. "A messenger has come from Pardik," Maelgwn said. "Languorith's groom. Gwrgi and Periger march this way at the head of a great army." Beside them, Ira went rigid. "And there is something else." Maelgwn's green eyes shifted to Angharad. "Say it, speak it all." "She too must know what comes," her uncle said. "The army is led by Ridderch," Maelgwn said. "Strathclyde has come against us too." Angharad fell against Brant as if she'd been struck. Her father was bringing war upon her uncles. "I don't understand," she said. She looked to Lailoken, but he only blinked for a moment, appearing almost childlike. Wounded, Angharad realized. Her uncle could believe it no more than she. "How many?" Lailoken asked. "Thousands." "And how much time have we?" "Half a day, less or more," Maelgwn said. "Pendragon is with Fendwin, gathering what men they can before nightfall." The warriors stood in silence, but beneath their hard exteriors, Angharad felt their churning. An army of thousands marched toward them even now. Angharad felt as small as a raindrop in a lake. "They will swallow me," she thought. "They will swallow us all." Her uncle must have seen her face, for he came to crouch before her. "You will have nothing to fear, Angharad. Your father loves you above all. He will send a messenger, someone to trade for you. You will be safe from harm long before any battle begins." "And what of you?" Angharad said. "What of all of you?" "You mustn't fret over us, little cousin," Brant reassured her. "We have fought many a battle in our day." "But until then we must keep you safe," Maelgwn said. "The others must leave for the Caledonian Deep. Will the Selgavi have them?" He looked to Lailoken. "Aye, the Selgavi may be fierce, but they will abide by the law of hospitality. They will not turn our people away." "Good. Come then," Maelgwn said. "Let us gather the weapons and ready the men. There is no time to waste." The warriors strode from the hall with an urgency that only made Angharad more afraid. Beside the hearth, her uncle hurried to Ira, clasping her hands. "You must go from here quickly. Take the women and children to the huts to gather their things. It'll be no more than 2 days by foot to the cover of the Caledonian wood, even with the little ones. The Selgavi will shelter you there. If you leave now, you'll make good distance before night closes in." A wave of panic struck Angharad, and she rushed to Ira, clutching. "No, you mustn't leave." Ira reached to smooth Angharad's hair, looking at her uncle. "I will not leave. I will stay here with you and your uncle. Lailoken, you are consumed with preparations," she went on. "Angharad is frightened, and you cannot care for her with an army marching near. I will stay until she is delivered to her father. She cannot be left alone." "I will stay with the child," Diomed offered. Her uncle leaned in, beseeching. "A great army comes, Ira, and Gwrgi and Perdur along with it. You have suffered enough. I would see you safe. How can I be your husband if I cannot be your protector?" A look passed between them, and Ira's eyes filled with tears. "Promise me you will do nothing foolish, Lailoken. I do not care for justice, only that you should live." "I swear to you I'll do nothing foolish. Please, think of the children." Lailoken pressed her hands, and Ira looked to the ground. "Very well, the Caledonian wood. I will wait for you there. That is where I shall find you." Lailoken leaned to brush Ira's lips with a kiss, then Ira bent, gathering Angharad in her arms. "I will see them off, but I will not leave you," Ira whispered. "If anything should go amiss, anything at all, you must come to me in the hut." "But you promised." "I will show the others the path, then return. If time passes and you do not come, I will know you are safe, and I promise I will flee. Do you understand?" Angharad nodded, and Ira kissed her upon the forehead before straightening. "You must promise to be brave," she said. "And you mustn't worry for us, Angharad. Only think, soon you will be back with your mother. Just think of that, my love. Think of her happiness when at last she sees you." Angharad's blood beat in her ears. Death marched in the minds of the men, and she could feel it seeping through the cracks beneath the doors. Diomed came, taking her hand, his brown eyes steady. "Come, sit with me then and close your eyes. We will practice our breathing." Angharad's stomach soured, but she sat, folding her legs beneath her. Squeezing her eyes shut, she took a breath through her nose. "Good," Diomed said. "Again. Then tell me the words, and let us pray you shall not need them." Angharad blew the air from her mouth, her voice dutiful and small amid the chaos of the room. "Imagine you are brown as dirt. Imagine you are green as bracken. Imagine you are little more than a mouse." Chapter 8 Lailoken Battle of Arderid Kingdom of the Pendragons 15th of October. Ad 573t He pasture was at our backs. Above it, 2 ramparts protected the fort. There had been no grand speeches before we descended. Only our war chant and the feeling of brotherhood as we stood upon the hilltop, each of us knowing the horror to come. There would be no victory for the dragon warriors this day. It was only a matter of how we wished to die. With great difficulty, we decided. How many wounds could our bodies sustain until they split open and ceased to obey us? How many of the enemy could we drag kicking and wailing to the land of the dead? My nephew was with Ritterch. I did not want Rhys to witness my end. The vein at my neck thrummed. Had I even known this man I once called a brother? Ritterch had not even seen fit to trade for his own daughter. He knew my weakness for his child, knew I would send her, and so he conceded nothing. Each warrior coming against us would be under the clearest order to find Angharad and bring her to safety. My fury strained, threatening to unleash. Still, I could not be the one to kill Ritterch. There was another deserving of death even more. "Bring Gwrgi before me in your chaos," I prayed to the Morrig, goddess of war. "Bring Gwrgi before me so he might pay for all he has done. I would gladly die to drag Gwrgi into the afterlife, where he belonged. I only hoped to live long enough to find him." Gwendolau ran his horse along the front line of our army as their footmen neared, his jaw tight in defiance. Pressing through our wall of warriors, I stood before the thundering host and screamed my rage. The cry of all my brothers was deafening at my back. We would die together, but first we would make them pay. Their spearmen charged. The dragon warriors rushed into the fray. Time on a battlefield is slippery, uncatchable. It is a punishing, bloody fog in which moments become shape-shifters, inhabiting an instant or a lifetime. I was hunting for the colors of Ebrok. I cannot say how long we had been fighting. But whether it was the bond of our hearts or the bond of our blood that connected us, our eyes locked across the heaving masses. Mine eyes and my nephew's. Rhys's sword was brandished. He'd cast his javelins. At 17 winters he stood tall, deadly as any man, golden torque at his neck, black hair hidden beneath his helmet. His green eyes were fierce with battle, but when they fell upon me they faltered. How many days had we sat idly, watching our fish traps in the river? How many nights had I passed in telling him tales as he grew to be a man? How many times had I guided his feet in sparring or helped him train with his spear? Slide your hand back a palm's width. Now draw the shaft back, level with your ear beneath his helmet. His battle mask fell away. And in the heat of the slaughter, I saw Rhys's fury turn to anguish, to fear. The sight of me had chased away the beast he'd conjured, leaving in its place only a man. "No," I shouted. "Fight." Rhys blinked as if waking from a trance and gripped his blade just as one of the dragon warriors charged him, battle-axe in hand. Rhys was here. We had plowed through enough of their forces so that we had come to the heart of the army, Strathclyde and its men. My eyes scarcely leaving my nephew's, I ducked a blow and dispatched the warrior before me, turning back only to see Rhys cutting down one of my brothers in a single stroke. He glanced up, tracking me like a fledgling falcon. Now that he had seen me, he would not let me from his sight. "Rhys," I shouted. "Mind your back," he rounded, shield raised, just in time to ward off a killing blow. Catching his attacker off balance, he hacked his sword across our warrior's armored stomach. I'd never felt such relief to see my friends die. "Fight!" I shouted again, praying Reese could read the volumes behind my eyes. I would not watch him die on this day. I would offer up my own arteries if only to save him. Yet now that he'd spotted me in the tumult, Reese could not fight as he had before. I took stock of the battle, frantic, for I could see Reese had strayed too far into the fray. Fool of a boy. What was he imagining, breaking past his own warriors? He was too deep beyond the line held by his father's men. He should have been fighting within reach of his guard, within reach of his father. Movement flickered to my right, and I raised my shield instinctively, nearly too late, for the force of my opponent's blow sent me tumbling back into the embankment. A brute, then. I scrambled to my feet to see Ritterch's brother Morkant standing before me, his sword running with blood, his boorish eyes feral with the rush of gore and battle. He mistook my surprise for fear. "Don't fret, Lailoken," he said. "It's a good day to die. Your cousin thought as much. Brant dead. He's bluffing," I told myself. "He means to throw you off." But then I looked over his shoulder. There beyond the dike, Brant's horse had fallen. My cousin lay motionless beside it. Gripping my shield, I charged. I am a tall man. There were some who said my father was descended from giants, but Morkant was equal in height and denser with muscle. I lost sight of Reese as I braced and blocked, waiting for an opening. Then somewhere in the midst of our parries, I saw it dawn upon Morkant that while he was more powerful, I was quicker and more skilled with my blade. Blocking my strike, he ducked just out of reach. I grunted and sprang, striking again, but he reached behind him, grabbing a footman by the breastplate and thrusting him before me. "Coward!" I shouted, slamming my shield into the face of the approaching man. The blow drove his nose bone into his brain, and as he fell back, I rushed into the crush of bodies. Brant was gone, and soon so would I be. I had to find Reese and get him back behind his father's line. Victor's side or no, my nephew would not survive here in the brunt of it. "Someday I will fight with the dragon warriors," he'd said as a boy. "Someday, uncle, I will fight beside you. Sweet gods, that was when I understood. Reese intended to fight his way to me. He wanted no part in his father's war. He imagined he might be the bargaining piece in the trading of men. My nephew meant for me to take him as a hostage. Perhaps he even imagined the kings would be content to slay Gwendolau and grant his warriors quarter. Until that moment, I had not known real fear. How could Reese fail to understand? This was a ridding, an annihilation. We were fighting with the grim honor of warriors who meant to be their own masters, even in death. I was in no position to take hostages. I swore and wished for my spear as a soldier caught sight of me and took aim with his own. My arm trembled from the force as I blocked the barbed point. My shield arm was growing weak. With a roar of impatience, I ran at him and finished him with my blade. It was then I saw Ritterch. I spotted my sister's husband amid the flail and crash of metal upon metal, weapon on skin. Ritterch, my friend, whom I had called a brother for 18 winters. He looked up, and suddenly my eyes were locked with those of a stranger. Nay, in this battle there would be no hostages. In this battle there would be no quarter. I caught sight of Reese and changed my course. The wave of combat had carried him across the field. Nearly 100 men stood between us now, but that was not what made my guts plummet. Reese had engaged Fendwin of all men, seasoned by 60 more battles than my nephew had ever seen. "Fendwin!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the din. Reese's jaw was locked, though his helmet was gone, had been knocked clean off. He blinked blood from his eyes as it streamed down his forehead. Fendwin readied himself. The two collided. Reese dug his heels into the mud and, leveraging his shield against Fendwin's chest to shove off, gained enough space to reset his stance, slashing at the warrior's throat. Fendwin's block sent him stumbling back onto his heels. I raced toward them, blindly hacking with my blade, dealing and ducking blows, my eyes trained on the two warriors. Rhys yanked his shield tight, protecting his torso from Fendwin's sword. But even as Fendwin struck with his blade, I saw him dip low, his free hand skimming the cuff of his boot. Rhys did not know Fendwin favored a dirk. "Fendwin, no!" I cried. Fendwin rose in a flash, thrusting his dirk home. It would feel at first like a blow to the stomach. But then the cleaving, the searing hot pain as the blade ripped through the soft and slippery entrails. Fendwin spun on his heel as I closed the distance between us. Only then did he see who approached. Only then did he see my expression. He looked down at Rhys, and it dawned upon him who his opponent had been. We both could see the boy would not live. Fendwin bowed his head, an apology, an understanding. I fell to my knees. Rhys lay on his back, eyes wide with pain, choking on his own blood. His hand clutched at the grass at his stomach. "I'm here. You're all right. You're all right. I'm here." My words were a chant as I bent over him, taking his bloody hands and gripping them to me. But how could he know me? My face was contorted, my voice broken with tears. His eyes sought the source of my voice but could not find me. Though my fingers pressed him, I did not know if he felt me near. I held on to him as his body convulsed and his green eyes searched the blue sky overhead. Give him peace, I pleaded. Mother, father, come take him home." I pressed his wound as if I could somehow push his entrails back into the cavity of his stomach, but the damage had been too great, too final. Rhys's breath hitched, his eyes fixed on a distant point, and I watched as they went vacant, translucent as glass. Then his chest rose no more. I clutched him as if I could force him to return to his flesh, but his spirit sifted like sand through my fingers. I clutched him until I felt the moment he had gone, the moment his body became a shell. From somewhere overhead came the clatter of blade and shield. Fendwin meant to protect me until I regained my wits. Fendwin was a brother. Fendwin was a friend. I sobbed into the chaos. That was my nephew. That was my boy. But the beast heard nothing. The beast was consumed in its feeding, tossing back its head as it feasted upon the bodies of the dying and the dead. Christians speak of a place called hell. They claim it is a world made for the wicked, and that those who are doomed travel there when they die. But the Christians are wrong. Hell does not exist in some distant realm. Hell is watching a man you once trained within weapons take a spear through his chest. Hell is slashing your sword into the neck of a warrior you feasted with at your sister's table. Hell is the look upon your foster brother's blood-spattered face as he commands you. Run. Chapter 9, Angharad Care Gwendolau Kingdom of the Pendragons, 15th of October. Ad 573. I imagine you are brown, brown as dirt. Imagine you are little more than a mouse. Angharad repeated Diomed's words over and over, fingers trembling as she clung to the embankment, pressing herself into the earth. Men were shouting down below. They stood knee-deep in the river with spears, eyes scouring the cliff for any who might flee. Her breath came shallow and quick as a bird's. She was supposed to call out to them. Her uncle had made her swear to do so, and round her neck she wore her slender gold torque. They would know her for Ridderch's daughter. But now the din of battle drowned any sound she might make. Each clang sped her heart faster and faster until she wanted to fling herself from the hilltop if only to make it all cease. I want Mama, I want Papa. She closed her eyes and saw her mother's chamber. She could smell the flower water her mother dabbed at the hollow of her throat, imagined folding herself into her mother's arms, feeling the shush of her lips against her hair. Mama. The men roaring as they thrust their spears, the clatter and blood. It was all a horrible dream. I want Mama, I want Papa. But there was only the cliff, the battle raging above, and the soldiers shouting below. Her father was supposed to have traded for her. Something had gone terribly wrong, and Lailoken's blue eyes had been nearly wild. He had gripped her shoulders so hard his fingers had bruised her. It was then Angharad knew things were very bad. You must go to the warriors at the river and tell them you are Angharad of Strathclyde. Tell them you are Ridderch's daughter. They will bring you to safety. Yet Angharad clung to the cliff between one side and another, unable to make herself cry out. These were not her father's men. These men were not safe. They were hard-faced and hulking. They jeered and howled like foul creatures, their eyes fixed on the fortress above, their faces painted dark with streaks that looked like blood. Brown as dirt, nothing more than a mouse. Angharad had heard tales of wisdom keepers who could walk unseen among men, but she had only just begun her lessons. It had been only the turning of 1 year. When Angharad had lost her way in the woods of Kadzo, she would kneel in the brambles or lay her hand on the trunk of a hazel tree. Then the whispers would come. She would know which way to go. She tried to curl inside herself now, to find a place that was safe, a place where she might still be able to hear the whispers, but she could not block the nightmare from above, the thud of bodies falling from the ramparts. The cries of the dragon warriors, the wet yielding of flesh from metal, the gurgling and choking as if on blood. Angharad thought of Maelgun and Brant, of Gwendolau and Lailoken. Diomed had been standing high above the fray, chanting curses into the sky like an angry god. Gwendolau's birds had been set loose from the temple. She could not bear to think what might become of them. The cliff was thick with nettle, spiny with thorn and gorse. The dragon warriors once said they sorrowed for any who attempted to scale it. Now reaching the bottom was Angharad's only hope. She rubbed the tears from her eyes. She would not fall, could not, it was too far to the water below. If she could only get down to the river's edge, she could race to the little hut where Ira would be waiting. Ira had promised. She would know what to do. Together they would be safe. Thorns snagged and tore Angharad's wool stockings, catching the flesh of her legs as she took a shaky step down. Clutching hurriedly to steady herself, she turned too late to see she was grasping for a fat stalk of nettle. Angharad wrenched her fist away from the sting, hot as a hornet's barb. An instant was all it took. Her balance teetered and the earth beneath her feet gave way. Nettle, thorn, and sticks pierced and battered her as she tumbled down the cliffside, her body tossing like a doll's. Earth and rock burned past as she clawed, flailing and slipping, picking up speed. One branch after another was wrenched from her hands until her fingers gripped determinedly at something. She cried out as her arm jerked, feeling as if it might rip from her shoulder, but it held, a tree root. She was not dead. She was only still. Angharad looked about to discover she'd fallen nearly the length of the cliff, tumbling just out of sight beneath a low copse of prickly gorse. A place too thorny for men, where only hares or red foxes might hide. Her legs were scraped and bleeding, her palms torn, embedded with thorns. She stiffened her fingers to keep them from moving, for she knew if she looked and saw the dozens of prickers poking from deep within her flesh, it might be her undoing. The gorse was spiked, thick-trunked and dense. Sliding on her belly to keep herself hidden, Angharad made her way bit by bit toward the water until a boggy wetness soaked her dress and she stood half-crouched, her feet sinking into the welcome muck of the river. Here, tall autumn reeds hid her from the eyes of men. Stretching into the woods on the opposite bank of the water, she saw the forest path beckoning her to safety in the woods. Once in the trees, it would not be far to their hut. But to reach the forest, she would have to ford the water. From her place in the reeds, Angharad looked up at the hill. Smoke billowed from the ramparts, but whether it was from the dragon warriors' brush piles or the fortress itself, she could not tell. From somewhere in the fray, the startling blare of a battle horn sounded. A man standing downriver shouted, his voice eager. "We've breached the dike, close and tight now. Any come down, finish them here. Gods protect them," Angharad pleaded. "I will obey your whispers forever and ever if you will only protect them." The men in the river beat their spears against their shields with a roar. No, she would not go to those men, and if she was to find Ira, it must be now. The warriors had begun to close in upon the fortress, wading through the water. Angharad dashed from the cover of the reeds, brown as a field mouse, brown as dirt. She gasped as the icy water soaked in, burning her wounds like fire while she sought purchase along the river's slippery pebbled bottom. Her body caved as the current rushed against her, threatening to sweep her downstream. But she was nearly there. She struggled across the final stretch, nearing the opposite bank, and closed her eyes, imagining she was nothing more than a drift of fog. But she was no wisdom keeper. Not yet. She was only a girl. And so as she pulled herself from the river's grip, exposed on the stark bank and plastered down by wet wool, she heard a man shout, "Stop!" Angharad looked up as a warrior in a leather helmet plunged into the water after her. Yanking up the hem of her waterlogged dress, she bolted from the riverbank, stumbling toward the waiting shelter of the wood. "Catch her," one of the men commanded. "Come here, you river rat," the warrior splashed, erupting from the water, but Angharad was on the forest path now, and she was faster than her sister or any of her brothers, faster than any of these stupid soldier men. "Leave her," she heard the commander call out. "We have the forest. She won't get far." Angharad's boots slipped on the blanket of decaying leaves as she left the trail and cut a new path through the underbrush. A secret way, deeper into the wood. Was it only yesterday they'd walked with baskets on the crooks of their arms, humming and laughing as they picked blackberries? When the horn had sounded, they'd left the hearth fire burning. But when she reached their dwelling beneath the cluster of ash trees, no smoke breathed from the thatch. Angharad stopped. The sturdy wooden door of their hut lolled open, half splintered on its hinges. The sight sent a shiver through her, and she bit back her rising panic of tears. Be brave, Ira had told her. She could see no men in the forest. Quickly, Angharad dashed through the door. Inside, the hut was dim. The pine table had been overturned. Berry pulp stained the floor beneath the unlatched window, where Ira's wreath lay limp upon the ground. "Ira," she whispered. An autumn wind gusted through the open door. Ira's weaving waved in strings from her broken loom. "Ira!" Angharad stepped toward the overturned table, and broken pottery crunched beneath her feet. Then a strong hand gripped her and yanked her to the wall, nearly knocking her from her feet. "Angharad, sweet gods, I nearly struck you." Ira had pulled her into the shadow of the broken door. One hand clung to Angharad and the other, white-knuckled, gripped an axe. Ira's dark hair was disheveled, and one eye had swollen nearly shut. Blood ran in a rivulet from her nose. Ira dropped the axe as Angharad collapsed into her arms. "You waited." Angharad's voice shook with her tears. "Oh, Angharad, my sweet girl, hush now, hush, you're here now, you're safe." She pressed her lips to Angharad's hair and held her tight with trembling fingers. She drew back, raking the little girl with her eyes. "You're soaked to the bone. What happened? You were meant to go to your father." "He did not come. He did not trade for me," Angharad cried. "I cannot understand it." Ira cupped her face, kissing her again in relief. But when she reached down to take the child's hands, Angharad cried out. Ira's eyes widened as she saw the mass of embedded thorns. "Oh, Angharad, you've endured too much. We must find your father." "No, no," Angharad panicked. "I don't want to go back to the war." Ira glanced worriedly over Angharad's shoulder. "Angharad, I know you are frightened, but we cannot stay in this hut. The soldiers who come, they set fire to everything. They are slaying any in their path. It is not safe here. Can you walk?" I can walk," Angharad said, "but you are bleeding." "Never mind it." Ira swiped her face with her sleeve. "Come, we must hurry. Until we can find Ritterch, we must keep ourselves from sight." Ira drew the girl under the shelter of her arm to hurry her from the cottage, but something slick covered the floor. Reaching too late to catch herself, Angharad's feet slipped from under her, and she landed on all fours in the dim. Ira cursed and bent to help her up, tried to keep her from seeing, but it was too late. Angharad was staring into the vacant eyes of a dead man, his head attached only by sinew to his neck. She screamed, scrambling back like a crab. "SHH, SHHHHHH." Ira squatted, clamping a hand over Angharad's mouth. "He was a bad man, Angharad. That is all." She leaned her forehead to Angharad's, forcing the child to look into her eyes. "But if they find us with this dead warrior, they will kill us. They will kill us, do you understand? Angharad nodded, and Ira stood, hurrying to the wardrobe. She yanked out a dry shift, thick socks, and one of Lailoken's spare woolen tunics. You must have warm clothes. Here, quickly, put these on. Angharad struggled out of her soggy boots and torn stockings, pulling on the dry garments. She swam in her uncle's tunic, but upon her the short sleeves were long, and it had a hood like a cloak. Good girl, let me help with your boots. Ira bent to shove the waterlogged leather back onto Angharad's feet. As they rushed through the door, Ira's gaze lingered on the axe. Take it, Angharad said. We cannot risk it. If GWRG's men should find us first. The look on Ira's face frightened Angharad. It was as if she could not speak. Ira cleared her throat. If GWRG's men should find us, it will be better if we are not armed. But then we cannot fight. Ira bent to draw up Angharad's hood. You will fight no one, do you hear me? We must hide from the men we cannot trust and seek out those who wear your father's standard instead. Do you understand? Angharad, tell me you understand. I understand, Angharad said, but her fingers moved in secret to the gold-handled knife Ira hadn't noticed was still belted at Angharad's waist, hidden now beneath her uncle's tunic. The knife her mother had given her. They ran through the forest, dropping into thickets at the slightest snap of a stick. Soon Angharad no longer knew which direction they'd traveled, and as the day wore on, she did not know how much time had passed, only that they were alive. The sky had gone dull, and now Angharad's feet in her wet boots tormented her with each step as if poked by knives. At last she cried out and could go no farther. Ira sank down beside her, half her face swollen into a woman unrecognizable, her upper lip crusted with dried blood. We must rest, she said. You have done so well, my love, so very well. Night had fallen, and with it the cold. Angharad could feel it in the tightness of her cheeks and the clamminess of her blistered feet. Sit just here and drink. Ira nestled her in the hollow of a log and handed her a skin of water. As Angharad drank, Ira looked about, shaking her head. I thought I had some idea of where we might be, but the sun is gone. For a time we were following the water, but now even the burn has disappeared. If we are lost, perhaps we are safe, Angharad said. Ira threw up her hands. No, Angharad, we are not safe. We are alone in the wild, among warriors and wolves and all manner of terrible creatures. We have been traveling all day, and I no longer know whether we are running from battle or toward it. I must get you to your father. That is the only way you will be safe from danger. Ira turned her back to Angharad, and her breath caught, shoulders shaking with silent tears. Angharad stood with some effort and went to her. She wrapped her arms round her waist and buried her head against Ira's stomach. They wept until they were wrung out, the black wood heavy with names they would not say, those of their loved ones, those of the dead. Angharad loved those on both sides of this battle. Even now her father could be lying in the field high above the river. Or her uncle Lailoken, she swallowed, her brother Rhys. Had there been any food in her stomach, Angharad would have been sick. It will be very cold, Angharad, it may even frost, Ira said at last, straightening. We must build a fire, we may be seen, but there's nothing for it. Besides, it will keep the animals at bay. She sniffed gently and bent to her satchel. I could not carry much, but I have a flint. Stay here and gather the driest kindling you can find. I'll fetch some fallen wood. Then we will remove your thorns, yes. You cannot sleep with them digging like that. Angharad nodded. Once she'd gathered a pile of kindling, she returned to the log to wait, pulling her knees to her chest. Soon a fire was burning. They set Angharad's boots and socks to dry beside it. Her bare feet were swollen, fluid weeping from her blisters. Ira divided a loaf of bread, and they fell upon it, too hungry to speak. Ira had given her the larger portion, and Angharad could tell she still hungered by the way she glanced away as Angharad ate. Here, take mine, Angharad offered. Nay, little one, I've had enough to fill me up. Here, come nearer to the light, I'll have a look at your hands. It will hurt. Angharad heard the fear in her own voice. Already her hands pulsed with pain. At the thought of Ira digging the scalps from her palms, Angharad began to sweat despite the cold. Ira searched her satchel and came out with a different skin to drink from, one that smelled sharp. Angharad knew it held whiskey. Sip this, it will help with the pain. Even to sniff it burned. Angharad had only ever drunk watered wine, but she closed her eyes and swallowed it down, coughing as its fire blazed into her belly. More, Ira urged. Angharad tipped the flask again as Ira reached to unfold her palm. I will have to use my fingers. I have no pincers. Would that we had a knife. I have a knife. Ira looked up. Angharad, I said no arms. What should happen should one of GWRG's men find a blade on you? Angharad reached beneath her layers and drew out the knife. But Lalokan bade me wear it. At the mention of Angharad's uncle, Ira expelled a shaky breath. Your mother's blade, she took it gently. We must not give up hope. We must believe we will all be reunited soon. Angharad could find no comfort in her words. The well of Ira's sorrow felt bottomless and swirled with shadows of doubt. She dared not look too deeply lest she fall in. Ira flexed her hand gently toward the firelight. You mustn't watch, she said. Speak to me, or I shall speak to you. Angharad tensed, fixing her eyes on the night forest as Ira applied the blade's tip to the first thorn. Ah, Angharad tried to jerk away, but Ira held fast. Tears sprang, hot and unrelenting. Drink, love, drink, Ira said. Angharad could not speak. She could only weep. With her free hand she raised the flask and sipped, then sipped again. Good girl, I will give you something else to think on. This battle, do you understand what has happened? Ira asked. Angharad squeezed her eyes tight, trying to play along. My father has waged war upon my uncles. Yes, though it is not only your father who has waged this war. I saw many standards I have seen before. Which standards did you see? The otter of Dunaud the Stout. The serpent of his cousin Sinfilin, the leprous, petty kings whose lands lie south of Ebrok. And I saw the lion of Urien, king of Reged. No doubt you have learned of these men in your lessons. Angharad sucked in her breath as Ira began work on another thorn. A mighty confederation has united to end the reign of other Pendragon, Ira said, then fell quiet. A mighty confederation. Angharad felt at once bleary and crystal sharp, her insides all thorns and spiked edges. Her father had not sent for her. Perhaps she too was considered the enemy. The thought was a barb in her chest, and Ira looked up, understanding. Your father will have commanded the entire army to find you and keep you safe, Angharad. Even now you must believe he is doing everything in his power to find you. But why did he not make me safe before the attack? He did not trade for me or offer terms. They attacked knowing I was within. Nay, he could not have thought so, or he would never have let a single spear fly. No doubt he knows how much your uncle loves you. I am sure he imagined you'd be offered up safe. Angharad could not understand. She had watched her father and uncle play fidchel, seen how they laughed. Now her father had brought war on her uncles and left Angharad to die. Ira mistook her tears for pain from the digging. Enough for tonight. She wiped the knife clean and slid it back into Angharad's belt. If your father did not trade for you, it was with good reason. Dreadful things happen in times of war. Men are not themselves. We must try to get some rest. Everything will seem clearer in the morning. They dabbed Angharad's wounds with the last of the whiskey. Then Ira banked the fire, gathering Angharad close. You have been so very brave. She stretched an arm beneath Angharad's head for a pillow, covering them both in the warmth of her heavy fur-lined cloak. Sleep now, she said. But Angharad could not sleep, though her body was wrung out and hollow as a shell. Instead, she settled in Ira's arms and tried to go still. It was easier now without the clanging of weapons. Or perhaps it was due to sheer exhaustion, for when Angharad closed her eyes, she could clearly envision her home. It was dim in her mother's chamber. Embers were dying in the hearth. Her mother lay in bed, chest rising in sleep, dreaming. Angharad felt her feet upon her mother's floor, the cold seeping up from the slate. I'm all right, Mama, I'm all right, she whispered, but her mother did not wake. "Mama, I'm all right," she said, reaching to stir her, and now her mother bolted upright with a gasp. "Mama!" Her mother blinked into the darkness, eyes searching. But she could not see Angharad, could not hear her. And as the knowing struck, her mother's chamber was ripped away. Angharad opened her eyes, feeling utterly alone. In the shadows thrown from the firelight, she saw faces of the warriors she had come to know. Men who'd been strangers only one winter ago, now so warm and familiar. Lailoken and Gwendolau, Brant, Diamid with his graying hair and dark, sparkling eyes, Fendwin, Rewallen, Maelgun. Even more than Angharad's uncles, it was he who'd told her silly tales when she was sad, who'd swiped at her most persistently with bug salve at evenfall. Something in Maelgun had always felt safe. Perhaps it was his kind green eyes they brought to mind her brother's. She tried to summon her brother's face. But at the thought of Rhys, Angharad felt her throat fill with tears. Yes, surely this liquid was tears, for she was lying on her back, choking on it, drowning, unable to breathe. Then suddenly it was no longer nighttime in the forest. Angharad smelled mud and felt its wetness beneath her soak into her clothing. The sky overhead was blue, racing with thin white clouds. In her ears there was a burgeoning deafness, a dull and aching thud. But if she strained, if she gave way to it, someone was speaking. It was the voice of her uncle, deep and reassuring, heavy with grief. Angharad struggled to sit, to clear her throat of the choking sea, but her body was not hers to command. Sleep took her instead. Angharad sank deep into the mercy of her dreaming, to a place where she struggled no more. Chapter 10. Langurith Tuckwell's Hall, Partick Kingdom of Strathclyde, 29th of October. Ad 573. A guard followed at my heel, as I fastened my cloak and stepped onto the covered porch of the hall. Night had fallen, but I could not visit Broaden until Gladys and Signe were asleep. I balanced the heavy wicker basket readied by the kitchens over my arm, a thick woolen blanket tucked within it, and turned to the guard who had followed me, nodding at the bundle of unlit torches on the porch. "We need light." The guard reached for a torch with a resigned look. Across the courtyard, twin torches lit the wooden gate, casting shadows on the timber palisade that encircled Tuckwell's hall. The watchmen nodded as we neared, lighting our torch from their flames. Somewhere in the distance, hounds bayed. The sky was black and moonless, air biting with the threat of winter. The only other sound was the heavy shush and rustle of the guard's boots as he followed me through the dying grass of the courtyard, past the stable, toward the back field where the prison pits lay. The pits were dug narrow and deep, marring a field once planted with barley, lined with stones that grew slick in the damp. There would be creatures down there, all manner of insects that ate human dung. There would be a stench like soiled chamber pots. The pits were open to the weather, topped only by grids of bound sticks weighed down at their edges by flat, heavy stones. A ladder was kept nearby, but the guards had little reason to tend prisoners sent here. Men were thrown in, left to suffer the consequences of falling. Some pits held 10 men, pressed so tightly they took turns to sit and to stand. But I could not imagine which could be worse, to be nearly suffocated by others in their prison rot, or to be tossed into the muddy earth alone, no bodies to warm you, silence beating upon your ears until it drove you slowly mad. Broaden had been at the mercy of the elements for a fortnight, knowing an army marched upon Gwendolau and Lailoken, boys he'd trained in weapons. Knowing he could not ride out to fight alongside his brother Brant. The torch flickered in the wind. There was a snap to the air that made me shiver, but the cluster of guards had a fire, close enough to keep watch on the pits but not near enough to warm the men below. They looked up as I neared, and I saw their disdain. Sister of Strathclyde's enemies, Pendragon and his druid counselor. My blood heated, but I lowered my eyes in a semblance of respect, adjusting the basket on my arm. "I've come to see my cousin," I said. They glanced at one another, and a fair-haired soldier stood. "Apologies, lady, but you cannot trespass here." Of course, I see. I paused. "'Tis only well. The battle's been won. Surely there can be no harm in it. Brodden of Cadzo has been captain of my guard for many a winter, as well you know. Some bread and meat, a skin of wine, that is all, please. I've brought the same for you." I took their offerings from the basket and handed them to the fair-haired guard who approached. He tossed the packet to the man by the fire and leaned forward to prod the remaining goods. "What is this?" he asked. "A blanket only to ward off the chill." I shifted aside the foodstuffs to reveal it, growing short on patience. "Tell me, what is your name?" I asked him. "Torin. Torin." I met his eyes. "My cousin is a warrior and a noble nephew of Morkan King. If he was suspected of any trouble or flight, he should have been treated as a hostage of war, kept by our laws in the warmth of the hall with all its comforts, not tossed like a common thief into the pits." He studied me, then gestured to a pit a short distance away. "Well enough. A few moments only." I went to it and knelt, the smell assailing me. I turned to the soldier who'd followed me. "Lower the torch, please, or give it here. I will hold it myself." He frowned but did as I asked, squatting down. "Brodden," I called out. At first the flickering light illuminated little but the dank stone walls. Then I heard a soft dragging sound and felt a sudden sharp awareness come from the dark. At last the eerie glow of Brodden's face came, looking up from below. Languoreth. His brown eyes were black in the torchlight. "I can scarcely see you," I said. "Are you injured? Are you chilled?" "Nay, I'm hale." I heard the gentle scuffle once more as he shifted farther into the light, bracing himself against the slick stone wall. "Your leg, is it the bone?" I asked. "Twisted, I think," he said, giving a quick smile. "Never a healer round when you need one." "This is no time for wit," I said. His shoulder-length hair was loose and tangled. I could see how much gray was now threaded amid the brown. I supposed we lived so closely I hadn't noticed before that my cousin was a man approaching 50 winters. His beard had grown, his mustache drooping low over his mouth, but he did not look bloodied. They might have thrown him in the pit, but at least they had not beat him. My shoulders sank with relief. "Have you news, then?" he urged. Brodden's face was steeled with a warrior's practice, expectant, but the guard's ears were pricked. I had to speak carefully. "Strathclyde and the kings of the south were victorious," I said. Brodden sank back against the wall. He knew I could not say more, but we were kin. Our eyes met, and I knew he understood. Gwendolau was most likely dead. "Then the king will soon return," he said. "Yes, I am certain he returns to Partick even now, and when he does, I will speak to him. We will see to your release." Brodden nodded, his dark eyes fixed on the wet stone of the pit. Tuck will set prisoners against each other for amusement. Now that the captain of my guard was the kin of Tuckwell's enemies, I did not like to think what the High King might do. The weight of it settled between us, this murdering of our family under the pretense of war. "I've brought food and a blanket," I said, hoping to cheer him. I wrapped the packet in the blanket and pushed it through a wooden square of the pit cover. He caught them and hastily dug through, tearing into the food. "Thank you, cousin, it does me much good to see you," he said. "And I shall come again," I said. "Samhain draws near." Brodden glanced up and I caught his eye. He tilted his head. "How many days till Samhain?" he asked. 3 days' time. I will return and bring blessings then," he nodded. "Thank you then, cousin, until Samhain." "Until Samhain." I stood and gathered the empty basket. Was that enough? I prayed Brodden would somehow glean my intent. Tuckwell had brought war upon our family, and Brodden would be honor-bound to answer his violence. But Tuckwell had not grown old by letting men who threatened revenge live, and I would not stand by while he made a spectacle of my cousin's death. Nodding to the warriors, I left them to drink by their fire in the dark. There had been something about Torin, the fair-haired warrior guarding the pits. He was young, admittedly, but I could smell it on him. Ambition. He was better than the others he stood guard with, or at the very least he thought so. He dreamt of a ranking that would take him from prison guard to warrior of the court. And no matter my feelings, I would soon be in need of a new captain of my guard. Back in the warmth of the hall, Ayla unfastened my father's brooch from my cloak, and I closed my fist around it, my fingers tracing the sleek silver hound set within their protective thicket of interlacing. A gift from my mother to protect him from harm. I wore it often, but it was especially fitting to call upon its strength as Samhain drew near. Of all the high holidays, none was more powerful than the eve of our new year. It was a night for honoring the dead. On the eve of Samhain, when the veils of the Summerlands parted, our loved ones traveled the mists to sit once more at our table for the night, leaving blessings of good fortune when they departed our homes. On Samhain, things often happened no one could explain. People saw visions reflected in water or heard voices in the forest that belonged to no earthly man. Elders told tales of cats shifting shape into peat-black steeds, of wild hosts of spirits storming through crossroads in search of warmth and food. Things once lost at last reappeared. Things kept close somehow went missing. On the eve of Samhain, with Torrens' help, I would work my own mystery. On the eve of Samhain, I would make Broden of Cadzo disappear. Chapter 11 Laylocan Battle of Ardorid Kingdom of the Pendragons 15th of October, Ad 573 Run, Gwendolau commanded. But I shook my head. Hold the wall, I shouted, dropping down beside him. Too many wounds to identify the worst. His skin had gone waxy. Hold, Drian echoed, thrusting his body to his shield. Stand, brother, you must stand. I tried to ease Gwendolau to his feet, but blood spouted from his mouth. I pressed my hand to his abdomen, the worst of it, but could not staunch the flow. The clatter of weapons was deafening. The cries. I'd felt my shoulder shatter in the shield wall, heard the unearthly crunch. The pain was blinding, and in the moment my grip had loosened on my spear, Ritterch's men had broken through. Gwendolau had been wounded. Now we'd rushed before him, holding our line, holding the dike, but we could not hold for long. Drian's shield arm trembled with the strain as he turned to me. I shook my head. The old warrior's face stiffened. Then you must go, he said. They must not have his body. Drian, go, he shouted. I glanced at our men in the shield wall, faces strained, determined. They were of one mind, they had chosen their sacrifice. They would hold back Ritterch's warband as long as they could, so the rest of us might retreat. I held Drian's eyes. We will draw the fight to the wood, I promised, for all of us would die. But those who remained could cluster and attack. We'd kill more of the enemy there. Drian nodded. They would hold the dike. I roared as I stood and hefted Gwendolau over my shoulders, gripping an arm and a leg. Retreat, I shouted. Maelgwn glanced up, saw Gwendolau upon my back, saw our men's tenuous hold of the dike. I saw it flash in his eyes. He would not abandon them. You waste your life here, I shouted. We will avenge them. Retreat. With one last strike, Maelgwn turned to see our warriors in the shield wall giving their last, as I would soon do, as we all would do. The men who had made their choice remained. Here at the dike, this was their end. Only then did we run. Chapter 12 Angharad Battle of Ardorid Kingdom of the Pendragons 16th of October, Ad 573. Angharad woke to a stirring of dead leaves in the early morning chill. The fire was ash and embers, smoldering in wisps, but Angharad was warm, stretched against the length of Ira's body, tucked under the safety of her heavy fur cloak. She nearly drifted back to sleep, her body still racked with exhaustion. But there it came again, the soft rustle and crunch of leaves underfoot. They were no longer alone. Angharad opened her eyes, senses alert. Mist banked in wraith-like billows through the forest, and the air was wet and dewy, smelling of earth and of rain. Too frightened to move, Angharad lay motionless, peering into the trees from her place upon the ground. And then she saw it. A flicker of movement, the flash of a stormy cloak. Just beyond the dying fire, a woman stood. Her hair was black as a crow feather and her skin pale as the moon. She strode past the fire with purpose, a simple wicker basket over her arm. She hasn't seen us, Angharad thought. Then the woman stopped. Her head swiveled as she fixed Angharad with a stare. Her eyes were pale blue, the color of a morning sky. Angharad tried to search the woman even as the woman was searching her. She opened her mouth to speak, but the woman raised a hand, a finger to her lips. Shhhh. Was that her voice or a whisper of wind? Angharad tried to move, but her limbs were weighted. Her tongue felt thick, as if her mouth were full of honey. "Help us, please help me," she tried to say, and though she could not utter the words, she heard her own voice. The woman lifted her arm, her cloak slipping up her forearm as she pointed to a nearby stand of poplars. "That way." Angharad scrambled to put her feet beneath her. Somehow she knew this woman would help them. Somehow she knew this woman would not lead them astray. But the woman had turned and was already traveling briskly into the forest. Angharad watched, helpless, as she disappeared into the mist. "Wait, please. You must help us. Please wait." "Angharad." She opened her eyes to find Ira crouched over her, worry etching her face. "You were crying out," Ira said. "You were having a foul dream." Angharad propped herself up on one elbow, rubbing her eyes. The morning was clear and fine. Angharad could no longer see mist. In the trees overhead, birds chirped. There was no woman, no track of rustled leaves. Where had she gone? She wanted to tell Ira, and yet she did not. It felt like a secret. It felt like a knowing. "Foul dreams are dreadful, but they're only dreams," Ira said. "They haunt warriors far rougher than you after a battle. Once we see you safe, they shall fade." Ira's swelling had worsened in the night, making her look like a stranger. She must have noticed Angharad's shock at her appearance, for her smile faltered. "Are you hungry? Of course you are. Come and eat." "I've caught us some breakfast," she said. Angharad glanced at the fire to find it had not died down. Rather, it burned hot, a rodent roasting over the flames on a hastily made spit. "Is that a squirrel?" she asked. "Yes. But however did you catch it?" "You wish to know?" Angharad nodded. "I lured it with hazelnuts, then wrung its neck. Come now, we must eat. We will need all our strength." Angharad remembered the friendly red squirrels she'd trained to eat from her hand on summer days at Kadzo, then ate the meat anyway, all the while thinking of the woman. It had been a dream, or could the woman have been a spirit? Perhaps she had even been a god. Goose flesh traced her limbs. Samhain was approaching, Angharad remembered, and she had always felt its sway. It was a time of year when the whispers became voices, when gods and goddesses of the Summerlands could slip between the worlds that lay beneath and within. Diomed had told her of innumerable gods she had not known of, the god of the hazel wood and the roe deer, the goddess of the Esk, the goddess of bees. In the year she trained with Diomed and her uncle, the forest and burns had come more alive than ever before. But she was only a novice, just beginning to understand the language of mystery. Angharad searched the poplar trees. She thought she could make out the slender arc of a herd trail emerging from the other side. "We must find water," Ira said, smothering the fire with earth. One red squirrel split between two. Angharad's stomach still kicked with hunger. "Perhaps we should travel that way." Angharad pointed to the trees. "There's a trail. Mightn't it lead to water?" She was thirsty too, so very thirsty. She stood slowly, testing her feet. Her blisters jabbed like needles. She felt Ira's watchful gaze. Ira had become accustomed to Angharad's visions, but they did not often speak of them. That was the realm of her uncle. "Very well, then. We shall follow the herd trail." Ira stuffed the rest of their belongings into her satchel and slipped it over her shoulder. The forest was in autumn splendor. Leaves crunched underfoot as they followed the meandering track through the trees, listening for the shouts or rustle of soldiers. But the only sound was the low whistle of wind in their ears as it plucked gold and vermilion leaves from the branches overhead, sending them spiraling gracefully from the canopy. They drifted into Angharad's hair, touching upon her shoulders like momentary blessings. They passed the morning that way until, just beyond the tree line, the acrid smell of charred timber stung their noses. Soon smoke was clogging the forest, gusting in billows from the fields. Their eyes began to water and weep. "Your tunic," Ira gestured. Angharad covered her nose and mouth, taking shallow breaths through the cloth. "Angharad, keep low," Ira warned her. "We must keep from sight." Creeping through the brush, they lowered themselves onto their bellies, peering into the cultivated field beyond. There were no sheep or goats, no cattle or horses. Where there had been a village, only smoldering frames now stood, some still licking with flame. Others had collapsed in upon themselves, leaving little more than soot stains. Blackened forms lay in the grass, and as Angharad watched, a scattering of crows settled, feasting on the bodies of the dead. A song-keeper once sang of kingdoms far across the sea made entirely of sand, of leagues upon leagues where neither tree nor creature nor rivulet could be found. How empty and lonesome, Angharad had thought. This was what her father had done. He had taken a kingdom and turned it to sand. "Why have they done this?" she whispered. "Because this is the way people extinguish one another." Ira's voice was hard. "Come, Angharad, you have already seen too much." They carried on a long while in silence through the wood. Then suddenly Ira stopped. "Listen, do you hear that?" It was the trickle of water. "The burn," Ira said. "Angharad, you found it." They rushed to the bank where crisp, clear water rushed beneath moss-covered boulders. There was a flat little island of pebbles just below the bank, and Angharad scrambled onto her belly at the water's edge to cup her hands and drink and drink. Never had water tasted so sweet. "It will be running toward the river." Ira knelt, filling their skins. "We will follow it that way. At the river there are bound to be boats." Hope fluttered in Angharad's chest. A bird call sounded, and for a moment she wondered if it might be some sort of omen. Angharad had taken quickly to bird calls and their meanings, but this one she did not know. She did not see the spear until it was pointed at her chest. She gasped, and Ira turned, scrambling to her feet. A warrior stood on the streambed above in a dark leather helmet. "Be still," he warned. "Please," Ira said. "Lower your spear. She's only a child." But as Ira glanced at the warrior's shield, her face shifted. Red and black, the colors of Ebrock. Never before had Ira looked so afraid. "Someone's already found you," the warrior said with a smirk, eyeing Ira's swollen face. He thrust out his chin to make a bird call, and a moment later a dozen men on horseback came crashing through the wood, a cluster of footmen following behind. "Get up." The warrior jabbed his spear at Angharad, and she groped her way to her feet, but Ira pushed her away, planting herself between Angharad and the soldier. "Lower your weapon," she said. "The girl is a noble, can you not see her torque? Mind your tongue, slave girl." He poked his spear at the curve of Ira's breast, and her face reddened with anger. "What have you found?" The voice was commanding but soft, almost curious. Angharad turned as a dark-haired man wearing rusted battle armor and a heavy golden torque pushed through the crowd of warriors. His hair was cropped close to his head, darker than it should have been, for he looked to be the age of Angharad's father, but the subtle stain of plant dye yet lingered at his temples. "GWRGI of Ebrock." "Leave off," he said, and the warrior obliged, leveraging his weapon off Ira so that it nicked the skin. She winced as blood sprang to the cut. GWRGI stopped and tilted his head, gazing at Ira as if transfixed. She averted her eyes, her tangled brown hair coming over her face. "You," he said, "what is your name?" "Ira." "Ira, you remind me of someone I once knew." GWRGI stepped lightly onto the pebbled bank and leaned in, taking a breath as if to gather the scent of her. "And where have you come from, Ira?" he asked. "Pendragon's lands. You've come upon Angharad of Strathclyde, a noble," she said roughly. "I'm her nursemaid. We're searching for Lord Ridderch." GWRGI seemed to have scarcely taken notice of Angharad, but now he gave a short laugh, peering down at her face. "It'll be war," my brother said, "but what good is war without its spoils? And you are a speckled little chick. Lord Ridderch is keen to find you, you know, though who can say where he might be? We are all of us a-hunting now." He lifted his brows in delight. "We are out hunting dragons." Angharad's eyes dropped to his breastplate. No, it wasn't rust. The burgundy stain of his armor was that of dried blood, blood of the dragon warriors. She glared at him with the loathing he deserved. "Oh, I know that look," GWRGI said, "so like your mother." He stood so near that Angharad could make out the sunspots marking his pale skin. His breath smelled of fennel as if he had sweetened it, for beneath it was foul. "You have found me," Angharad said. "Now take me to my father." Is this how they raise a daughter of Strathclyde, to shout? "I've just told you I've no idea where he is." "Take me to my brother Rhys then, or summon him, he will come for me." GWRGI inclined his head. "Would that I could, but your brother is dead." Angharad stumbled back. "You did not know, of course, how would you? It is a sorrow truly. He showed such promise with a blade." "Rhys." Angharad's vision was coming in flashes. She sank back and Ira clutched her, pulling her into her arms. "Oh, Angharad, oh my sweet," she whispered. GWRGI studied Angharad as if deciding what to do before turning to his men. "Lord Ritterch, where's he gone then?" "Can't say, my lord," the spearman answered. "Surely someone has seen him." "He was last seen following a band of men fleeing west," another of his men called out. "Well enough, send word that we've got her. She will stay at camp until Ritterch can fetch her. I am a king, not a courier." "And the nursemaid?" the spearman asked. GWRGI searched above the trees for the sun's height, face tight with impatience. "Take them both. I mean to resume the hunt while we still have light." Angharad clung to Ira as the spearman ushered them toward the horses. She looked at the men and recognized faces she had seen at the river, the bad men. "We mustn't go with them," she whispered. "Hush now, all will be well," Ira said. "They cannot harm you. You are a noble. They would never risk angering your father." Her voice was reassuring, but her blue eyes fixed upon GWRGI as he pulled himself astride his mount. "If that is so, then why are you afraid?" Angharad asked. "Because GWRGI is mad," Ira answered. "You must do nothing to anger him, Angharad. We will bide our time until you are delivered safely to your father. Up you get." The spearmen came and pulled them apart, passing Angharad off to a warrior on horseback. The warrior gripped her too tightly, and Angharad stretched out her hand to Ira. "Stay close," she begged. "I am here," Ira said, but there was confusion in her eyes, for no man had taken Ira upon his horse. "Bind her," the spearman commanded. A warrior produced a length of rope from his saddlebag, and Angharad looked at the men in horror. "Whatever can you mean?" "No." It was as if he did not hear her. Yanking Ira roughly, he knotted the rope about her wrists, handing its end to the spearman mounted upon his horse. "She is my nursemaid," Angharad shouted. "You cannot treat her so." The spearman kicked his horse into a walk, jerking the rope with a look of satisfaction. Ira stumbled, hurrying to keep her feet beneath her. "You might be a noble," the spearman said, "but she's none such." Something had shifted. Angharad had imagined they were GWRG's guests. But now that they were in hand, she felt more like a prisoner. "She is my chamber woman," Angharad said, staring at him until at last he turned round. "Nay, perhaps once, but no longer," he said. "Now she is something better. Now she has become our Pendragon whore." Chapter 13, Lailoken the Caledonian, Wood, 26th of November. Ad 573 W.E. Never intended to survive. We only wanted to kill. We slaughtered men in the forest for a fortnight and a month, and we were slaughtered in return. GWRGI and his warriors of Ebrock hunted us, even as I hunted them. 140 men carried the fight to the Caledonian Wood. Now only 9 of us yet lived, Maelgun and me, Fendwin, Rewallen, and 5 others. I'd carried Gwendolau upon my back until my legs gave out, his blood running down my neck. I buried my brother in the heart of an oak grove. We ate roots and small game, but our enemies were many, and soon animals were scarce. For weeks we scoured the wood for any sign of our women or children who'd fled from the fort. When I asked the wind, it only rattled the trees. Ira, we spoke little than not at all. Stomachs sunken, we counted our ribs. We killed in a stupor, light as bone, emaciated shades of death. We fashioned gifts of the warriors we snared, draped them upon branches, carving curses upon tree trunks. 5 men of Ebrock we burned alive, only to trap others who rode after the sounds of their screams. Then one day our enemies were no more. For 2 days we hunted woods bare with coming winter. We stalked with a fervor that soon became a madness. Dead men stood in my path as I walked the woods in search of food. Not only dead men, my nephew, Reese. My eyes had been trained upon my boots. I felt him before I saw him. Uncle, he called. I looked up to see him standing before me in such detail I noticed a thread had pulled loose from the fine weave of his tunic. His skin was browned from a summer spent in sun. His gaze was expectant, as if he'd been awaiting my arrival overlong. Reese was yet living. I fell to my knees. Uncle, he said, but his lips did not move. Only then did I realize I was seeing a shade. I folded over myself, sobbing, beating at my head. I did not wish to remember. We had not intended to survive. We had wanted only to kill. But when you wish away your memory, you cannot choose what you keep. Soon I began to forget even those I once loved. With no more enemies to hunt, we began to turn upon one another. Our eyes became small and unyielding. We layered our bitterness about us as if it brought warmth. Days grew dark and short, blending with night. We discovered a small cave where we slept and sat by day, blinking by a fire. The beast had consumed us. And then one night she came in a dream. We were moving in the twilight of morning, our lips interlocked, my breath was her breath. The smell of her was intoxication. Her skin was velvety as a fig, and the perk of her nipples stirred the animal in me. I raised myself over her, bracing so I could see her, watch her as I entered. Her eyes were pale and deep as the sea. The world fell away. The only world I cared for lay beneath me, her fingers kneading the straining muscles of my arms, roaming my back, until I felt the sharp dig of her nails claim me as she lifted her hips, begging, demanding. Layloken, I came awake. I remembered. I am a wisdom keeper and a counselor. My name is Layloken. I am loved by such a woman. I'd said goodbye to Ira knowing I would not live to see her again. And yet somehow I still was not dead. I kept my eyes closed a moment as if I could keep her near, but water pressed painfully at my bladder. I shifted and cursed. Pieces inside my shoulder were loose and aching. I stood, making my way out into the cold to relieve myself. Outside the cave, the first snow had fallen. My urine burned a yellow stream into the white eiderdown, and I felt aged as an old man. I was tucking away my member when I heard a familiar creak that warned of death, the draw of an archer's bow. Before waking from my dream, I had not cared if I lived or if I should die. But now I had remembered, and I would not die before finding Angharad and Ira. I turned slowly. The archer stood not 10 paces from me, arm drawn back, an arrow pointed between my eyes. "Move once more and I'll let it fly," he warned. His silver hair was long and straight, tied back from his face. He wore a thick brown brat, clasped at his shoulder by a simple silver brooch. I squinted, making out the figure of a dog upon it. No, a wolf, Selgavi, any other would have killed me by now. I lifted my hand slowly, wincing at the pain. "Who are you?" he demanded. It had been days, if not weeks, since I'd spoken aloud. Now that words were demanded, I could not find them. But the dragon warriors had heard the man's voice and scrambled from their pallets. They appeared at the mouth of the cave now, weapons drawn, ready to strike. "I'd stay as you are," the archer addressed them. There was a sifting of snow, and I blinked as 3 dozen Selgavi armed with bows and spears stepped from trees where no men had stood only a moment before. We were outnumbered. "Your name," the man said. My voice was a husk. "Layloken, son of Morkin." He studied me, his brown eyes keen. "You are counselor to Other Pendragon." I looked down at the snow. "Other Pendragon is dead." "So they say," he answered. "Are these your men?" I nodded. Maelgun was Pendragon now, but I'd not endanger him by putting him forth. Dragon warriors. The man stood back with his bow yet drawn, raking us over. Battlesick, the lot of you. Suppose you didn't think you were frightening our children, leaving the dead as you have, all scattered round our wood. We glanced at one another with a bewildered sort of shame, and Maelgwn took half a step forward. I am sorry if we frightened your children. That was not our intent, he said. And who might you be? The old man asked. Maelgwn, Pendragon's general. Maelgwn nodded at our men to lower their weapons, and at last I found my tongue. We sent our women and children into the wood. Have you seen them? Have you come across any others? Could be so, the archer said gruffly. Sweet gods! I took a breath to keep from weeping. Please, can you take us to them? The old man looked at me. I suppose you're in want of shelter too. Shelter. We'd not thought to live long enough to need it. But to hear that Ira may have reached them, that she and the others might yet be safe. I looked at the 9 of us, half-starved, covered in filth and blood. We would be grateful for shelter if you might grant it, Maelgwn said. Call me Archer. The man lowered his bow, slinging it over his shoulder. Come then, I'll get you into the warm. Snow creaked beneath our boots as we followed Archer and his men deeper into the forest. Shady, dark towers of emerald pine. Oaks so vast we became little more than a wandering chain of beetles. There were fortresses buried in the Caledonian deep for those who knew how to find them. I quickened my step to obey the drumming of my heart as Archer turned, cutting a path uphill into the snow. She would be there among the others, safe and warm by the hearth. She would turn as we opened the door, and I would see everything that had come to pass mirrored on her face. The forest was silent in its drifting snow, silent and without wind. There were watchers in these woods. We should have known they had seen us. Now, as we moved farther into the Selgovian land, warriors draped in brown fur dropped from trees to follow us, faces impassive, impervious to cold. This old man Archer was a lord, or I was mistaken. The Selgovi kept close to their gods and the beings of the old forest they tended. Those I'd met had little care for finery, though they possessed wealth in plenty, for they traded in furs, wolf, bear, rabbit, hind. Their huts were warm and dark, tight against the weather. Their halls were modest and made entirely from wood, devoid of the rich outer carvings beloved by our people. Soon we reached the foot of another small hill, and their huts appeared, hunched beneath the snow-covered branches of the forest. People peered from open doors, then disappeared quickly. I could not blame them, given the sight of us. At last we climbed an ice-slicked footpath through rusty spines of bracken, and my face was met with a gust of wood smoke. The hall was long and narrow, with tidy thatching, a heavy set of oaken doors waiting beneath unadorned beams. I followed the men inside, stepping into the dim of their feast room. Archer gestured to the far wall, where a cluster of figures sat by a pair of looms, nearer to the hearth light for weaving. I heard a sharp cry as they saw us, and my breath caught as a woman stood. Rewallin's lover rushed from the shadows, throwing herself into his arms. 9 dragon warriors remained, and less than a score of women and children. The Selgovi waited in silence as we sought the faces of our loved ones in a room in which absence meant death. Saren, Drion's wife, searched the men's faces eagerly, her arms wrapped round their children. There was a woman without her daughter, 3 little boys, brothers, blinking in the dark. I swallowed the dryness in my mouth, my mind racing. Perhaps Ira was in another hut. Perhaps I had not yet seen her. But as my eyes grew accustomed to the low light, I could not deny it. Ira was not among them. I ran a hand over my face. She was not here. How could that be? Across the room, Saren stood, Drion's children clinging to her skirts. I went to her and reached for her hand. He held the dike, I said softly. Drion chose a hero's death. Saren shook her head, her face reddening as she looked at me. And what death did you choose? I bowed my head. One that has not found me yet. She did not release my hand. I waited until I could wait no longer. Saren, please tell me what happened. Where is Ira? Where are the others? She drew back her hand to wipe her face, glancing at her children. The others are gone, she said. Warriors came upon us and we ran. I found an overhang or we would have been taken or worse, my chest tightened. And Ira, was she among them? Did you see where she went? Saren frowned. Nay, Ira was not with us at all. She took us as far as the hill path, then turned back for the huts. I shook my head. No, she was with you, she swore it. I am sorry, Lailoken, she straightened, wiping her face. You are not the only one who has lost their lover. Of course. I am sorry, I said, while fear crept into the pit of me. Here, you must drink, we have had nothing for days. Maelgun's face was somber as he handed me a cup. She is not here, I said. No, he said gently. I turned to him. I cannot stay, I must go and find her. If you do, then you are a fool. Winter is upon us, and we are hunted men. Ira knows the Selgovian lands. I am sorry, brother, but you have taken leave of your senses. You must stay here where Ira might find you. It may not be until spring when the weather clears, but if she lives, she will come, you must believe it. Nay, Maelgun, you do not understand. Red and black banners swam in my vision, but I could not tell him what I knew. Yes, I'd hunted Gwrgi of Ebrock even as he hunted me. And on every encounter he had slipped away. Why would the fates not deliver him to me? I'd sworn Ira's secret was safe in my keeping, that she had once been known by another name. Her story had left me roiling with fury with no place to spend it. It had left me holding her in my arms as if she were a bird's egg that at any moment might break. And by which name, then, shall I call you? I'd asked, drawing back gently to brush the tears from her face. Ira, she'd said. For it was the name I chose when I began again, and now I have found another beginning with you. No, I could not tell Maelgun. I could only speak my fear, the fate that for Ira would be worse than any death. What if she was taken by Gwrgi? I said. Maelgun bowed his head. If she was taken, Lailoken, then there is nothing we can do. Chapter 14, Langurith Tutgwell's Hall Partick Kingdom of Strathclyde Samhain 31st of October. Ad 573t, he eve of our new year dawned misty, the air rich with the loam of wet autumn leaves. Beyond the gate came the steady clomp of cattle as the cowkeeps returned with their lords' herds from their high summer steadings. A shiver traced my neck. Word had come that Tutgwell and his army would soon return, and we were to prepare a hero's welcome. This eve of shades and lost loved ones, when things happened beyond our understanding, this night was my only hope to salvage what family I had left. Once I'd seen Brodden safe, then could I sit beside the fire and wait for Rhys to come. I would not curse Angharad by believing she was gone, but I would light the Samhain fire this night so that my firstborn child could find his way home. The weaving room was empty of women. The queen must be yet in her chamber, Ayla said, looking round as we entered. Shall I let her know you are here? Nay, but thank you, Ayla, I said, adjusting my shawl to sit at my loom. But there is another errand I'd have you attend to. There is a warrior who keeps guard by the pits by the name of Torin. Go to him and tell him the queen wishes to speak with him. You may deliver him here. She hesitated, but bowed nonetheless. I am lady. Before long, I heard the efficient shuffle of Ayla's leather slippers followed by a heavier bootstep, and Torin entered, shoulders tall and squared off, blue eyes confident. He was handsome, so perhaps he'd expected this, that he might someday catch the eye of a Luft. When he did not see her, he faltered. Come in, I said. Sit down. I will stand, he said stiffly. Well enough. Shall I go, lady? Ayla asked, uncertain. Stay, Ayla. Your presence is most welcome. I would not have talked of an affair with a soldier. She sat in the corner of the room, and Torin cleared his throat. I take it the queen does not seek me, he said. I fear not, at least not the queen you are thinking of, but there is another queen who seeks you, one who has yet to be anointed. My husband led a successful campaign. Ritterch is favored by the council as well as his father. It is the Queen of Days to come who wishes to speak with you now. I could see him taking my measure. His gaze flicked to Ayla. You may speak freely, I said, beginning to work at my weaving. You wish me to free your cousin. Across the room, Ayla's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, but I knew how fond she was of Broaden. She would not betray me. It was Torin I must be sure of. "You interest me," I said. "I should like to learn more about your aspirations, Torin. Where do you come from? Who is your kin?" "My father's lands lie on the Isle of Man." "Your father is Turlock, then?" I brightened. "My father spoke of him. He thought him a strong and honorable chieftain. Why then do you seek your fortune elsewhere?" "I have many brothers." "I see, but why not serve in your father's guard, or perhaps an elder brother's if you stand no chance to inherit? I have proven my skill here." I sat back from the loom to look at him. "Tell me why you left." It was a request, not a command. I watched him battle himself. He did not wish to warm to me, but found that he was. Charm was a proven skill of my own. "I fell out with my brother." "There was a young woman," I said gently. "I can see love's mark on you. You carry it like a boulder upon your back." Torin did not answer, but I knew I had struck it. "I have not seen your skill with weaponry," I continued, "but I am in need of a new captain of my guard. As you know, my cousin Broaden is currently imprisoned. I needn't tell you it's likely he'll be killed." I was not gifted with Angharad's sight, but I had learned much of people. Torin was a damaged fledgling of a warrior, bumped from the nest by his brothers. Perhaps someday he might earn Tuckwell's notice. But Ritterch had his own men, far beyond Torin, standing both in weapons and in blood, and it was these men who would rise with Ritterch when he came to the throne. It was a woman's right to choose her own guard. I could offer Torin a home. And even should he outgrow my nest, he'd stand a far better chance of catching Ritterch's eye and safeguarding his wife than standing guard at the prison pits. "And you will keep your word?" he asked. "I will keep my word so long as you are proficient with a sword. Will you keep me safe?" "Aye," he said. "I will." "Good," I said. "But first you must see my elder cousin safely off to exile. I should like to know, though I may never again see him, that somewhere Broaden of Cadzo will grow to be an old man. Do that and the station is yours." Torin's blue eyes went keen. I knew he was suited. "Go on then," I said with a smile. "Tell me your plan, then I shall tell you mine." A few hours before sunset, the children and I dressed in our dark clothes and winter-lined cloaks, and I took my seat beside them in the horse-drawn cart. A shock of golden elm leaves clung stubbornly to their branches against a dreary late afternoon sky. Ayla had coaled my eyes and polished my torque. Beside me, Gladys wore her chestnut hair plaited and coiled, the bone comb that once belonged to my mother tucked gracefully at the back. "It looks so well on you," I said, touching it. "And Signe, what a proper young lord you look." Signe brightened a little beneath my praise, and I gazed out the back of the cart as we left Tuckwell's hall behind. We were meant to be decorations in Partick on days such as this. At Cadzo, I kept holidays with our warriors and tenants as I pleased, seeing to the food and readying for the festivals. But here in Strathclyde's capital, I'd been warned that a balance must be struck. Tuckwell permitted me and my children to attend the townspeople's festivities so long as I kept a measure of distance. That my influence not grow too great was left unspoken. "Strathclyde is a kingdom of two faiths now," he'd said. The king had made clear which faith he intended to win out. He had already banned female keepers from his court by the time I wed Ritterch, but many winters had passed since then, and the king did not yet have the power to also bar the men, for they held too much sway. More than half of Strathclyde's chieftains kept the old gods, and White Isle lay only a stone's throw upriver, where young male initiates yet went to train. The tip of my nose was chilled to the touch. Outside the cart, the road was lined with festival-goers hurrying to the Samhain Hill on foot, their children's faces disguised with woad and soot. They did not yet know of Tuckwell's victory or the kingdom he had crushed. They knew nothing of Strathclyde's dead prince and lost princess. Other was a hero and Imrai's Pendragon before him. Tomorrow the crowds might hail their king, but for many, tears would fall in the silence of their huts. Gladys and I leaned out of the cart to wave, but Signe sat still, watching. Signe, it was not long ago I colored your face on such a night, I reminded him. He looked at the children almost wistfully, then frowned. Father Natten says Samhain is a foul night, filled with wicked and wandering spirits. Is that so? Just this night I saw Father Natten place an empty bowl at his table as I passed by his open door. I offered what I hoped was a smile. Samhain is a night to honor our loved ones who have left us, Signe. Even Tuckwell's Christian counselor seeks the blessing of his ancestors who have come before. I spoke, yet all I could think of was Broaden. 8 armed men had traveled with our cart for safety, I'd said, hoping to draw as many men from Tuckwell's hall as I could. Aloof traveled in her own cart ahead. She would not keep the Samhain feast but would attend to give the townspeople her blessing. She was a woman of Christ, or so Strathclyde believed. She bore witness to the baptisms or sent servants on her behalf. She joined the monks in prayer. Only I had seen her tuck aside a portion of food on Samhain night. Only I had seen her steal from the hall under the heavy cloak of darkness to stand barefoot in the courtyard, eyes fixed on the hunter's moon. Though her lineage as a Pict was broadly known, her allegiance was to Strathclyde, to her husband, to his God. Few knew the depth of her Pictish roots. And though her king professed to be Christian, still, each Samhain, all the fires of Tuckwell's hall were duly snuffed out, to be relit with the flame kindled from the Samhain need fire. The crowds thickened as we drew nearer to the festival site. They peered into the cart as we passed, a dark-haired boy chewing an apple for good fortune, an old woman shaking her fist. "There rides Strathclyde's princess on this holy night as we travel by foot," she cried out. "Stop the cart," Signe shouted. "Mother, you cannot be disrespected. Have the soldiers give her a thrashing." "Signe," Gladys exclaimed. I looked at him. "Yes, stop the cart," I called out. "You shall see, Gladys, the poor cannot speak to us thusly," he said. I accepted a soldier's hand and stepped down from the cart. The old woman and her boy had stopped, her face indignant, his uncertain. I strode toward her, my eyes upon hers. Then, placing my hand gently upon her arm, bowed my head and gave the Samhain blessing. Bendithio Samhain. She considered me a moment in the way only an old woman can, then nodded. "Bendithio Samhain," she answered. I smiled and gestured for her to lead on. Gladys, Signe, and I followed behind on foot now. The look Signe cast me was stormy. I turned to him, praying my lesson would not be lost. "Listen to your people, Signe. Deaf tyrants are toppled. You would do well to remember that." As we neared the top of the hill, I felt at last I could breathe. Meat dripped its juices from spits, soon ready for carving, and music carried on the air along with the sumptuous smell of roasted hazelnuts in honey. Angharad's favorite. Children raced round the hilltop and into the nearby wood, gathering ferns and thin stalks of gannisk, tinder for the ritual fire. Angharad would be one of them, I thought, and my longing was crippling. But as I looked round the hilltop, I realized I was not alone in my suffering, for something was different. Hundreds had gathered, yet before me stood only women and children. All of our men had been summoned to fight. Even in my grief, I understood my good fortune. These women did not have the privilege of messengers. Only tomorrow, upon the presence or absence of a loved one's face, would they discover whether he lived or had died. "Look, Mother," Gladys pointed. "They've raised the tent." The keepers of White Isle walked the hilltop in their pearl-white robes, greeting the people and bestowing their blessings. But within the tent the priestesses were at work, readying for the rites. "Go and help gather the tinder," I urged Signe and Gladys. "It'll soon be dark." To my surprise, Signe followed his sister, and soon they too were galloping round the top of the hill, aiding the little ones who dropped sticks and nodding respectfully to the keepers by the pyre. As the women stood, watching our children, we found solace, I think, in one another's eyes. We were the women, the life-givers. The battle belonged to none of us here. I was gazing rather absently into the wood when I felt the sudden touch of a hand clasping mine. Bendithio Samhain. I turned, startled to see an older man had come to stand beside me, joining his hand in mine as if he were my tide, a grandfather. His gray hair curled round his ears and his beard was neatly kept. He wore brown trousers beneath a simple checked tunic, and his cloak was made of coarse wool that was equally unremarkable. My guards, of course, had failed to take notice. That or they simply did not care if a stranger should accost me. Bendithio Samhain, I replied, bewildered. Truly, this man was far too familiar, yet I did not wish to be rude. I just made a point of tutoring Signe in how to be kind. The man patted my hand, and as he did, I felt a soothing warmth surge through me. I'd heard about such people, those who could heal by a laying on of hands. There were keepers who professed to do so, and Christians said Jesus of the desert had been such a man. "What sort of keeper are you, or are you a priest?" I asked, for it occurred to me that despite the fact he wore neither the robes of a keeper nor the hood of a monk, he must indeed be one of the two. "I am one who wishes to keep peace," he said. I smiled. "Then you are a peacekeeper," I said. "I rather like you," he said, then turned to look at me. "I am so very sorry about the loss of your children." I wanted to demand, "How did you know?" But his blue eyes were brimming with compassion, with the love of a father, and my own father had been gone such a very long time. "I do not know if I shall ever recover," I whispered. I shared too much, yet could not stop myself. "Time is not a masterful healer, but at least it is persistent," he said. "Take comfort in those who are yet living, and take comfort from yonder hill." I followed his gaze to the slope of Bright Hill. "Take comfort?" I asked in confusion. "What can you mean?" "That hill was taken in violence, our sacred oaks cut down. There is a monastery now at the foot of Bright Hill. It was taken and it is forever changed. Nay, for as long as there is memory, Bright Hill will remain just as it was. Memory, when preserved, can never be taken. You might tell them to remember." "Tell whom?" I asked. "My children were brought up on the story of Bright Hill. I'd made certain of that. They knew well the tale of the pale-haired monk called Mungo who'd arrived in Partick and soon after buried a dead Christian on a hill sacred to the Druids. In so doing, Mungo had nearly torn apart the kingdom of Strathclyde. I did not disguise my hatred for the man who was responsible for disfiguring my brother. He may have been exiled, but beasts must be remembered so they cannot be made again." "Tell whom?" I asked again, turning, but the man was no longer beside me. I craned my neck only to catch sight of him retreating downhill. He did not look back, yet must have felt my eyes upon him, for he raised one hand in a gesture of farewell. "Ayla," I called, seeking her out. "Did you see that man just there?" I pointed, and she stood on the tips of her toes to peer above the crowd. "Only now, lady, who is he?" "I don't know, he wouldn't say, but there was something about him, something rather strange." "Shall I call the guard?" "Oh, no. No need for that, he isn't harmful, I'm sure of it." "If you're certain?" "Yes, it's all right, never mind it." Across the hill the pyre towered in height. Suddenly the drums kicked up, sounding like a heartbeat from within the burlap tent. When the last light faded, the veil would lift and the dark half of the year would be upon us. Gladys and Signe came running, cheeks bright from the chill. "Mother, we must take our seats." "Yes, Aloofed will be waiting," I said, and Signe came around to slip his hand in mine, a gesture not often extended. I offered my other arm to Gladys as we made our way into the thick of the crowd. Aloofed looked up as we joined her on the benches set aside for the Bonhidigen, those of noble blood. "Where have you been?" "Never mind it, you look very well, elegant." "As do you." She did look every bit Strathclyde's High Queen this night, with her fair hair plaited and piled to reveal her slender neck, and her garnet brooch fastened at her breast. Snow-white ermine lined the hood of her cloak, setting off the winter gray of her eyes. "Tell me again of the priestesses from Isle Cailage," Gladys said, taking my hand. "Well," I bowed my head. "Long ago it was said they were weather workers, that, through fasting and suffering and prayer, they could move fog with their hands and draw rain in dry weather. On their isle in the loch, they live in utter seclusion. Neither man nor woman may trespass without invitation from the priestesses themselves. They leave their island only once, at Samhain, the turning of the year, to light the need fire from the torches they kindle on the Cailleach's own isle. More likely, they kindle it from the inn down the lane, Signe said. Nay, Signe, it isn't so, I said. They keep it close in oil lamps as they travel over the rough grey waters, bringing it in their caravan to this very site. On the eve of Samhain, Britons snuffed out their hearths. Once the Cailleach lit the pyre, the people of Pike would touch their own tapers to it, carrying it home to relight their fire so their hearth might blaze through winter with the Cailleach's blessing. And is it true the priestesses must take turns playing the part of the Cailleach so they mightn't go mad? Gladys asked. I'd thought Aloof was not listening, but now she turned to Gladys with a frown. They play at nothing, she said. The Cailleach is winter and storm, death and blight. She destroys to create. She is not readily held in any woman's body, no matter how holy she may be. I understand, Gladys said, inclining her head. I wondered, not for the first time, what long-buried memories these rites evoked for the queen. I wondered, but had learned better than to trespass. The beat of the bodhrans thundered to crescendo, then stopped. We stood, waiting for the processional of the Cailleach to begin. The ancestors appeared at the crest of the hill, young initiates in tunics and brats, their eerie white faces mirroring those of our ancestral dead. Their song was low and full of heartbreak, haunting. They are recalling their time among us, I said. Upon their heels came the harbingers of the dark time, of death. They lurched along the processional, naked chests painted black and hungry eyes scouring the crowd. Signe edged closer on the bench as they stuck out their tongues and pulled frightening faces, making children cling to their mothers' skirts. Never fear, I whispered. Now the keepers shall come. Their robes were the white of a swan's wing and glowed in the dim as they strode, banging their drums with purpose, sending death into the shadows to wait for its mistress. The crowd held its breath. And then they appeared, the priestesses of Isle Cailleach. Their robes were not the white of other wisdom keepers but a shade of dark blue. Their hair was hidden beneath the hoods of their cloaks, and their cold eyes looked feral, the way a wildcat's appear just before it strikes. 2 torchbearers guarded the need fire in their covered lamps. The horns sounded discordant. The priestesses parted to reveal the Cailleach. She did not walk. Rather, she seemed to float like wind over water. Her face was painted the hue of a storm cloud, her hair plastered in a snow-white paste so that it clumped and tangled over her shoulders, a wild woman of the highest peaks. The Cailleach did not wear a cloak. Hers was a heavy dress of gray wool with a brat over top. The last sheath of the grain crop decked her headdress, a thin linen veil coming down, concealing her face. One could feel the might of her with blinded eyes. But unlike her consorts of winter, the Cailleach did not pay the crowd any notice. She was to be gazed upon. She did not gaze back. As the Cailleach neared the place where we stood, she stopped. The singing ceased. The faces of the priestesses flickered with surprise, and then the Cailleach turned her head. I could not make out her face beneath the veil, but the power of her gaze struck like an adder. Was she looking at me? I stood unable to move, so heavy was the weight of her stare. Then she lifted her hand to beckon, and my throat tightened. There could be no question, me. The priestess nearest the Cailleach spoke. You come, the Cailleach wishes to see you. The revelers parted in awe as I moved to do her bidding. I'd only ever seen the Cailleach on procession. Now I stood before her. In her veil she was faceless. Woman or god, I could not quite say. Her storm-painted skin smelled of holy oils. When the Cailleach tilted her head to whisper in the ear of the priestess beside her, her voice was the hiss of ice on a fire. You will light the need fire, the priestess said. A gasp came from the crowd. Me, light the need fire. The blaze was lit by the Cailleach. It had always been so. What if the winter should bring bitter snows and starvation? I would be to blame. I could only imagine this was some sort of trick, a test of my devotion. I am no wisdom keeper, nor am I a priestess. It is not my place. It is not my right, I said, but the Khalich only waited with an air of expectation. The priestess came forward, offering her lamp. There was nothing to do but accept the flame. I stepped into the processional, following the Khalich with the flame. As we reached the unlit pyre, the priestess turned. "You must speak," she said. I was not trained to give the need fire blessing. Searching, I looked out over the field of faces. Beyond the crowd was the rise of a distant hill, a sleeping blue shadow in the coming night. You might tell them to remember, the old man had said. Now I understood. But was memory enough? I lifted my voice, hoping it would carry through the dark. "There was a time when our need fire was lit on the mount of Bright Hill," I began, "where the old grove of oaks was tended by our keepers, the memories of our people nestled in their roots. Our hearths extinguished, our kingdom waiting in darkness, the fire lit on Bright Hill was a beacon of light, of hope and blessings, of protection for our herds and our fields, our families and our flocks. Keepers from Strathclyde and beyond would wait for this signal to light their own blazes. Briton, Pict, or Scot, on Samhain it matters not which kingdom we claim. On Samhain the need fire unites us all in one purpose, honoring our ancestors and our gods." I searched the faces in the crowd. Now Bright Hill is a tomb for those of a new way. Now we mourn loved ones sent off to war. And yet here we gather, here we remain. This night we shall see that the fire of our ancestors cannot be so readily extinguished. Let our fire blaze on, let it carry our message to the hilltops of every land. The people of Strathclyde stand firm in our age-old tradition. The gods and goddesses of our land will yet reign. I saw the light on their faces, yet the air was full of waiting. The priestess brought me before the Khalich, and I bowed my head to receive her blessing. I felt the graze of her fingers on my temples. And then, as they met my skin, a pulsing like the clench of a heartbeat or the kick of an infant muffled by the depth of a mother's womb, it filled my ears with a rush as the crowd beyond fell away. For a moment, it seemed I stood on the top of a mountain, looking out far beyond the gray-green waters of the loch. I felt the thrum and churn of soil far beneath me, and the gathering wet clouds as wind raced over the water. My body was stone. Wind and weather gathered at my head. My feet stretched their roots down through the mountain, connecting my tendrils across great distances, until I became every mountain that rose in our land. Every cave and hollow was known to me then. I felt the curl of a bear as it bedded in a pile of winter leaves, the scratching of goat hooves upon salt-sprayed cliffs. I felt the whole of our vast island, thrumming from its core at the bottom of the sea. And then she released me. I stood, head spinning and senses overcome. Somehow I bent, uncovering the lamp, and touched the flame of the need fire to the pyre. The Khalich lifted her arms, and for a moment it seemed as if she held all the great world between her two hands. The fire caught in a roar of orange flame. It was done. Drums struck up and voices rang out in celebration. The Khalich turned, her priestesses following as she retreated into the tent. Onlookers made way as I moved, light-headed, back to my seat. Aloof reached out a hand to steady me. "The Khalich has given you her blessing," she said. "Yes," she lowered her voice, "and before all the people. Soon the news will carry through the capital into Strathclyde and beyond. If Ritterch has not proved his place, you have now secured it, but what you said to the people, Languoreth, you must not say such things." "Nay, aloof," I said, "I will keep silent no more. Bright Hill and all we have lost deserve the honor of our memory. You shall be little more than a memory should you speak like that again." She might say as much, but the crowd had shifted. The people stood straighter. The fire burned in earnest now, and as I looked into the darkness, I saw jewels of distant fires lighting up the night. The skin of my temples yet buzzed where I'd felt the Khalich's touch. Later, as we rode home by cart, Gladys leaned in from the shadows. "Mother." "Yes, my love. When the Khalich summoned you, were you not afraid?" "I was not so much afraid, all was what I felt. Did you see her face? Nay, I could not see beneath the veil. It did not seem respectful to look. She dropped her voice to a whisper. What did it feel like when she blessed you? I thought a moment. Like 1,000 winters and 1,000 summers all passed in one moment. Gladys sat back. I wonder if Angharad has ever felt such a thing. At the mention of her name, we fell silent. It was a bottomless, wicked pain, the loss of a child, and it was such a very thin night. For a moment across the distance, it was almost as if I could feel her, lost and alone. I closed my eyes. Keep her safe, I begged the Kalich, Queen of Death. Ritterch would be searching. I had to believe Angharad would yet be found. The cart jolted to a stop in the courtyard. As we climbed down, I heard the men bolt the gate behind us. It felt as if I were being sealed in a tomb. But this night was not yet finished. Across the courtyard, Torin met my eyes, then turned from the gate to stride back toward his post at the pits. Samhain would work its mysteries yet. Chapter 15, Angharad Battle of Ardarid Kingdom of the Pendragons October. Ad 573t. He dark-haired woman had led her astray. The dark-haired woman had led them into a terrible trap. Why, oh why, had she trusted her vision? The spearman had called Ira a horrible thing. Lord Gwrgi now rode at the head of the scouting party. Angharad looked over her shoulder, but Ira did not look back. The soldier gripping Ira's rope was giving no slack. She had to nearly run to keep from dragging behind his horse, and her breath was coming fast, her face red with exertion. Tears welled in Angharad's eyes. She wanted to beat at their captors with her fists. This was all her fault, she thought. She could stay silent no longer. Unbind her at once, Angharad shouted. You cannot treat her so. I swear to you, you shall pay when I tell my father. The spearman did not look at her, only yanked the line, and Ira fell hard upon her knees, plummeting forward as he kicked his horse into a trot. She cried out as her arms jerked at the shoulders, her body dragging along the forest floor. Stop, stop, Angharad screamed. Pulling his mount unhurriedly to a halt, the spearman turned at last. Go on then, he said. Give me another order. Ira scrambled to her feet, reaching gingerly to explore her face. Pebbles and sticks had left her already swollen features scraped and bleeding. Angharad, please, say nothing more, I beg you, she said. Angharad swallowed, forcing herself to look away. Satisfied, the soldier urged his mount into a walk. Lailoken had taught Angharad to be faithful to the urgings that rose within her, but since the battle, everything Angharad heeded had been wrong. She could not trust her own senses. Now, as they moved through the forest, Angharad struggled to gain her bearings, but the woods felt like a stranger. By day's end, they'd begun to climb. The track took them into the hills and through a lofty pass. She heard Gwrgi's camp before they reached it. The clumsy plucking of a croot came through the trees along with men's voices and the fatty smell of roasted meat. Gwrgi had said he meant to summon her father, and she believed that to be true. She and Ira must only bide their time. Father would set things right. He would make that spearman pay. A score of tents was pitched on the high ground beyond the forest. Warriors milled the grounds, some sharpening their blades, some sitting round gaming boards, while watchmen strode the perimeter with a satisfaction only victors wore. Up ahead, Gwrgi dismounted, and the warrior bearing Angharad drew up on his horse. My lord, where do you want the girl? Put her in my tent. And the other? See that she minds the girl twice daily. Otherwise, take her. I have no taste for mutton. Angharad looked to Ira in panic as the spearman dropped from his horse and began to pull Ira away. All Angharad could think to do was scream. She opened her mouth and let out an ear-splitting cry. The horse that held her reared up as Angharad let out another scream and another. The warrior wrenched the reins to settle his mount as Gwrgi reached for Angharad and grabbed the length of her hair, yanking her from the horse. Her neck twisted, and her cry was of a different sort as she slammed to the ground. Silence! Gwrgi shouted, smothering her mouth with his fist, but Angharad's fury burned hotter than her fear, and she bit down on the fleshy part of his fist and spat, tasting blood. He wrenched his hand away in pain and surprise, and she kicked and thrashed away from him, screaming and screaming even as she stood. The Lord of Ebrock's face contorted with rage and his arm flew back. Angharad winced, but no blow came. Angharad opened her eyes and stilled her mouth. Gwrgi stood within a hair's breadth of her, a strange look on his face. His hand wept blood as he lifted his palms to cup her face. Beyond them the camp was silent, the eyes of Gwrgi's men upon them. Gwrgi only sighed and traced his thumb along her cheekbone, smearing his own blood like battle paint. "Look what you have done." He pressed closer. Angharad did not understand. "I want my nursemaid," she said. "And you shall shriek until you have her, is that it? I should almost like to hear it, the sound of your cries as you scream yourself raw. Ritterch's daughter or no, you mistake yourself if you imagine I do not thrill to a little girl's cries, but you irritate my men and you startle our horses." Gwrgi's breath was hot on Angharad's cheek. She did not move. Then he blinked, looking round as if recovering himself. He stood, smoothing the lower portion of his tunic. "Take them both. We are wasting good light. I would see if we can catch more dragons before nightfall." Ira clutched Angharad as the two were escorted to Lord Gwrgi's tent. Inside it was dim, more cramped than the sorts of tents Angharad had bedded in before, the spacious chambered tents at Lugnasa. There was a rude sheepskin pallet laid upon the ground, a trunk that likely contained Gwrgi's clothes. A tincture that wafted fennel sat beside a wooden comb on a rickety pine table. It was the same scent that clung to the wretched man, and to distract herself, Angharad searched her memory for its purpose. The seeds came from across the sea at some expense. The plant did not favor the clime of the Britons. Yes, that was right. Mother had prepared it to aid stomach pains. "He's ill," Angharad said. "There is a rot in his stomach. Perhaps his wickedness shall eat him from the inside out." But Ira was not listening. Ira was not well. Her swollen face was drawn with the fear of a child as she paced the confines of the tent, her breathing shallow. "I cannot be here, I mustn't be here." Her voice was a panicked whisper as she looked about as if in search of escape. It was as if she were going mad. "I cannot be here, I cannot." "Ira!" Angharad grabbed her, beseeching, and Ira startled as if struck, wrenching away from her. "Oh, Angharad," she said, her voice a whisper. "You do not understand." Ira sank down, bound hands cradling her own head. Angharad could feel Ira's fear as if it were a creature, and it beckoned. It wanted to show Angharad its secret. Ira's secret. But Angharad did not like the feel of it. There was a clever sort of wickedness, like that of a water spirit, that lured fishermen to their death. And she had sworn she would not seek after it. She sat down instead beside Ira and did as Lailoken had taught her. She was a flower, drawing her petals closed against night. Nothing came when Angharad was enfolded like this. From outside the tent came the sound of horses galloping away. Ira lifted her head slowly, speaking softly so the guards beyond the tent could not hear. "We cannot stay here, Angharad. You are not safe. I imagine Gwrgi could abide by his vows, but I fear he is not his own master. It is not only his stomach that harbors a sickness. You are young. You cannot understand, but you must trust me. We must leave this night." Angharad leaned her head to Ira's. For a moment, even though it had been Gwrgi who discovered them, it had seemed so close that Angharad might go home. "But my father?" she asked, her voice small. "We must find our own way." They startled as the tent opening slapped and a warrior came bearing a platter of food. He set it down upon the trunk along with a jug of drink. "Eat," he said, and left. Ira reached shakily for the jug before Angharad remembered her bound hands and reached quickly to pour ale into the waiting cup. "Thank you," Ira said. They took turns, drinking it down thirstily. "Give me your hands. I shall cut the bindings." Angharad reached for the knife belted at her waist, and Ira's good eye widened in surprise. "Your mother's blade," she whispered. "Oh, thank the blessed gods, I'd nearly forgot. Cut it just here, Angharad. We must be able to retie it so they mightn't notice. Angharad did as she was told, and they ate in silence, for Ira seemed deep in thought. Soon as they had eaten their fill, Ira leaned in. Would that we could leave now, but there is too much light. I fear we will be caught. We must wait until dark. Tonight, when I tell you, you must run, fast as you can, no matter what. You must run to the woods and take cover in the nearest thicket you should find and bury yourself amongst the leaves. Can you do that? Yes, Angharad said. It will be dark and they will not expect you to stay so close. And you will be right behind me. You will bury yourself too. Yes, I shall be right behind you, and I shall do the same. You must lie still for a long while, till they've come back from their search, till they've given up looking. Then I will call to you. When you hear my voice you may come out, but you must promise me one thing. Ira paused. You must swear to me that no matter what you will not look back. Ira's gaze was fixed to the ground. But you will be right behind me. Yes, I will be right behind you, but you must swear now. I swear. What do you swear? Ira lifted her eyes, locking them on Angharad's. Angharad, you must say it. The hardness in Ira's voice brought a tremble to her lip, but Angharad repeated the words. I swear I will not look back. The weight of what they must do felt overwhelming. Fat, silent tears rolled down Angharad's face, and Ira reached tenderly to draw her near, cradling Angharad to her chest. Oh, my love, she murmured. I am so afraid. Do not be afraid. You will be gone in a blink, and they shall never find you. Think of your mother, think of your father. You are such a very brave girl, braver than any I have ever met. Ira bent to kiss her brow, then straightened, a new-found determination in her voice. Now then, she said, give me your knife. The camp was quiet. Moments stretched, and Angharad's body began to betray her, remembering a comfort nearly forgot, a full stomach. As darkness fell beyond the tent, her limbs grew heavy, her eyes dropping in sleep. Music drifted. Laughter. But it was the jeering of men that rattled her awake. She sat upright, blinking. A candle burned in an iron holder on the pine table, and on G.W.R.G's trunk a clay oil lamp had been brought in for light. That's right, little one. Keep awake if you can. You must be ready when the moment comes. Ira's face was etched with pity in the dim. Soon the scouting party returned. They waited in the silence of the tent as the men whooped and hollered, their ears straining for the sound of prisoners, but there did not seem to be any. The mood in G.W.R.G's camp was celebratory that eve, and the men drank long into the night. Angharad lay, stomach churning with nerves, her head resting on Ira's lap. A few times she must have drifted into sleep, for she woke to Ira's gentle shake and the feeling her nursemaid had allowed more rest than she knew. And then, just as it seemed the night would never end, voices sounded nearing the tent. Angharad did not need waking then. Her blood raced already at the thought of what she must do, and it took all of her might not to burst from the tent like a flushed quail when G.W.R.G's voice came. Take the nursemaid, keep her away. Aye, my lord. The man's voice sounded hesitant. But what of the girl's father? She's only a speckled little chick. Angharad did not hear what he said next, for Ira's whisper was a rush in her ear. When I strike them, you must run. She nodded as Ira stood and snatched up the oil lamp, pressing flat against the wall of the tent just beyond the opening. Escape seemed impossible, but Angharad could not think of that. She must only run. Cold air gusted in as GWRGI and his warrior pushed through the tent flaps, their faces lit ghoulish in the low light. Then, in the moment before their eyes adjusted, Ira struck, shattering the clay lamp over the warrior's head. Oil and shards scattered over the bedding as Angharad scrambled to her feet, and the warrior dropped, senseless and bleeding, to the floor. But GWRGI was not senseless. He looked at Ira, hunched, ready, holding Angharad's knife, and raised his dark brows as if this were all a wonderful game. Your hair is darker, he said, and your face fouled from beating, but I do say you remind me of a girl I once knew. Ira's face hardened and she lunged at him. Angharad, go, she cried. But GWRGI dodged the stab of her knife and turned to face her, arms barring the opening, eyes lit like a demon in the dark. "Nay, little chickie, don't go," he said. "It'll be worse for you if you do." Angharad looked between them, heart hammering. Ira's eyes strayed to the little pine table where the single candle yet burned. They both moved at the same moment, Ira kicking the table over as GWRGI lunged for her, knocking her from her feet. Shouts rang out from the camp as the candle toppled onto the sheepskin bedding, fire catching the oil from the shattered lamp. "Run!" Ira shouted. GWRGI was on top of her, wrestling for the knife as she slashed, cutting his face. He struck her and she turned to Angharad, eyes wide with terror. "Angharad, run!" Angharad ran. Men were rushing toward the tent now, spears lifted and swords drawn, but their limbs were sluggish from drink, and Angharad was a flash in the dark. She did not feel the pain from her blisters. Reese had taught her to duck and to dive, to feign. And so when a warrior closed in, she threw a feint, and as he lunged, she slipped by him like a river eel streaking into the woods. She raced on, arms pumping, trying not to crash into tree limbs and boulders in the blackness. She knew the thicket when she saw it. Here. It gave her its promise. The warriors were thundering into the forest behind her, leaves scattering in a storm as Angharad dropped into the thicket, scurrying on her belly into its heart. Rolling hurriedly onto her back, she swept loose leaves over her prone body with outstretched arms, then yanked two of the nearest branches to cover her, fighting to silence her breath. Brown as dirt, she thought. "Where's she gone?" someone called out. "She can't have got far." She was certain they would hear her pounding heart. The thicket was scarcely large enough to shelter a deer. Surely they would see her. Surely they would discover her and drag her back to the tent. But just then something sounded in the forest beyond, the sound of a cry that might have belonged to a child. "This way," the warrior barked as they crashed away through the forest. Angharad dared not move. One summer, not long ago, she and her mother had stumbled upon a fawn curled beneath a shrub in Kadzo's wood. "Mother, look!" she'd exclaimed. The creature looked up at Angharad, long lashes blinking, seemingly unafraid. Its pelt was speckled, its nose smooth as a river stone. Kneeling down, she reached to stroke it. "No, do not touch it," her mother said quickly. "Your scent will frighten off its mother." "But its mother has left it," Angharad said, saddened. Her mother moved to stand beside her. "A mother never leaves her young. She's gone foraging so she can provide milk, but she will not be far. A mother always returns." The memory was too much. Rolling onto her side, Angharad curled tight, hugging her knees to her chest. Her mother would never return, for her mother had not left her. Her mother had given her away. And now Angharad had abandoned Ira, the woman who'd become her own family. The look of terror on Ira's face was etched in Angharad's mind. She heard the sound of GWRG's blow, bone against flesh. "You're a coward," Angharad admonished herself. But Ira had made her swear. And if she could find her father, she could save her friend. The silence of the forest was unnerving, but Angharad should have welcomed it. She knew that now. For the silence did not last. She had been listening all the while, praying to the gods that somehow Ira had escaped, that she would come calling as they had planned, but Angharad was some distance from the camp now, or so she thought. It was not until the men returned that she realized how near to the tent she must be. The sound of Ira's screams echoed through the night. Angharad could not see the blows, only hear the sounds that issued from Ira as she felt them. The sound of Ira's suffering stabbed, and Angharad flinched with every cry, beating at her ears as if she could block them from hearing. It continued for eternity. Then sometime before dawn, Ira's cries faded away. Angharad did not feel cold, though her body shook. She knew she should make her way through the woods while darkness yet clung, but she could only lie there, eyes swollen, blinking. The sun rose. The men whistled, and she smelled a cook fire lit. She heard the early morning clamor that came with packing up camp. She needed to relieve her bladder but dared not stand. It seemed wrong to make water to be whole and unharmed when Ira lay in suffering on the very same earth only a short distance away. But Angharad's body would not be denied. She spread her legs, peeing where she lay. Wetness soaked her thighs, and she felt like a baby. By mid-morning, G-Dub, Luargi's men were gone. Chapter 16. Angharad Angharad crawled out from beneath the underbrush and moved her feet one, then the other. Again. Soon she was walking. Angharad had no idea where she might be, only that they had traveled some distance. She was nearing the farthest reaches of Gwendolau's land, that much was certain. Angharad looked up into the bare-branched trees. She was alone in the wood, but she did not fear wolves or bears or wild boar. Angharad feared only men. Birds called. Her feet thudded against leaves. Her stomach grumbled. She did not know which way to go, only that she must go in the direction opposite Gwrgi and his men. Up ahead stood a copse of mossy-footed beech trees, their thick silver fingers stretching gracefully toward the sky. The forest floor was covered in mound moss and dead leaves, and Angharad's footsteps spoke as she shuffled uncertainly into the grove. Shush, shush, shush. The air within it felt peaceful, welcoming and safe. It lacked scrub for shelter, but there was an abiding stillness here that urged her to rest. In the center of the copse she spotted a magnificent old beech with a depression at its base, as if a deer might have bedded there. She would sit, if only for a moment. Perhaps then she might know which way to go. The moss sprouting from the trunk was dry from too little rain, and as she leaned against it, Angharad knew the tree was quite thirsty. I have no water either, she thought. She was so accustomed to being held by her mother and father, by Ira or Layloken. Being held by a tree was different. Its body was unforgiving where her mother's was smooth and soft in all the right places, a happy dream. But beneath the bark, the tenderness Angharad felt was a mother's touch without fingers. It traveled in gentle waves against her back, filling her body with a remedy she could not quite comprehend. I am lost, Angharad told the tree, tears rising in her throat. Not lost, the tree replied, just where you need to be. How can you say such a thing? Her voice was loud in the quiet of the grove. It was clear the tree did not understand what had happened. Angharad closed her eyes to share the flashes of violence and gore now trapped within her skull. The death her father and Tutkwal had brought with their war. A chill breeze kicked up, rustling the branches of the grove like a sigh. Not lost, it repeated. Just where you need to be. The old beech was not bothered. It only held her in its way. The woods always spoke in whispers. Still, Angharad did not understand. Should she wait precisely where she was or continue in the direction she'd been walking? Does this way lead to my father? She asked. But the tree had nothing more to say. After a while, Angharad realized it was early afternoon. Night would soon come, and she needed warmth and shelter. Her body ached, racked with exhaustion from her night in the cold, and she longed for a draught of her mother's elderberry and honey drink. No, safe as she felt, she could not linger any longer. Angharad pressed her cheek against the old beech tree's trunk. "Thank you," she said. The dark-haired woman might have tricked her, but trees never lied. Somehow she was just where she was meant to be. There was always a river. Ira had taught her that. She mightn't know which river she searched for, but if she could find any river at all, surely there would be travelers upon it. Surely there would be someone who'd help send word to her father. The thought was enough to rouse her to her feet. "Please," she begged, "which way to the river?" She waited, fearful at first that no sign would come. Then she decided to wait with expectance. After all, the old beech had told her she was just where she needed to be, so why would the woods not show her the way? Then she saw it. A bird alighting on an ash tree beyond the grove. Angharad whispered her thanks and followed. There, in the distance, a rusty spray of fern caught her eye. Beyond it, the faint outline of a herd trail. Each time Angharad was in doubt, something came to show the way. A roe deer as if waiting. Sometimes it was only the encouragement of a gentle wind or a rustle in a thicket. Twilight threatened, yet still no river came in sight. Then, at an oak, the path she had been following suddenly branched. Just as Angharad began to despair, she saw it, half buried in leaves, a few paces from her feet. A feather. Angharad burst into tears. "Mama!" she cried. She crouched to grab it before it could blow away, pressing it to her chest as if it could save her, as if it could seal the leaking wound of her heart. Her voice was a whisper in the woods. "Mama!" Even though the sight of it pained her, for the first time since striking out that morning, Angharad did not feel so alone. She stood slowly, tucking the feather into her tunic for safekeeping. There must be something up ahead, something that would help her find her way home, and yet she dared not fully believe. She followed the path as it twisted through a stand of papery birch. Then she blinked. A roundhouse stood at the far side of a clearing. It was red-roofed, with walls made of wattle and daub. No smoke breathed from the thatching, and the little wooden door seemed to keep watch like a sentinel. Angharad remembered the dead man with staring eyes in their hut, but she was tired and hungry, and the feather was tucked close to her heart. Quickly, she took her torque from her neck, securing it beneath her tunic with her belt, better to keep it safe. She could always reveal it if need be. Then she hobbled toward the hut, stopping at the door. A symbol was marked in charcoal on the wood, a circle sprouting a cross beneath it. Angharad knew the symbol well. Her brother Signe often traced it on slate. It was meant to be the Christ God, pierced upon the cross. The hut lay within the confines of her uncle's kingdom, yet a Christian mark had been made upon the door, and the hut was not in cinders. This hut had been spared whilst the others had been burned. No sound came from within as Angharad reached for the latch. Swinging open the door, she squinted into the gloom. Empty, it seemed. As her eyes grew accustomed to the dim, she made out a hearth pit in the center with an iron cookpot suspended above. A wooden bed covered with a sheepskin blanket sat opposite a table set with one stool, one wooden bowl, an eating knife, and one spoon. Angharad stepped inside. The earthen floor was neatly swept, and before the bed lay a simple reed mat. All was spare, save one detail. Hung round the room, high and low, secured by tiny iron nails, were dozens upon dozens of carved wooden crosses. This was the house of a monk. Father Natin at Pike spoke of men who sought Christ in solitude, traveling deep into forests, glens, and mountains to dwell and worship their God. He'd given a name for such men, Kuldees. Perhaps this hut belonged to such a monk. Beside the hearth she spied a flint and birch shavings for tinder. The pit was stacked with peat, and on the table a little clay pot of reeds sat to light tapers from the hearth fire. Wherever the monk had gone, he'd soon return. Surely he would not turn away a child. She crouched and set to work showering the birch shavings with sparks until they caught. Soon flame licked, catching the peat. With the turf burning, the hut seemed warm and almost friendly. Angharad's stomach kicked with hunger, and she looked round, wondering about food. Everything was ordered. Only the reed mat before the bed lay slightly askew. Pushing it aside, she found two short planks set over a hole dug into the ground. Foodstuffs had been squirreled away. A loaf of barley bread, flour, oats, and a jar full of honey. "Oh," Angharad breathed, fingers nearly trembling. "Food, food." She snatched up the loaf and the sack of oats, carrying them to the table. She had just begun to slice a thick hunk of bread when a voice came from above. "Hello!" With a shriek, Angharad turned and looked up. A face hovered in the beams over the doorway, glowing orange in the turf light. She spun round to face it, the knife in her hand, sending oats from the sack scattering like snow. If the thing fell upon her, she would stab it, then run, she decided. "Nay, nay," the face said. "Please, don't be frightened. Here, let me come down." Her eyes widened as the face drew into the light, attached to a neck and a lean set of shoulders. It was not a monstrous beast after all, but a man dressed in brown clothing. To his rough brown tunic he'd affixed panels of reeds, and his face was smeared with something viscous and brown. Angharad blinked in astonishment. He had disguised himself. He'd been watching from the rafters all the while. "Please, there's nothing to fear, it's only mud," the man explained. Still, Angharad gripped the knife as he dropped to the floor with the grace of a stable cat. His eyebrows were sandy like her uncle's, but thick and drawn in what looked like concern. His light eyes appeared kind, but Angharad did not trust men, even ones who might claim to be holy. The man stepped closer, and Angharad stabbed at the place between them with the knife. "Get away!" she shrieked. "I am Brother Thomas," he said evenly. "And who might you be?" When Angharad did not answer, he lifted his hands. "I will not harm you, I only wish to help." Angharad searched his eyes, trying to take his measure, but came up wanting and frowned. How curious, she thought. She tried once more, but felt as though she'd run headlong into a dry stone wall. "Are you a monk?" she asked tightly. "Of a sort," Brother Thomas said. "Are you a Kuldee then?" "Yes," he smiled. "The same. So you have heard of my kind?" Angharad gave a slight nod. "Good, then you know I will not harm you. Come, set down that knife and tell me your name." She did not set down the knife. "I'm called Angharad," she said. "Angharad," he repeated. "I know the name well, but she is the young daughter of Ridderch of Strathclyde." The way he spoke, Angharad understood that somehow he already knew it was she. "Whatever are you doing here so far from home?" he asked. "You find yourself in the middle of a war." Angharad had been fleeing the battle for 2 days in a waking nightmare. Now, as she heard her father's name and the tenderness with which Brother Thomas asked what had befallen her, the dam keeping back her tears splintered and gave way. Dropping the knife to the table, she began to cry. Brother Thomas moved carefully to sit beside her. He did not try to embrace her, only sat. "Whatever has happened, you are safe here," he said. "You are safe. Safe." The word only made Angharad's breath turn shallow, for Ira's screams had come again, resounding in her head. She pressed her hands over her ears, shaking her head with a wail. The monk drew her to him so efficiently, so assuredly, Angharad did not even think to resist. She curled into him as if his arms were a cave, and as he embraced her, a wave of calm came over her. She drank and drank from it until gradually her breathing slowed and her eyes dried out, wrung of all their water. After a while Brother Thomas stood and went to the cookpot, pouring some liquid from a jug into its belly and setting it over the fire to boil. "You will be hungry, I imagine," he said. "Take off those soggy boots if you will." Angharad bent and gingerly removed them, watching hungrily as he took up the sack of oats from the floor and sifted a portion into the pot. "Why were you concealing yourself?" Angharad asked carefully. Brother Thomas cut a thick slice of bread, slathering it with a dollop of honey before placing it before her. She stuffed it into her mouth without shame. "You are not the first to stumble upon my hut. Some days ago, a soldier came to my door. He knew me for a man of God. He told me I must mark my door with the sign of the cross and no harm would befall me. Since then, not only men of Ebrock have come, but many who are in need. They rifle my belongings, take my food, my warmth, and my hut, all of which are given freely. Sometimes I am here, sometimes I conceal myself in the rafters or the trees. They soon depart. I do not play at sides. A need is a need." "And what of the dragon warriors?" Angharad asked eagerly. "Have you seen any of Pendragon's men?" "Nay, an elderly tenant who did not muster to fight, a mother and 2 boys, no dragon warriors," he answered. Angharad's shoulders sank. Still, it could be that her uncle survived. He'd promised to find her and Ira with the Selgovie should they make it to the Caledonian Wood. Brother Thomas stood as if waiting for an explanation, but when she gave none, only shrugged. "You've spilled my oats, Angharad of Strathclyde. Go then and pick them up. As you know, food is quite hard to come by." His face was stern, but his voice was gentle. Angharad eased to her feet and accepted the oat sack from him, bending to collect them flake by flake. "An impossible task. There will soon be more food," she said quietly. "The battle is over now. My father has won." Brother Thomas checked the cookpot, then moved to the table and began to untie his reed wrappings from about his middle. "The battle is not over. It has only just begun. You and I are speaking of different battles, I think." Angharad looked up. This Kuldee was full of riddles. "Which battle do you speak of? If you do not know already, I fear you will soon discover it." It felt like a warning, but the stab of Angharad's hunger left little space for talk of such things. The oats were ready. Brother Thomas drew out the stool from the table and gestured for her to sit. Saliva pooled as she watched him serve 2 steaming ladles of porridge into a wooden bowl and top it with a scattering of hazelnuts. Fixing himself a helping, he crouched beside the fire and murmured a blessing. The Kuldee had removed his reed dressings, but his face was yet darkened with mud. "You conceal yourself in the rafters even whilst men and women are sleeping below?" Angharad asked. Brother Thomas gave a slight nod. "And they do not see you. They do not see me until I wish to be seen, as it was with you. But that is a gift of a wisdom keeper. If you believe such things are only for wisdom keepers, you know very little of God," he said. They ate a while in silence, porridge warming her from the inside out, soothing places that were raw, her throat from screaming and tears, her stomach from its near-continual twisting in fear and grief, hunger and revulsion. Somehow she'd forgotten the blisters on her feet and the prickers embedded in her hands. But now that Angharad sat in the warmth, the skelfs that Ira had been unable to remove ached and pulsed, biting little things. Brother Thomas must have been observing the way Angharad hobbled and cradled her spoon, for he glanced at her bowl with a nod. "If you are finished, we must dress your wounds." He moved to the wooden shelf on the wall, squinting at a tidy row of earthen jars before selecting one, then prepared some soft linen wrappings. "Dry your feet by the hearth whilst I tend to your hands," he said, waiting. Angharad offered her palms hesitantly. He took them gently, tilting them to the light. "Thorns," he observed. "No digging." "Very well, I will not dig," he said, "but the holes are going sour." "No digging," she insisted. "As you say." Brother Thomas lowered his head and began to clean away the dirt. "I imagine you are looking for your father." Angharad nodded, averting her eyes as he worked. "It is chaos beyond this door. Something that once might have been so simple is not so simple now." "But he is searching for me," she said. "Then he has had very ill luck. And where did you think to encounter him?" "I was looking for the river when I came upon your hut." "I see." His eyes were so kind, Angharad wanted to tell Brother Thomas of all that had transpired, but he was a stranger and a man, and the well of her sorrow was too deep. He sat back a moment, then began carefully applying the salve. "There was a time long ago when I found myself full of thorns," he said. "They had pierced the skin, embedded." "How did it happen?" Angharad looked at him, curious. "A thorn is a thorn. How it came to be does not matter so much. It was what I learned that is perhaps more important. Pluck the thorn and it is gone from you. The hole will heal and your skin soon forgets. Let it linger and in time your body may eat the thorn away bit by bit. But it will never be gone from you. The thorns will be in your blood, going round and round within you forever." He glanced up as if to make sure she understood. Angharad looked down at her palms, and suddenly it was as if she stood once more upon the heights of Caergwendolau, the battle raging all around her, the cries of men making her cringe, the shouts as the warriors hacked, splitting each other's bodies as she struggled to descend the cliff. She had lived there little more than 1 year, but Caergwendolau was her home. She did not want to forget. "Leave them," she said. "As you say." Brother Thomas wrapped her hands, securing the linens with a knot. "The salve will draw out the heat. We will wrap them along with your feet and change the dressings in the morning." "Thank you," she said. "And in the morning, if I am well enough, will you help me find my father?" She tried to sound brave, but could not keep her voice from wavering. Brother Thomas paused a moment, searching her. Angharad tried to hide from his scrutiny, but knew it was too late. He'd seen within her, seen the girl yet trapped in the dark of a forest, belly pressed to the earth beneath an autumn thicket. Brother Thomas bowed his head, his face somber. "Yes, if you feel well enough on the morrow, I will do my best to help you find your father." His gaze was distant as he finished dressing the blisters on her feet and stood to put away the salve. He fluffed the straw-stuffed pallet of the bed, lifting the sheepskins to shake them out. "You may sleep here," he said, gesturing. Angharad moved gratefully to the bed, slipping beneath the fleece. Brother Thomas checked the bolt on the door before adding more turf to the fire, then drew the reed mat beside the hearth. Lying down upon it, he folded his arms beneath his head to make a pillow, a kuldee, and one who could mask his presence just like Diomed and her uncle. "You asked how I came to be here," Angharad said. "I was training with my uncle to become a wisdom keeper." Brother Thomas did not turn. "Your uncle is Lailoken. Do you know him?" "I know only that he is other Pendragon's counsel. He and other were good enough to grant me peace here in the forest at the edge of their lands." "Diomed the seer was teaching me how to cloak myself," Angharad said. "Ah, do you know how to cloak yourself?" Brother Thomas seemed ill at ease with her question. "Kuldees are not like other monks," was all he said. "Then I am glad to have found a kuldee." Brother Thomas was quiet. "My father did not trade for me," Angharad said. "He knew I was within the fortress. He attacked us all the same." "Perhaps he meant to rescue you. Perhaps he meant to find you," he offered. "But he did not." "No, he did not." That the kuldee acknowledged it did not heal, but it granted Angharad comfort. "Rest now, Angharad, and sleep well," Brother Thomas said. Angharad shifted upon the bedding and her torque scraped against her back, but its presence was reassuring. "Remember who you are," it said. Angharad looked up at the reed roof, willing sleep to find her. All was silent, the only sounds the soft burn of turf and the gentle draw of Brother Thomas's breathing. But in the silence, she still heard Ira weeping. Beneath her dressings, thorns pulsed into Angharad's blood the things she would never forget. Chapter 17, Langurith Tuckwell's Hall, Partick Kingdom of Strathclyde, Samhain, October 31st. Ad 573t. He children were asleep when Aloofed caught my elbow just inside the door. "Whatever are you doing?" she whispered. "You must not be seen by the pits this night." I steadied the oil lamp between my hands, the door still open at my back. "The pits? I've only left an offering for the owls." Aloofed peered beyond me to the basket I'd left for the old ones by the rowan tree. "Do not play me for a fool, Langurith. I do not speak of offerings left for the dead. I speak about the living. You risk too much. And you do not risk enough." Aloofed lifted her chin. "Well then, it seems neither you nor I shall be able to say farewell." "No," I said. Her wintry eyes gave nothing away but her voice. In that moment she sounded almost a child. I knew Aloofed and Broaden had lain together. Perhaps she even loved him. I thought of my cousin slipping away into the dark. "And your new man, you trust him?" she asked. "His task will bear it out, but nothing shall come back upon me. I was at the Samhain pyre, well within sight of Tuckwell's men. I suppose we shall have to see what tomorrow brings." Her smile did not reach her eyes. "In any case, it is done now and for the best." She glanced down at the oil lamp in my hands. "Are you going to his chamber, then?" "Reese," she meant. I nodded. "I will come with you and sit a while." "No," I said, "but thank you, I should rather wait alone." "I understand," she said. I did not know if I could bear the sight of my eldest son's chamber. I had not entered it since hearing of his death. But if Reese did return this night, he'd be in one of his mother, he'd be in one of his bed. His soul would be so very weary. I entered to find the shutter closed and rushed to thrust it wide, nearly sending the oil lamp clattering. Sweet gods! The window must be open. What if my boy had come already and could not get in? I am sorry, I cried. Beyond the narrow window the stars were snuffed by cloud. Nothing stirred, the air was still and thick, expectant. There Reese. I closed my eyes tonight, letting the cold soothe my cheeks. "Come to me," I called to him. "Come home, I am here, I am waiting." Taken, can you believe? Two servants were speaking by the door to the kitchens, heads bent as if conspiring. I stopped just beyond the door, listening. "Taken by the owls," the other said. "They're at sundown, gone by morning. I heard voices in the wood, I knew it was they." I stepped from the doorway, offering a smile. "Who is it you speak of? Who is gone?" They exchanged a somber look. "Why, didn't you hear, lady? Broaden of Cadzo, your own cousin, gone from the pits, quick as you like." "They took him," the other said. "But it weren't voices in the wood, It were chantin', his no mistake, heard him myself. Chanting and wailing all the night long, he called and they came, simple as that. My fingers fluttered to my throat in feigned alarm. My cousin is gone. The alarm was called at first light. I heard voices. I thought I'd been dreaming. Nearly all in Tutwell's hall had taken up the Christian mantle, in name if not in faith. Maidens still crept out before dawn on Beltane to wet their faces with morning dew, and there wasn't a milker who dared forget a portion for Bridget each time they squeezed the goat or sheep's udders. Which gods we prayed to did not matter in this case. We were a people who believed in the power of spirits and their world of mist. Aloof swept into the kitchens with 2 servants at her heels, catching the last of our conversation. You believe Broaden was taken then, and did not somehow escape. She stopped, blinking at the servants in expectation. What was she playing at? Well, surely Broaden of Cadzo had no friend among the guard, the elder woman said. You are right, I said, and they were quite unkind when I went to see him. I saw it then. Aloof was leading the servants to strengthen their own conclusions. It was Samhain, and if a crack should open between the worlds, a person could be snatched, never to be seen again. And there were 3 men guarding the pits, the other pointed out. They'd let him out. Were that the case, the king would certainly put his guards to the sword, Aloof said, meeting my eyes. He may yet upon his return. I never intended to cost any man his life. If it was torn, I would sorrow, but I would not regret it. Such were the lessons I had learned. I must excuse myself to get ready, I said. The men will soon be here. Aloof waved me away, turning to matters at hand. Let me taste the stewed apple, she said, reaching delicately into a pot before wrinkling her nose. Still too sour. We must fix it or make it again. The marketplace was teeming with women and children despite the chill in the air. The women's eyes were fixed on the road that led into Pike, while their children perched like squirrels in the trees to catch the first glimpse of the warband's return. Tutwell's men milled among the gathering crowd. They'd quartered off a place for the noblewomen. Our benches from the Samhain rite sat along the road, where Aloof waited already, attendants by her side and wine in hand. I had no attendant, as Ayla was needed at the hall to aid in preparations, but I was not the queen. Beside Aloof sat Ryan, Morkant's flaxen-haired wife, draped in gold jewelry, but her cold eyes and berry-stained cheeks were unable to mask her dread. Morkant and Ritterch might have been brothers, but one was a boar, the other a stag. At least I'd thought as much before my husband had ridden off to murder my brothers. Ryan leaped to her feet as we climbed out from the cart, jostling Aloof's cup. Your seat, Languoreth, come sit beside me. Thank you, Ryan, I greeted her with a kiss. Aloof looked at her. Oh goodness, your cloak. I am so dreadfully sorry, my queen. Never mind it, Aloof said and leaned back so her servant might brush away the spill. Auntie. Gladys and Signe rushed to embrace her, and Ryan beamed at them as they took their places. Morkant had many children, none who'd been born of his own wife. The marketplace buzzes like a hive, I said. Yes. Ryan glanced down the road. Any moment now, here, take some wine. Ryan passed me a cup, but as I reached to accept it, she noticed my fingers still scabbed and bloody from clawing at my door. Oh, Languoreth, she whispered. It is nothing. These marks, at least, are my own. I met her eyes. That Ryan should pity me, when the bruises she so often wore were left by her husband, was just one mark of her kindness. But Ryan only shook her head. Nay, Languoreth, make no mistake. These wounds you bear are no more your own doing than mine. The last I had seen of Ritterch was the back of his dark head disappearing into a sea of men in the great room. That day the lords of Ebrock had arrived, and Tutwell had summoned the war council. In all the hours I'd spent imprisoned, in all the anguish I'd felt wondering who was dead and who was yet living, the thought of my own husband had been little more than a shadow. Perhaps that made me a monster, but if that were so, was Ritterch not more a monster than I? I drank deeply from my cup, and Ryan watched, eyes all-knowing. Have you thought of what you might say upon his return? I lowered my voice. It has been preying on me, all the things I might say, since the moment I heard the bolt slide against my door. But now that I am faced with his return, in truth, I do not know. Morkant lives for battle, Ryan said. I cannot sleep for imagining all the terrible things he has done. To your brothers and the dragon warriors, she would not say. Searching for distraction, I cast about the crowd. A group of women I knew to be Christian stood by the well, wives of warriors who'd been summoned to fight. I met their gaze and lifted my hand in greeting, but the smiles they returned did not reach their eyes. They seem displeased we are conversing, I said. Then they are not truly Christian, she said. Goodness, love, kindness, let them observe us. Perhaps they shall learn a thing or two about both the old religion and the new. You bring to mind an old man I met. Oh, yes, at the Samhain rites. He was a holy man, he spoke like a Scot, but he did not declare himself a wisdom keeper. Ryan considered it. A hermit of some kind, from the West and holy, you say? Quite. His touch, his hands, I could not rightly explain it. And did he travel alone? Yes. Well, Ryan laughed. Then he was not Columba of Iona, for he travels nowhere without his armed guard. Maluag, however, Maluag, I said, the holy man of Lismore, he was a Christian I knew and a much hallowed teacher. Cathan had spoken of Maluag, he had considered him a friend. But Lismore is days away by boat, I said. Whatever would bring him to a Samhain rite in Partick? I could not say, never mind it. I suppose it could have been any old hermit, she smiled. Nay, thank you, Ryan, I shall tuck it away. I had the strangest feeling this was not the last time I might see the man, whoever he might be. Children raced around their elders' knees, playing at games of war. The people's anticipation was building like a coming storm. At any moment the sky would crack. And then from a distance voices carried. Hundreds of voices lifted in song. At first I could not make out the words, but as they drew nearer their singing rang clear. All along the Eskside hills the battle fog was blowing. They'd crafted their battle song on their victorious march, a song of blood and spite. Visions flashed unbidden, warriors creeping through the wood, making me feel as if my skin crawled with mites. I smoothed my hair, and then the river of men was upon us. The spearmen strode first, their backs straight as rods. The cheering was deafening as the people of Partick stretched out their hands, welcoming the men back into our fold. Nothing could have prepared me for the roiling wave of poison that rose. I wanted to spit my own blood. Which of these men had taken aim at my lover? Who among them had sought the prize of my brother's head? I took a steadying breath as the warriors on horseback appeared. Some of the footmen were poulticed and wrapped. Either I was mistaken, or there were fewer men, fewer horses. The dragon warriors had given them a fight. On the bench beside me, Sion's face was plain with his longing for his father. The working of a child's heart was so simple, but as I searched, I could not find my husband among them. Where is Ritterch? I wondered, trying not to sound alarmed. But Aloof, too, had noticed her son's absence and stood, craning her neck. Why is father not here? Gladys said, her voice rising. You told me he lived. He does not ride with them, Aloof said. There must be good reason. Yes, I assured them. We will soon find out. We had word he was hale. There is Morkant, Ryan pointed, and the king. We watched as they drew closer. Tuckwell's snowy head was held high, Torque at his neck and piercing eyes fixed ahead. His eldest son rode close behind, but Morkant did not stare nobly into the distance. Nor did he seek his wife. His gaze sought me instead, his heavy brows lifting slightly as he neared. Upon his javelin a man's head was pierced. My face did not alter. From somewhere within a voice directed me. Breathe, blink, do not weep. Gladys and Sion, cover your eyes, I said quickly. Morkant must have imagined this moment, all the long leagues between here and the borderlands, my horrific panic, the way my heart would be drumming in my chest. To whom did the head belong? Other. Lael. Oh, sweet gods, Maelgun. I searched for breath as if I'd been knocked from a tree. The man's neck was a ring of gore, face drained of blood, now white and distorted. The only thing known to my eye was the tumble of dark, untethered hair. Melgo, no, 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 my love, I could not bear it. I could not fathom it. I plunged my trembling hand deep into my pocket to clutch the emerald ring. Breathe. Do not weep, I thought, reasoning at the sight of it. It could not be. No one save Laylokan knew of our love. I kept utterly still. The man's hair was not black but brown. Brown as an acorn and threaded with silver. Brant. Brant who taught me to wield my knife. Brant who'd loved and protected us the whole of our lives. The head on Morkant's spike belonged to my cousin. Vomit rose and I swallowed it, but Signe only stared in fascination as Morkant passed by. Was that not our cousin? He asked. Sweet God, Signe, do not look, I exclaimed. Gladys's eyes flew open and she gasped. Oh, no, no. I drew her to me, staring at Morkant with a hate that could burn a man to cinders. Do not let him see you weep. Do not feed his wickedness, I said into her hair. But Morkant was not the only man bearing a trophy of gore, for each warrior in his retinue rode with a head pierced upon a pike. I pressed my lips to keep from weeping. Dragon warriors all, greatest of our land. Bulls of our island, protectors from the Angles. Their souls would have no peace now. They had been given no honor. I knew these men. They had supped at my table at Partic and at Cadzo. They deserved to be named, if only in silence. Drian, Einian, Brant, they had stood against an impossible confederation. They had stood upon that hill and seen the war bands creeping over their fields and had known they were going to die. Who would sing of their heroism? Who yet lived to remember them? There is you, I told myself, but when I was gone, theirs would become a forgotten kingdom. I stood stone-faced, holding Gladys as the procession carried on. The ladies of Strathclyde would stay, as was custom, until every last warrior had been welcomed back home. Heads on pikes jostled and lofted for cheers from the crowd. But not all the citizens of Partic were battle-mad. As I looked, I saw I was not alone in my grief. Here and there, a woman, an old man, another, and there another. More and more as I looked, standing as if stunned, tears streaming their cheeks. They remembered the day the Angles had first risen in a rage of fire and sword, and how one man called Imrise, a warrior from the wall, had fashioned a banner from the bloodied tunics of his men to become the first Pendragon. They remembered 20 and more winters of dragons on the wall, heroes on horseback who had battled and slaughtered generations of Angle kings. I searched out their eyes, and as they looked up and saw me, I sent them my strength. One by one, they ceased their weeping. I bent down to Gladys, squeezing her gently. Look, Gladys, we are yet among our people, I whispered. Show them you are here, show them you are unbroken. I clasped her hand. Gladys wiped her face and looked up, her eyes slowly brightening as she gazed over the crowd. Do you see, this sorrow is not ours alone. The sharing of our pain has forged us new kin. Gladys tilted her chin as she looked at them in return. In the midst of all my sorrow, I did not know if I had ever been so proud. Good girl, I told her, we remember. I prayed my eyes spoke the words I could not say. I could not explain it save to say it was a healing. Something had shifted. I had felt it when the Kayleach placed her hands upon my head. I could not yet name it, but it pulsed, steady and strong as the beat of my heart. The old gods were summoning. We would answer their call. Chapter 18, Langurith, Partic Kingdom of Strathclyde, 1st of November. Ad 573 L. Ast came the prisoners. Gwendolal's people. They traveled in a caravan of 3 wooden carts drawn by tired horses, bodies packed against the high-sided slats, faces bleak as the dead. I had waited for the captives despite not knowing how I might aid them. They would be tenants and former servants, tradesmen, perhaps a wisdom keeper if any remained, women and children who could be traded or sold, farmers who'd seen the signal fire and rallied to the banner of the dragon. Torin and the men from the pit stood at the road, ready to escort the carts back to Tutquil's hall. I stood helpless, willing a discovery that eluded me, and then from within one of the carts someone cried out my name. Languoreth. I searched the press of bodies for the source. Languoreth. It was a woman, body thrust against the slats of the first cart, a woman with wild eyes and brown hair. Her dress drooped from her shoulders as if it had been torn. Her face was swollen with blood and bruises. "Stop!" I called out. "Stop the cart!" I broke through the line of noblewomen and dashed into the procession before any of our guard could stop me. Languoreth. The woman stretched her hand through the planks, but Torin reached her first, sending the blunt wooden end of his spear into her stomach. "Do not strike her!" I cried, reaching for her hand. She gripped my fingers. "Please help me, please," she said. Her voice was a rasp. Torin spun round on me. "Get back! Are you mad?" Perhaps I was mad, for the captives now saw a chance for salvation. I cried out in pain as a dozen hands clawed, gripping my arm in a frenzy. They yanked and tugged, dashing my cheek against the wall of the cart. "Languoreth, Languoreth," they cried as they crushed and piled, thrusting their hands through the slats. The warriors beat at their hands until they released me, and I stumbled back onto the grass. But now the carts were rocking as the captives shook their wooden prisons, desperate for release. "Languoreth, Languoreth." "Go, go!" Torin shouted, and onlookers scattered as Tutquil's men surrounded me, forcing me down, their shields coming over my head. "Stop this!" I shouted. "You've done this," Torin shot back. "Let me go, they will not harm me," I said, even as the prisoners shrieked beyond the shield wall, struggling to break free. "Get her back to the hall," Torin commanded, "and get the carts gone." The driver snapped the reins, urging the horses forward at a clip as prisoners tumbled and collided. The other two carts followed, disappearing from sight. The warriors stood, lowering their shields, fuming. Torin looked at me, shaking his head. "What were you on about? You nearly caused a riot." "That woman, she knew me. She called for me," I said. Even as I said it, I knew I sounded a fool. Who among the imprisoned did not know me? I was Other Pendragon's foster sister, twin to his counselor, Lailoken. My dress and hair were disheveled. I felt a sting and reached to my cheek. My fingers felt the wet of blood. "You are bleeding," Ryan said, hurrying to my side. "Come, come, Aloofed and the children are already in the cart." I took Ryan's hand and she helped me in. Aloof's eyes were calm, but her chest was rising rapidly. I felt her stare and looked away. "'Tis only a scratch, Ryan. I am hale, truly." We rocked as the cart drew away from the marketplace, my children watching me in stunned silence. "Mother, are you all right?" Signe asked. "She's been through a shock," Aloof said, but I scarcely heard her. "3 carts," I murmured, casting back to the laws Cathan had taught us so well. 3 carts, why they are war prizes, aren't they? One for the king, one for each of his sons, Morkant and Ridderch. Aloof looked as if she might shake me. "You mean to claim a slave cart? Your cousin disappeared and your brothers, our enemies, dead or in exile, and you would make demands of the king." "It is not a demand. It is my right. My husband is not returned. Who else should claim his booty?" "I will claim it," Signe piped up. "Be quiet, Signe." I reached for his hand. "Signe, your mother has struck her head and gone silly," Aloof frowned. "I will not aid you in this, Languoreth. I would not ask it of you. I would only ask your help in securing a new captain of my guard. I must keep my word." She knew I meant Torin, but she only crossed her arms beneath her fur cloak, saying, "We shall see." "And what will you do with a cart of prisoners in any case? Sell them. You don't know the first thing about it. They are my property by law. I shall do with them as I please. But I must attempt it without angering the king." I thought about the woman in the first cart, the look upon her face. I would have her cart, I would see to it. For the moment, I could do no more. We drew to a stop, and Aloof gathered the deep purple skirt of her dress, stepping down from the cart. I bent to speak softly to Gladys and Signe. "No matter how we may feel, we must be certain to welcome your tide. We must welcome the king home." They nodded, and we descended into a mass of revelers milling in the courtyard. The music thrummed too brightly as warriors held their children close. Sons and daughters looked up with stars in their eyes at their hero come home, and Signe watched them, feeling Ritterch's absence with no way to reconcile it. Why had my husband not returned? I put my arms round my children. Come then, let us go in. The hall was a crush of dank leather and sweat, but the warriors parted as we trailed behind the queen, her face shining as she strode toward her husband. Tutquil King, my lady queen, all is well. Tutquil stood readily from his oaken chair to embrace her, but my healer's eye noticed the frailness that accompanied a man of 65 winters. All is well now you're returned, Aloft said. Her body did not stiffen, though I knew she did not love him, and her wintry eyes were warm as she turned to look upon her eldest son. Did she not feel betrayed that her body had borne such a vile and hateful man? Ryan brushed Morkan's cheek with a kiss as I stepped forward to greet the king. Tutquil King, we are so happy to see you come home. Tutquil studied me with his bird-like gaze, then nodded. You have lost a son. I am sorry for it. The king had been fond of Rhys, a gifted fighter. He did not mention my daughter. Thank you, my king. I had hoped at least to see my husband. He hunts the men who fled, he said, my brother. I closed my eyes a moment, forcing myself onward. When might we expect Ritterch's return? When his errand is complete, he is Tanist now. He must see the task done. Then I shall await his return, I said lightly. Tonight we raise our cups to you, our king is hail. I bowed and shifted away, then stopped. My king, I beg your favor. There is one item I wish to discuss. Speak. The king blinked, impatient. You are an exceedingly generous king, but I would never presume. I noted there were 3 slave carts. Do you intend one share to go to Ritterch for his spoils? Aye, and what of it? In his absence I would claim it if I may. I need servants at Cadzo, we are down to bare bones. Nay, Ritterch must trade them, they will fetch a good value. Tread carefully, Aloft's gaze warned me. Morkant was a shadow at Tutquil's shoulder, and one of the king's men had come now to speak low in Morkant's ear. Of course, I said. It is only I worry over our provisions at Pardic. Winter will soon come, and 3 carts of slaves will surely be a strain on your food stores. We had a strong harvest at Cadzo. Allow me to take Ritterch's cart there. We are most eager to welcome Lord Ritterch home, and Cadzo is nearer his return, if only by a day. Tutquil's look silenced me. I have only just returned, yet you come seeking spoils before the feast has yet begun. Her heart bleeds for their rescue, Morkant cut in. I hear from my men she nearly caused a riot. If my heart bleeds, it is for the fact that you carry home war trophies on pikes while you neglect to bring home the body of my son. I think only of our sacrifice, I shot back. Enough of this bickering. Tutquil looked between us. I bowed, not daring to meet his eyes. I mean only to mind the cart for my husband's homecoming. As I say, I have provisions enough, and readying Cadzo for Ritterch's return would be a welcome diversion. Which cart would you have? The king asked. The middle, if it please you. No, my king, Morkant said quickly. I would have the middle. The first cart then, if I must. I tipped my chin as if I'd been defeated. The king considered it. Take it then and depart at your leisure, he said at last. But remain obedient to my summons should I desire your return. Of course, my king, thank you, I am grateful. Tutquil waved 2 fingers dismissively, but his eyes did not leave me until I reached my seat. I sank down, worn through, but in a far chamber of my heart I felt a flutter of hope. I'd done it, I had bested Morkant, the fool, and I was to take the survivors to Cadzo, away from the hawkish watch of Morkant and the king. I dared not believe it until I stepped over the threshold of my hall. Ayla came to stand beside me as the bards ceased their playing, and the king's sencha called for silence, for he had witnessed the battle and now must prove himself worthy of his keep in the recitation of his tale. The warriors lost and their battle-hardened prowess. The virtues and generosity of Tutquil the king. Take the children to the courtyard so they might join others their age, I bade Ayla, and she whisked them away. I sat motionless, imagining myself submerged in an icy burn as if it could numb my senses, for I could not yet leave. I must stay to honor my son. It seemed an eternity before, at last, it came. None was strong as Rhys, son of Ridderch, defender of the faith. He made the ground red with dragon blood before he found his end at the ramparts. I swallowed sickness as I saw Rhys on his back in battle mud, crying out my name. Suffering. Mother. He'd wanted me beside him, and I could not save him from his pain. I pressed back my tears, struggling to quiet my breathing. Defender of the faith. Was this how my son was to be remembered? Rhys, who kept the old gods. Rhys, who had never chosen Christ. Rhys was a boy of the burn and the forest and beloved of Herne, just like his uncles. I looked to the doors, sickened by tales twisted by victors. If I did not leave soon, I would take a spear from the wall and ram it through Tuckwell's throat. I stood. Across the room, Aloof's profile was regal, but when her eyes caught the lamplight, I saw that they shone with unfallen tears. Grief is a weakness and emotion a danger. Such is the burden of a woman with power, Aloof had said, tutoring me in how to survive. I crossed the room, my face smooth as a winter pasture, to bow before Aloof and the king. I am quite tired. If you will permit me. Tuckwell gave a nod but did not turn my way. I hurried from the great room, meeting Ayla at my chamber door. There is a woman in the prison carts who's been badly beaten, I told her. She has dark hair, Torin will know her. The cart is now mine. Take one of your hooded cloaks and fetch her, please. Bring her the back way and draw up the cloak's hood. I should like to avoid any trouble. A prisoner from the borderlands, Ayla asked. Yes. But lady, do you know her? How can you be certain she is safe? Please, Ayla, just do as I say. I paced in the stillness of my chamber, readying my healing supplies while the muffled sound of music echoed from the courtyard. Ayla was right. I did not know this woman. I was pulling her from the prison carts and did not know what she might say or if I might trust it. But I could not turn from the desperation in her voice. And in return, I hoped she would tell me what she had seen the day of the battle. At last the iron latch lifted with a clank, and Ayla guided the woman into my room. She walked stiffly, leaning slightly on Ayla's arm, and was tall, I noticed. Nearly tall as I. Hello, I said. Please, come sit. She bowed her head, face hidden in shadow. Now that we were in close quarters, she seemed hesitant to remove the cloak's hood. I did not press her. Ayla, you may leave us. Ayla glanced at my healing supplies. I could stay, lady. We will need to clip her hair, she said softly. The woman had knits, she meant. I will tend to her, thank you. But please bring water for washing and something to eat. Ayla nodded, hurrying away as the woman sank gingerly into a chair. I took the chair opposite. You may remove your cloak if you wish. She reached slowly to push back the hood, and her face came into the light. Her brown hair was oily and matted in tangles, but as she smoothed it back, I saw the telltale angry bites, lice, at the base of her neck. Her face was the work of boots and of fists, but her blue eyes were steady. She did not seek my pity. We will need to shear off your hair, I said gently. She touched it hesitantly, then nodded. I am Languoreth, I said. Yes, I know. She had a low-toned voice like a woman of gentle blood. Here you will be thirsty. I passed her a cup from the table beside me, and the slim hands that accepted it shook, though from fear or exhaustion I could not tell. I can see you have been treated abominably. I am sorry. You must know you are safe here. No more harm shall come to you. She nodded, but I saw from her eyes she could not believe me. You must believe I only wish to help, but I hoped you may be able to help me in return. I swallowed the emotion clogging my throat and looked at her, beseeching. It is only that I have loved ones who are missing, you see, and I wondered if you might know what has become of them. The woman closed her eyes. A tear slipped from beneath her lashes onto the swollen slope of her cheek. I am sorry, I do not mean to press you, I said gently. Perhaps you could begin by telling me your name. The woman took a breath, then opened her eyes. They were pale blue and deep as an ocean. My name is Ira, but it was not always so, she began. I was once known as Gwendolen, daughter of Urien, and I am handfasted to your brother. Chapter 19. Lailoken Heart fell. The Black Mountain Kingdom of the Selgavi, January. 574 Ad El Ungs burning from the climb, I reached the trickle of the spring. The water came from the heart of Black Mountain, bubbling from the hillside where the valley narrowed into a cleft. Black scree piled high above the burn here, trapping and exacerbating winter's icy grip, and I stopped in the snow. Outside, the stifling closeness of the hut's archer had granted us at the foot of the mountain. Winter had come in earnest, burying us in silence. Come to me, Reese. I am listening, I am here. The air was heavy and smelled of metal, of blood. Gwendolau, my brother. Come to me, I am listening. Come and I will follow you. I opened my eyes to a stark and barren world. Rock, snow, and the half-frozen burn. No dead men stirred today. In the beginning, I'd taken sustenance from this holy place. Its iron waters felt like silver, brightening my body as I bent down to drink. But the days wore on. At my request, Archer sent scouts to Strathclyde, but they discovered no news of Angharad's return. She was lost, and they had no better fortune discovering anything of her. I dreamt of a man with dark, piercing eyes who wore a cloak of feathers. I dreamt of battle and gore, of Angharad and Ira. Across the leagues, a wound lay open between me and my twin sister. There was a time when we were young, when we felt each other's pain. Now it happened once more, in waves upon waves. My broken shoulder, my wrist, the muscle of my heart. Hers or my own. Perhaps this was the drowning, each of us carrying the suffering of the other until we both sank. I felt my blood going bitter. Tutgwell and Ritterch will answer for what they have done, only show me the way. The thought of revenge consumed me. The spring no longer spoke. Still I climbed the icy path each day, regardless of weather, shouldering a fool's hope that refuge dwelled here. High above the valley the crows were flocking, they would not cease. They glided on silent wings, black as ink, their caws rasping through the deep winter valley in rain and in snow. Death birds. I gathered my mucus and spat upon the ground, loathing the gods who had spared me. Come and finish me, I shouted, for I have turned my back on you. Lailoken is no longer your son. Lailoken is no longer your slave. But it was not I who had turned my back upon the gods. It was the gods who turned their backs upon me, upon all of us. I heard a murmur, a voice, and whipped round to scour the hillside, heart racing. Was that Gwendolau who called out? I could have sworn I saw the flash of his yellow hair. Had I not just heard him laughing? Come, come and follow me, brother. The crunch of footsteps sounded in snow, and I straightened. But it was a visitor from the land of the living. I brushed the snow from a boulder to sit as Maelgwn appeared in his heavy fur-lined cloak. Rhiwallon told me you'd come here, he said. He took out the empty bladder he'd brought, and I heard the gentle creak of his knees as he bent to fill it with spring water. Maelgwn did not know the truth of it, that he'd lost a son he'd never come to know. I'd seen his face the day he'd set eyes upon Reese, scarcely 2 summers ago. They shared the same dark hair and green eyes. Yet where Maelgwn's skin was olive, Reese possessed my sister's fairness, skin white as fleece. 17 winters had passed since Maelgwn had first lain with my sister. He must have known. And yet, Langurith had not told him, and the knowledge was not mine to give. Now here in the mountains, I sat beside Reese's own father, yet I carried the weight of his death alone. Maelgwn broke the silence. I have been watching you these past weeks, my brother. You do not seem yourself. I glanced at him. Is that so? And who among us is unaltered now? I hear you cry out in your sleep. I am scarred, Lailoken. Each man on the battlefield is merely a boy trying to silence the loud rage of war. But there are empty stomachs in the huts down below, and today we must hunt. I'd worn the mantle of leadership for so long it felt burdensome now, dragging about my neck, but I stood, following him down the icy path, for the men needed meat. We'd parceled out the oats Archer had given us for porridge and bread so we might stretch them until spring, but we could not survive on oats and barley alone. Game was ours to catch. Outside the huts, Rhiwallon stood waiting beside Old Man Archer, and the chieftain glanced up as we neared, giving a wave of his bow. I nodded. Lord Archer. You would join us. I for a portion of meat, he answered. In truth, he had no need of it, he had his own provisions. But Archer was kind. The deer would be skittish and thin this deep into winter. It had been weeks since any had been spotted. Only he knew the places they'd likely be foraging in search of tender bark. He knew we were proud, and he did not wish us to go hungry. I ducked into the hut to gather my bedroll and take up a spear, but as I passed through the fence of sharpened stakes into the forest, Archer caught my arm, raising a brow. No prayer from our keeper. Ill luck, Laylokin. Archer was devout in his worship. I and the gods may have been quarreling, but he need not know. A prayer for the hunt, I answered. The men bowed their heads, and I called out to Hearn, though my heart was not in it. Who leads a man to his quarry? Hearn, Sir Nunnos. He is the pulsing of blood through the veins of all beasts. Without him, no gift of death can be given. Grant us meat this day, that we might thrive through the winter. Bless the pierce of our weapons and guide our aim strong. Keep these men safe from the dangers of your wood. Archer nodded, and we took up our weapons, venturing into the bleak. Snow muted all sound save the creak of pines in the wind. The winter woods felt watchful, and a shiver traced my neck. The Romans who built the wall lived in fear of this forest. They knew of the wildcats and brown bears, the wolves and wild boar. But what frightened them most were the tales brought back by the scouts they sent into the deep. Most never returned. Those who did spoke of skull fences and night shades, of groves strewn with human limbs. You never knew what might happen in the Caledonian wood. My mother often said the very trees were home to the dead, not those who dwelled in the summerlands. The lost ones, the forgotten, who lingered unseen. Tell us a tale, Lord Archer, Rewallan asked, for he must have been feeling much the same. The old man glanced at him. Well enough, a quick tale so as not to scare off our prey. He shifted the bow on his back, gazing up at the trees. A temple once stood long ago at the foot of a waterfall, he began. The temple lay within the walls of a fortress, ringed by a ditch and a rampart of stone. The waterfall was holy and high as a mountain. It coursed snowy and white, spilling over the cleft of the hills like the hair of the goddess herself. Great rites were worked there, rites of power, and the keepers of that temple were revered among the most learned in our land. Then one day, a keeper of the temple slept and dreamt. He woke in a madness, believing he could fly. His people tried to warn him, but their words fell upon deaf ears. He fell into a frenzy, toiling night and day to craft a cloak made of feathers. On the day it was finished, he climbed to the height of the falls and leapt to the air. But he did not soar. The wisdom keeper fell to his death. After that his spirit would not rest. The temple was cursed. The Selgavi abandoned the fort. A settlement was built on a crannog instead in the waters of the Twin Locks. They say the mad keeper's shade still dwells in the glen. A cloak made of feathers, a memory stirred from a dream. Cursed, you say? I asked Archer. Aye, he nodded. No one has dared to inhabit the old temple since. Curious, I said. I might wish to travel there. Surely we needn't awaken any foul curses, Fenwin spoke up. But I did not answer. The cold air tightened our faces as we made our way deeper into the wood. Bears would be slumbering in their dens. It was the wolves I worried over, 5 men to a pack of 15. Then Rewallan's stomach grumbled and Archer frowned. If your gut startles a hind, it'll be your bollocks we'll bring home to roast, he scolded, and the men broke out laughing. The first true medicine we'd had all winter. We stopped to take some dried beef. The day wore on, and still we hunted. I missed the help of our dogs, but our dogs were dead. Soon the light would grow weak. The men's faces turned grim as we began to consider a night shivering in our bedrolls rather than sitting beside a blazing hearth with meat over the fire. But then we heard the garble and croak of a bird. Stopping mid-stride, I looked to the naked trees overhead where a pair of ravens were perched, their figures huddled against the darkening hibernal sky. Wolf birds, I said. The raven closest to me bent its inky head as I observed him, scrubbing his beak against the branch as if sharpening a sword. The birds, too, hungered. They were no strangers to hunters in the Caledonian deep, and they meant to get their raven's share. They meant to lead us to game. "Move on," Archer said. "Let us see if they'll fly." The birds flapped eagerly from their roost and began to beat their way west. They'd seen something then, perhaps a wounded animal. The trees were taller here, their thick branches casting the snowpack in dim light as we picked up our pace, trying to keep our scent downwind as we tracked the raven's silhouettes through the sky. Leagues passed beneath our feet and the light began to wane. And then, suddenly, the ravens vanished. Fendwin cursed. We stood upon a rocky outcropping. Down below a shallow burn rushed, and beyond its banks were hollows and fissures in rock, offering safe haven for any manner of creatures. "We'll be near enough now. This way," Archer said. We scaled the rocks and waited, sensing the forest. Then a flap of wings sounded and the ravens reappeared, settling on the ground a short distance away. A carcass, it seemed, but it was hidden by brush. Signaling the men to wait, I crossed the stream, gripping my spear. The ravens took wing with a throaty rattle of discontent as I neared the spot where blood had congealed on the pebbled streambed. Peering into the foliage, I caught a glimpse of reddish hair and stumbled. Oh gods, no, 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 it could not be. And then I had to see her, had to go to her. Angharad! I crashed into the bushes only to find myself standing before the carcass of a wolf. I blinked. Male, gray and white. Not a child's hair. It was the tawny flash of fur lining the underbelly that I had seen. Sadness eddied in the stream of my relief as I knelt beside the fallen creature to study his wounds. Mauled, gored, more like it. 2 piercing wounds had slashed deep across his ribs. A beautiful creature and not to be wasted. We'd take the pelt for warmth, but it seemed strange the ravens would lead us here. What need had they of us? They'd feast fine enough on the carcass themselves. "Who ended you?" I asked. Casting about, I spotted an indication, a dark smear on the nearby trunk of a birch. I bent to touch it, lifting my fingers to my nose. The sharp stink made my eyes water. Boar, and a beast of one to finish a wolf. I turned to the men and held up my fingers, showing them the scat. Their shoulders tensed in the fading light. We Britons were famed for our skill in boar hunting, and even we did not venture it without the help of our dogs. Boar could grow to the size of a small pony and spill a man's guts with one toss of their head. I'd seen men thrown into tree trunks. Always it was a bloodletting. My feet were midstream when Maelgwn gave the soft call that served as a warning. I looked up to see his gaze fixed over my shoulder. I turned slowly, weapon at the ready. 40 paces downstream stood a bristled black boar, his hind leg stained dark with blood. I had seen wild boar before. Something of this beast was different, almost otherworldly. Evil. There were gouges on his chest and foreshoulder from the wolf's fangs. Breath fogged from his nostrils as he caught my scent on the breeze. In his eyes I saw the blackness of never-ending night. So this is my end. Let him come for me. He tossed his head, eyes piercing mine. And then he charged. Maelgwn and the men splashed into the stream, shouting, "Yah, yah." But I stood motionless, preferring to be speared in the front than in the back, fleeing without honor. And then something within me shifted, broke open. Rage boiled up from deep within me, rage that had been seething untouched, rage that bellowed from my throat with a scream at the thundering black pig as I drew back my spear and, aiming between his eyes, thrust it with all of my might at the hurtling beast. It was scarcely enough to knock him off course. The boar gave a snort as the spear glanced off the thick armor of his hide, and I dove into the thick stand of brush. Thorns tore at my cloak as I scrambled to my feet to recover my fallen spear, flicking it back into my grip with the tip of my boot. The boar was already circling, rounding for another attack. 5 men were as nothing to a beast enraged by the frenzy of survival. "Stand apart." Archer shouted, and we heeded him, becoming multiple targets as the boar plowed again, riverstones scattering in a spray beneath his hooves. He charged Rewallen this time, tossing him like a child's doll into the water, where he lay as if stunned. "Get up, man, get up," I shouted, and at the sound of my voice the beast turned once more and bent his head like a shovel. Enough. This would be the creature's last charge. I could not witness any more death. The collision felt as if a giant had flung me into the face of a boulder. My spear snapped in half, dropping from my grip, and a liquid-hot pain sliced across my legs as I was thrown to the side. I fell, grasping, my palms splitting open as I caught the hoof of his hind leg. Not enough to hold him, but enough to make him stumble. Fendwin shouted, and I saw the flash of his sword as the great boar twisted and swung back round to finish me, prone as I was upon the ground. We were a blur of movement, tumbling, scraping. A stab in my chest like a dagger, and the crushing weight of the creature on top of me. With a roar I reached, clawing at the creature's eyes, rolling and kicking as I clutched at him, striking and mauling with my fists. Then a streak of light exploded like the spark of a flint as my temple was struck, my head knocked to the side. The tip of my broken spear lay upon the streambed, and I grasped for it. No sooner had I gripped it than I turned back to see tusks coming at my throat. Razor-sharp tips tore my arm as I sent my hand up, thrusting the spear deep into the tender joint where neck meets chin. Blood erupted in a fountain, blinding me beneath him. The sound was rage, then agony, a piglet's squeal. I sank into the ground as the boar dropped lifeless on top of me, the weight of him sending the breath from my lungs in a gust of exhaustion, of relief. "Layloken," Fendwin's voice came. I blinked and smeared the blood from my eyes as he and the men hoisted the beast from on top of me, and the carcass thudded onto the ground. Battle fury yet pulsed through my veins, dulling the worst of any pain, but as my heart worked to recapture its rhythm, I glanced over my wounds, gauging the destruction. My legs were most worrisome. Fendwin bent, and I offered up my tunic, which he gripped, ripping between two fists to fashion a binding to staunch the blood. Nodding gratefully, I sat back on the rocks. A rank smell came from the boar. I looked at the beast, then at Fendwin. "You pierced his bladder." His eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this how you thank me for saving your life? Tease only he won't be much good to us now, the meat'll be spoilt. Then you'd better do a swift job of cleaning it." He yanked the binding around my wounds a bit too tightly. We warriors wore our wit like armor, but it still lay between us that Reese had died by his hand. I looked at him. "You had no debt, Fendwin. And still it has been paid." I did not know if I could forget the sight of his dirk slitting my nephew open, but I could see how he suffered for it. "In any case, you needn't have risked yourself. Mine was clearly the death-dealing blow." Fendwin stood. "Is this not my sword embedded in his brain?" He reached to reclaim it, but stopped, his eyes on the water. I turned. Rewallen lay half-submerged, fair hair streaming in the water like a marrow's, eyes open to the rushing burn. No one spoke. I dropped my head into my hands. We were twilight men then, and I know we all thought it, to survive the battle only to be felled by a pig. Death dined with a ferocity we thought we had known but did not truly comprehend. Slowly, painfully, I stood with Fendwin's aid as Archer and Maelgun pulled Rewallen from the stream. I bent over him, reaching to touch his face, waxy from the icy water, easing his eyelids shut. "Sleep, brother, and wake to claim your place at our ancestors' table." Placing my hands over his heart, I spoke the death blessing. We could not build a blaze hot enough to make ashes of his body. The earth was too frozen to dig a grave, even had we the proper tools. In the end, 2 men carried his body deeper into the wood and laid him out. The wolves and the ravens would have their share after all. "We must make camp," Archer said. I could scarcely walk. Others had been injured, though less gravely. We would need to build a fire and tend our wounds. In the end, the boar could have been salvaged, but the thought turned our stomachs. "He is a foul and wicked creature," Archer said. "We dare not eat such meat." Yet I took the wolf's pelt, then set aside a small cutting from the boar's flesh. I had a mind how to use it. Archer felled a doe just before dark and we cleaned her, eating round the fire in silence. Maelgwn and Fendwin had fashioned a shelter and we sat beneath it now, dry enough as night pressed in. Snow came. I watched the flakes fall, spitting into nothingness in the flames, and thought of Angharad and the stones, of the beast and her warning. It had come for me twice now. Each time I had set my mind to die, yet clawed like a wild man simply to live. Loathing turned my stomach and I set down my meat. Arterid might have been finished and the black pig dead, but something in me warned this beast would not be so easily vanquished. It would come again, though I did not know when. We tended to each other's wounds using what salves and ointments we'd brought in our healer's pouch, then took turns sitting watch, staring into the darkness and banking up the fire to keep those who were slumbering warm. My watch came just before dawn. Beyond the flames, the burn rushed ever on. In the trickling of its water, I heard Rhys's choking gurgle and the wild boar coughing its own blood. I thought of the mad keeper and his feathered cloak. Light returned to the sky, and we fashioned a stretcher using Rywallin's discarded cloak and tunic. The men carried me home as I clutched the deer meat to my chest. Back at the huts, we lit a fire to heat rocks for the Fulakt Fian on the streambed, dropping them into the rectangular stone pit until the water hissed and sang. I bundled herbs for healing, and we crawled beneath the skin-covered wicker frame to bathe and steam our wounds clean. But the ritual only served to awaken something unsettled, turning me restless and irritable. Days passed. My body began to heal well enough that I could walk, though painfully. My wounds had not soured, yet my emptiness remained. The next morning I gathered my things, fetching the wolf pelt and the strip of dried boar, and went to see Archer. Archer had said the wisdom keeper had gone mad, but there was a madness in me also. It stirred like an animal. If I did not leave, it would swallow me whole. I did not know what awaited me there, but the keeper in his cloak of feathers had come in a dream. I knew I must meet him. I could no longer ignore my summons from the dead. I would go to the temple at the waterfall, I said. Archer looked at me as if I'd gone mad already. It is forbidden. Forbidden for the Selgavi, perhaps, but not so for me. He shook his head. As I told you, it is cursed. And what if I, too, am cursed? If you truly think it, then why go to such a place, Lailoken? I hesitated, uncertain whether I should tell him, but I was a guest in his lands. I would travel there to undergo the bull's sleep, I said. Archer studied me a long moment from his antler-backed chair. There are times a wisdom keeper must seek solace, Cathan once told me, when nightmares will not leave, when anger or violence become master, when he can no longer tell the living from the dead. The bull's sleep was a ritual kept for diviners. Men such as Diomed would use it to see. A bull was slaughtered, its hide and a morsel of meat kept aside. The keeper was wrapped in the skin of the beast, meat in his mouth, blindfolded and bound, left to pursue the animal as it raced into the other world. I suppose you have considered the obvious, old man, Archer said. Which is? You wish to undergo the bull's sleep, and yet you have no bull, Archer said. I wasn't aware you might spare one, I said, and Archer gave a small smile of amusement. I have the skin of the wolf and the meat of the boar. You saw the beast, Archer. There was something more to it. I am an augur, not a diviner, but I cannot silence this urging. Archer's point was sound. I did not know if the rite could even be worked with animals such as these, nor so long after death. But somehow I knew Archer would understand. So be it, he said. And nodding to his men, Archer readied to take me into the wild. My legs made for slow moving. Archer moved ahead, kicking footholds in the snow. The wind whipped, biting. We walked a good ways, then crested a hill. Dropping down the far side, we disappeared once more into the Caledonian deep. Chapter 20, Langurith Tutgwil's Hall, Partick Kingdom of Strathclyde, 1st of November. Ad 573. I sheared away Ira's brown locks. When it was done, I stood behind her with cedar oil and a comb, pulling the knits from her hair as Ira told me her story. I was born to Urien of Reged, she began, raised beside the salt waters of the Solway Firth. But my mother went on to bear 4 other children to my father. And though I tried to make myself useful when I was but a girl, I was sent to be fostered under the care of my aunt, Urien's sister. Uredil is her name. The mother of Gwrgi and Periger, I said. At the mention of their names, Ira startled beneath my hands. Something dreadful had befallen her. I am sorry, I said. You needn't tell me anything that pains you. No, no, I must, Ira said. It is important you know all. She took a breath. I was bright, you see, and my aunt prone to melancholy. My father sought to soothe his sister in sending her some light, or so he said. I soon learned the truth of it. A powerful king does nothing out of kindness alone. When my aunt's husband, Elifer, had died, Gwrgi and Periger were chosen to rule, Gwrgi in the north, Periger in the south. Now the Angles of Bernicia were testing their hold on the land. Ebroc is all that stands between Bernicia and Reged. Uredil was no longer queen. But if I were wedded to a lord of Ebroc, and if I should bear him a son, my father and brothers would hold influence over Ebroc again. I believe they meant to take the land, and so away I was sent. My brothers wept the day I left. However, my aunt made me most welcome, and my seasons in Ebroc seemed as if charmed. Of course, I missed my family, but my aunt was kind and glad for company. I thought myself fortunate it was only my aunt and me, along with her servants. She gifted me beautiful dresses and all manner of things. But then autumn came and the raiding season was over. Her sons came home. I paused in my work. Already I felt sickened. My aunt knew of her son's wickedness. Perhaps she thought me too old, but my aunt was a fool, she said quietly. Gwrgi left me for dead. Throw her in the river, he told his man, for he could not be bothered to do it himself, and his man would have done had I not woken up. I woke as my body hit the cold water and I screamed. I begged. I suppose he could have drowned me. Perhaps he thought I did not stand much chance of surviving in any case. He brought me instead to a woman who lived at the edge of the forest. It was the place the people of Ebroc brought their dying and their dead, an unlucky place one Gwrgi did not care to visit. And I did not die. I decided to live. I set down the cedar oil and sat, for I could not continue. The woman treated my wounds and concealed me whilst I healed. She taught me to darken my golden hair so I mightn't be found. I soon discovered my aunt had sent word to my family that I had died from fever. Winter came. The woman told me I must find a new name, that I must never speak of Gwendolen again. I chose Ira after the snow. But could you not have returned to your father? I asked. Surely he would have made things right. Surely he would have punished Gwrgi for what he had done. Return to the man who had sent me to hell. I am sorry, I said. 'Tis only I have heard Urien of Reged is an honorable man. Yes, my father would have brought war upon Ebroc and slit Gwrgi's throat, but I was at least my own master. Daughters must be wed for their father's gain. She looked up, meeting my gaze. Perhaps this is something you understand. Her words struck. Ira would rather live in poverty and obscurity than be another man's property. I'd had a similar choice. There was a time I could have fled with Maelgun, but what was a life lived in exile, in hiding? I told myself I was wedding Ritterch to protect the way of life for my people, yet all this time had passed. And what had I done? My cheeks reddened. You inspire me, I said. Yours was not an easy choice. The woman Hyla, she loved me. Ira smiled. Love makes all things easier. She decided to raise me as her own, but we could not stay in Ebroc. We traveled south to her sister in Elmet. There we built a small hut with the help of her sister's family. Hyla was a woods witch who traded her remedies for food. I learned to hunt and do many things a gentle daughter of Reged would not, so that we might survive. But Hyla was aging, and her sister, whom I then called an ant, had too many mouths to feed. I could not earn my barters as Hyla once did. I did not have the healer's touch. My uncle knew a warrior at Gwendolau's fort. They had been boys together. Rewallen passed me off as a servant, bringing me to serve in the kitchens at Caer Gwendolau. That is how I came to meet your brother. And Lailoken, he knew the truth. Yes, after a while, Lailoken and Rewallen alone. Then she stopped and looked up, reaching for my hands. You must know how very much I love your daughter, Languoreth. My breath caught. It was this I had been starving for, but Ira had been so mistreated, how could I have pressed her? Now I took her hands in mine. Please, I said, tell me all that you know. And so Ira told me the story of the battle and Angharad's escape from the cliffs, how my brave little girl had found Ira at their hut in the wood, how they fled together until they were discovered by Gwrgi and his men. Rage seethed inside me. For a moment I felt my body could not contain it, that it would drive me raving. Tell me he did not harm her. Ira fell quiet, looking down at her hands. I told her to run. She never would have gone had she known I intended to stay behind. I promised I would follow, though I knew there was little hope of my own escape. They did not find her. Ira's eyes filled with the nightmare of all that had come after. I expelled a shaky breath. No words could speak to her sacrifice. I sat, feeling helpless. How can I ever repay what you have done? I asked. Ira looked up. You took me from the carts. Oh, sweet gods! I dropped my head into my hands. It sat between us, the horror she'd been through. We said nothing for a while. Then I risked the question I knew was most important to her. Did Gwrgi know you? She closed her eyes a moment. He said he had no taste for mutton. His warriors, then. I felt sickened all over again. They traded you off when they met with Tutgwil and his men. Is that how you came to be in our prison carts? Ira nodded. I stood, pacing out my anger, my helplessness, my resentment of men. We still had no news of my brother or Maelgwn. Angharad was lost and utterly alone in a wasteland of her father's making. But now I had some idea of where to send scouts, and at Cadzo I'd be nearer to Gwendolau's lands, if only by a day. I turned back to Ira. I am leaving for Cadzo tomorrow. I should very much like for you to come. However, if you do not wish to reveal your noble blood, I fear you would have to join my service as a servant. You would assist in my chamber, of course, or wherever you so wish. You have sacrificed many times over for your freedom, and at such great cost. I would never deign to take it from you, but I cannot explain your presence in any other way. I sought her eyes. Sister. She nodded, wordless, and I sighed in relief. I am so very happy we shall come to know each other, I said. The shuffle of Ayla's shoes let me know she had been standing there for some time. I've brought food and the washing water, lady, she said. Thank you. Ayla, this is Ira. She will be joining you in my chamber service. You are most welcome, Ira, she said with a bow of her head. It was then I knew just how much she'd overheard. Will you help Ira to bathe? I asked. She nodded. We must be very careful, Ayla. Before all other eyes, we must treat Ira as a servant. I understand, she said, helping Ira to stand. Lady, I will tend to you now. We will wash away your ills. Torin appeared the next morning, standing taller. He'd been gifted a new tunic and cloak by a Luft, signaling the release of him and 2 others into my service, the men who'd aided in Broden's escape. The carts are ready, lady, he said. But as I pinned my cousin's old brooch upon his chest, Torin's blue eyes were troubled. What is it? I asked. I should think you'd be happy. I am pleased, lady. It isn't that, it's... He stopped. Tell me. Morkan has done a foul thing. It will disturb you. Instantly I knew. Brant, Torin nodded, by the carts. I clenched my fists to keep them from shaking. What would you have me do? He asked. I shook my head. I was finished with this man. I refused to be Morkan's toy any longer. Load the children and my serving women into the cart and bring me a burlap sack from the kitchens. I shall be out shortly. I closed my eyes and thought of my cousin until my breathing steadied. And shoulders back, I strode into the light. Aloft and Ryan stood waiting to see me off. I could tell by their stiffness they had already seen the sight that awaited me. Brant's impaled head, the pike thrust into the ground just beside the carts. His face was distorted, dark eyes glassy. "Curse you, Morkant, curse you to die." He imagined it would shock me, that I would scream. He'd meant to stir horror, yet he'd left me an offering. Torin came forward with the sack, now gleaning my intent. "Let me," he said. "Nay, Torin, I will do it myself." I stood a moment, looking into Brant's eyes. "You are with me now, cousin. I am going to bring you home." Brant's brown hair stirred in the wind. "My cousin's head is no trophy." I spoke loudly so that wherever the coward Morkant was he might hear. "Torin, please, hold the bottom, hold the pike." He gripped the weapon shaft as I hoisted the sack up, bringing it down over Brant's head. I could not see his face now, ruined in death. In my mind, I could see him as he'd once been. I swallowed. Beneath the burlap, I felt the shape of his ears as I placed my palms upon either side of the sack, pressing, then pulled up. The weight of it fell into my hands as I drew the sack closed. I looked round the courtyard. "I pray the gods will forgive Morkant for what he has done," I said. I nodded in farewell to Ryan and aloofed, cradling the sack to my chest as I climbed into the cart. My heart recovered its pacing only when Pike had faded in the distance. An icy rain fell as we traveled along the road leading back to the forests of Cadzo. I thought of the priestess at Samhain, of my little girl, alone in the woods. I thought of my lover. A wise woman once told me, "We may not always have the choice we would like, but we always have a choice." Ira and I aloofed, and Ryan. We each made our choices in how to be free. Chapter 21, Angharad, the Forest Battle of Arderid, 17th of October, Ad 573. Angharad woke in the hut of Brother Thomas to the smell of simmering oats. Porridge again, but she welcomed it. It was difficult to tell the time of day in the windowless hut. Angharad felt as if she'd slept through winter. No dreams. Brother Thomas looked up from the cookpot. "Is it morning?" she asked. "It is," he said. Her sleep fog evaporated at the thought of Ira, and Angharad swung her feet over the edge of the bed. The sooner she found her father, the sooner she might save Ira. "Is it early morning? Or have I slept over late? We must set out. Please, we must go." She looked about to gather her belongings, but remembered she had none, save her torque and the belt that once holstered her mother's knife. "Those who are wise know better than to travel on an empty stomach," Brother Thomas said. "Straight after we eat, we will set out for the River Tyne." Angharad sat dutifully at the table, studying a freshly carved cross resting there. Intricate interlacing patterned the wood. In the center was a star, its points radiating outward beyond. "It's only just finished," he said. "It is meant to bring protection." "It's lovely. You are quite good at carving." "Woodworking was my craft at the monastery before I came here to the woods. I learned it from my father and his father before him." Brother Thomas placed her bowl of porridge on the table. "Eat then. We will change your wrappings before we depart." It was a cool, clear morning as they stepped outside the hut, and Angharad took a deep breath, blinking in the light. The forest was a pulsating world of color and sound after her deep hours of sleep, and though her worries had not left her, at least she was rested. Brother Thomas tilted his face to the sun filtering through the trees. Looking at his sandy hair and blue eyes, Angharad could not help but be reminded of her uncle Lailoken, though Brother Thomas seemed older and possessed poorer teeth. Yesterday she'd set out to find the river but come upon Brother Thomas instead. Now she had someone to bring her to the river in safety. The trees had been right. She'd been just where she needed to be. "Is it very far?" Angharad asked as she followed him on the forest trail. "Far enough that until recent days my hut received few visitors," Brother Thomas replied, "but we shall reach it by midday." They walked in silence a stretch before Angharad turned to him. "Brother Thomas, yes. Why did the man come and demand that you mark your door?" He looked at her. "Why do you think? Because the armies would spare Christians." "It would seem so," he said. Angharad thought on this. Do you not feel terrible that your hut was spared while the homes of women and children of the old way were burnt? I do not like the burning of any huts, nor the harming of any people, no matter which god they might choose. But if my hut had not been spared, I could not offer those same women and children food and shelter. The armies, my father's men and the other kings, they sought to punish people of the old way. But I am of the old way, and so is my mother. Belief among kings is nearly always about power, he said. Perhaps there was more than one reason the kings wished to topple other Pendragon. But he was a hero, he and my uncle Lailoken and all of their men. Yes, and as such they had great influence. Others' lands also levied much tribute from merchants taking their goods both north and south, and his kingdom stands between other Brythonic kings and Bernicia. Men fear what they cannot control, and they could not control other Pendragon. But why are there lords and chieftains who despise the old religion so? I do not believe they despise the old way, not truly. It is more so they recognize Christianity can lend them more power. But how? Let me pose you a question. Brother Thomas bowed his head. Two men of power enter a room before a great audience. Who may speak first, the wisdom keeper or the king? The wisdom keeper, Angharad replied. It has always been so. That is right. Angharad considered this, stopping mid-stride. The kings wish to be beholden to none other but themselves. You are quite clever for a girl of 9 winters. But that has nothing to do with gods, it is only about power, and why must it come to a war between this way or that? Because men are fools. But you chose a life among men at a monastery, Angharad pointed out. Brother Thomas did not smile. And now I am a hermit living in the woods. A Kuldee, she corrected him. Why did you leave? I fell out with the priest there, and I wish to be closer to God. That is all you need know. Your God or mine? Angharad asked. Brother Thomas looked amused. Are they not one and the same? He quickened his pace. Come on then, we're getting close now. With any luck, a vessel will pass before too long. Brother Thomas was kind, Angharad knew, but also powerful. She tried to see into him, and it was as if she'd run headlong into a rampart. She fell quiet. At last they emerged from the trees to find themselves standing before the river. Waist-high brown river grass led to a place where the bank sloped into dark flowing water. Blue sky and clouds drifted in its reflection, as if one could step foot on the river's surface and stride across the sky. But there was no sign of any boat. Brother Thomas drew out some bread and cheese from his satchel, and they ate. A curlew called from the shallows. Still no boats. Angharad picked dirt from beneath her fingernails. Time stretched. Then at last Brother Thomas stiffened, narrowing his eyes as he looked upriver. A vessel, I think it comes this way. It was a flat-bottomed curragh with 4 men at oar, a 5th sitting at the stern watching. Brother Thomas stood, waving, but Angharad's stomach was full of moths. The boatmen wore Brythonic-style caps and woven checked tunics, but something about the men made Angharad ill at ease. I do not think these men are good, Angharad said. I am here. No ill shall befall you, Brother Thomas reassured her. Let us speak to them in the least. We shall see what they know. The curragh drew up, the boatmen stretching their oars to pull the boat ashore. Only as they drew closer did Angharad realize they weren't men, not all. 2 of the oarsmen were women. They wore tunics and woolen trousers, their shoulders muscled beneath their shirts, but both had the unmistakable rise of breasts. Wives. Sisters, perhaps. Either way, Angharad felt a sway of relief. There was safety in women. The man at the stern leapt lightly from the boat and scaled the bank, offering a smile. His hair was light brown and the beard beneath his chin trained to a point. He wore a belted tunic with an embroidered hem and a padded leather vest. His eyes were pale, more gray than blue. Good day, he said, and Angharad heard an accent. Brother Thomas drew Angharad behind him. Greetings. You're the first vessel we've seen all morning. Where do you travel from? The man smiled but appeared confused. Traders. He tapped his chest, nodding toward the boat. Ah, Thomas said, They do not possess a good grip on Brythonic. Have you seen any warriors?" He lifted his arm as if gripping a spear, and the man's eyes sparked with understanding. "No, no," he said. He pointed upriver, shaking his head again. "And where is it you've come from?" Thomas asked again, but Angharad could tell he was growing frustrated. "Bernicia." Brother Thomas's face brightened. "Ah." He spoke something to the man that sounded like Anglian, and the trader smiled broadly in return, exposing a row of clean white teeth. "Stay here a moment. I'll see what we might learn," Brother Thomas said. "But he's an Angle." Angharad tugged Brother Thomas's cloak. The trader stiffened. "We must all be born someplace, Angharad. Not all Angles are evil, and as you well know, not all Britons are kind," Brother Thomas said. "But a moment only." He stepped away, and Angharad slunk back. What did she know in any case? At every turn she'd been wrong. She'd abandoned the fortress and gotten separated from her family. She'd followed the dark-haired woman and led Ira into danger. How could she be chosen? How could her uncle, her mother, and even Diomed believe her to be? Angharad's chest tightened, and she forced her eyes from Brother Thomas and the trader, looking instead at the women in the boat. They spoke in low voices with the men as the curragh bobbed in the river's eddy, their eyes wary and their skin a pale leather of weather and wind. They were more muscled than other free women. Then again, Angharad had never seen an Angle before. Perhaps they all rowed boats and dressed like men. One looked up, feeling Angharad's eyes upon her, and offered a smile that did not reach her eyes. Angharad startled when Brother Thomas touched her arm. "It's all right, it's only me," he said gently. "They're traders from Bernicia, here to make what profit they can from the strife. Word of Gwendolen's fall has traveled. People are desperate for sheepskin and food and all else imaginable. For a price, they've agreed to take us to Reeged." "To Reeged?" she asked. "Yes, Urien is a fair and generous king. If we do not meet your father's men along the way, he will certainly receive us. You will be safe there until your people can fetch you home, but we must buy passage. Have you anything to trade, anything at all?" Her mother's knife was with Gwrgi and his men now, but her slender golden torque was still fastened by the belt at her waist, hidden beneath her tunic. It was all she had left of home, and she could not part with it. Angharad shook her head. "You needn't fret. Perhaps he'll accept a carving. Come, Angharad, we must not tarry." They followed the trader to the riverbank where the oarsmen waited, steadying the boat. "I can offer this." Brother Thomas drew the cross he'd finished only that morning from his satchel. The trader squinted at it, then laughed. "Doesn't like my handiwork, it seems," Brother Thomas said. Clearly, the trader was not a Christian. "I have nothing else." Brother Thomas held up his hands. The humor fell from the trader's face. He looked at them a moment, then gestured impatiently, taking the cross and thrusting it into his vest. The woman who'd been eyeing Angharad from the boat stood to help them aboard, offering Brother Thomas her hand. He stepped in, but as she reached to hoist Angharad in beside him, the torque pinched between her hand and Angharad's back. They settled into the curragh beside the cargo, and the trader hopped in. As the woman took up the oar nearest their backs, she said something that sounded like an admonishment. The trader glanced at Angharad, and they pushed off from the bank, easing the curragh into the river's swift current. They'd found a boat, they were underway, but the trader did not take his place at the stern. He moved instead to crouch before Angharad, looking at her expectantly. "We've paid you. The girl has nothing," Brother Thomas said. The trader raised a brow and spoke in Anglian, holding out his hand. "He claims you have jewels," Brother Thomas said. "Jewels? I haven't," Angharad lied. Her torque had belonged to her mother before her, and it was worth the price of 1,000 curraghs besides. She heard an impatient tusk from behind her, and the woman reached roughly beneath Angharad's tunic, yanking the torque from her belt and slapping it into the trader's waiting hand. He looked at it, then at Angharad, his pale eyes keen. "Where did you find that?" Brother Thomas admonished her. "Thievery is a sin." Angharad's face heated with anger and confusion. The trader had taken her torque, and Brother Thomas knew she was a noble. Then he looked at her with meaning, and she realized. He did not wish the traitor to know that Angharad was of gentle blood. She needn't know why, but she trusted him. "I am sorry," she bowed her head, watching with a sinking heart as the man tucked the treasure into his vest. "It is better he should have it, for you must learn the way of things." The Chaldee spoke so the man might hear. "From another, and another shall steal from you. What is ill-begotten, ill begets." The traitor clapped Brother Thomas on the back and moved away. Angharad swiveled in her seat to look at the woman rowing behind her. The woman only returned her stare. Horrid, Angharad turned back to the water, brows drawn in fury. "That was all I had of my mother and my father. I curse you, I curse you, I curse you to die," she whispered. Brother Thomas heard her and straightened. "Angharad, you mustn't curse people." "Take it away," he said. Angharad shook her head. Brother Thomas pushed aside a sack of sheepskins to sit near her. "I am very sorry for the loss of your torque," he said. "But you mustn't wish ill upon people, Angharad. It can be very dangerous indeed. Enough evil finds its way. Do you truly wish to aid it?" Angharad's vision blurred as she looked downriver, and Brother Thomas sighed, taking her hand. "Nothing can take your mother and father away. They cannot be found in a trinket. You are made of them always, and they of you." The words brought her some comfort, but her anger remained, stealing from a child. Let the woman and man reap what they sowed. At the far end of the curragh the traitor stood, lifting his arms to take in a deep breath of river air. Then, reaching into his vest, he drew out Brother Thomas's cross and with a careless flick of his wrist tossed it into the water. Angharad watched as it sank beneath the surface, disappearing from sight. "You're carving," she said. Brother Thomas regarded him in silence. "It does not matter, I will make another." "But you labored so long over it." "It was a possession, nothing more. I am made of God, and God is within me always. That is something no river can drown in its current." They carried on in silence. The Bernicians spoke little, but when they did, Angharad thought their tongues sounded lisping and thin, wanting of meat. Clouds gathered, obscuring the sun, and a fine mist settled. She watched as the trees drifted by, their bare fingers eerie in the billowing mist. Her body so worn she could no longer tell if the curragh was gliding or idling in an eddy while the trees drew up their roots and moved on instead. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she slumped against the hull, the sound of sloshing water lulling her to sleep. She was startled awake some time later by a clank, heavy and certain, like metal on wood. She opened her eyes to find it was twilight. What had been mist had become a dense and impenetrable fog while she slept. Clank! Angharad spun round, then saw it. A grappling hook gripping the curragh's edge only an arm's length away. She blinked. The river was silent. But then a sharp jerk rocked the boat, icy river water rushing onto Angharad's lap. She gasped as the curragh lurched, tipping perilously, and Brother Thomas threw his arms out to shield her. "What's happening?" she cried. "Keep down, Angharad, we are under attack," he said. The Bernicians scrambled as the traitor shouted what sounded like orders. Clank! Behind them an oarsman cried out, and Angharad twisted in Brother Thomas's arms to see the barb of a grappling hook piercing the man's thigh, pinning his body to the curragh. He flailed against the siding, leg pulsing blood, and still more hooks were sailing. Clank! Clank! Two more sank home through the fog, slamming Angharad and Brother Thomas to the boat bottom as the curragh was yanked from its course. The traders dropped their useless oars, provisions scattering as they snatched up weapons hidden amidst the cargo. A sword, a dirk, and a bow and quiver. This, one of the women took up, drawing it tight as she peered into the gloom. Water slapped into the curragh as they were hauled helplessly against the current, closer and closer to the banks of the river. It was not until the trees were nearly upon them that any of them could see. But then Brother Thomas looked up, his eyes going wide. "God save us," he said. Half hidden by mist, men with spears were hunched like vultures in the trees, their grappling ropes wrapped round boughs as they yanked the boat through the water. "Raiders," Brother Thomas said. Keep your head down and pray." Angharad's stomach dropped as a raider perched overhead drew back his arm. The spear struck before she even saw it fly, a scream echoing as the Bernician woman at their back lurched forward, clutching wildly at the space in between, the wooden shaft of the spear protruding from her eye. Angharad screeched. Blood soaked the boat. The woman she had cursed was choking, flailing. Angharad saw the panic on her face before she dropped to the vessel bottom like a boulder. The trader glanced back, surveying the craft as his archer loosed arrows into the tops of the trees, sending a raider tumbling from the branches into the water with a splash. One woman dead and a man pinned to the gunwale, howling with each yank of the hook as the raiders took hold. The trader shouted something to the archer, then hurried to the injured man, crouching before him, cradling his face between his hands. They looked at each other. The oarsman stopped struggling and nodded. With one violent jerk, the trader snapped the oarsman's neck. The man's head dropped, lolling against his chest. Without a backward glance, the trader leapt onto the gunwale and launched himself into the river, the archer and last remaining oarsman splashing in behind him. Spears shot in a storm from the trees as the raiders sought to impale the Bernicians in the water, and Brother Thomas pushed Angharad flat into the sloshing cold, shielding her with his body. She was blinded beneath the bulk of him but closed her eyes all the same, sobbing at the thwack and thunk as spears plummeted from above, knowing the next would pierce their bodies like salmon in a pool. "Please," Brother Thomas shouted. "Please, there's a child. She is only a child." He needn't have shouted, for it had gone quiet now. His voice echoed through the dim. Angharad listened, still robbed of her sight. A shower of feet dropping onto grass from some height, the tipping and sift of water on earth as their curragh was hauled up onto the shore, a man barking orders in another unfamiliar tongue. Angharad might have placed it, but she was terrified and shivering, soaking in blood and damp. Brother Thomas drew back and she clutched at him, mute and blinking. Only now could Angharad see the raiders clearly. They were clad in short gray cloaks and tunics, belted at the waist, with tight woolen breeches and stout leather boots oiled against water. It was their bare places that made Angharad stare. Their faces and arms were covered in secrets branded in ink, wolves and sea eagles, horses and serpents, or markings like stick figures with limbs blazing fire. "Picts," Thomas whispered. "They have a reverence for women, and you are a child. If they wished to kill us, they would have done so already. Look." He must be their commander. Angharad leaned against Brother Thomas as a broad-shouldered man with black hair and a drooping mustache strode toward them. His blue eyes were piercing, and two blue-black fish were tattooed upon his forehead, arcing to meet in the middle of his brow. "This child is a noble," Brother Thomas said. Yet the man carried on as if he'd heard nothing, nodding at his men to take Angharad and Brother Thomas in hand as they claimed their stolen cargo. But as the commander's eyes swept the lifeless bodies of the traders, they caught upon the woman. He took in her cheekbones, the curves of her womanhood beneath her tunic, and his expression darkened with something that looked like regret. Bending, he touched his hands to her hair and murmured words that felt like a prayer. Then, bracing her head, the commander retrieved his spear with a sickening squelch. Within moments the curragh was emptied, save for the bodies of the dead. Angharad watched as the raiders strode to the underbrush, tossing aside branches to reveal a vessel hidden upon the forest floor. A raiding ship, bigger than the Bernician curragh and built to move in deeper waters. With some effort, they got behind it, pushing it toward the water's edge, where it slapped with a great splash into the river's draft. The raiders nudged the two of them toward the waiting vessel with the tips of their spears. Brother Thomas hoisted her into his arms, and she clung like a limpet as he stepped toward the boat, but the raider nearest them frowned, reaching to yank her from Brother Thomas's grip. "Stop, please, she's frightened," he insisted. Angharad kicked at the raider and the commander's face hardened. In 2 strides he was before them. "Please allow me to carry her," Brother Thomas said. The commander answered with his fist. The blow knocked Brother Thomas to his knees, sending Angharad spilling from his arms, and she clambered to her feet as the commander drew his fist back again. "No, no," she cried. He stopped short, eyes fixed on Brother Thomas. The monk's skin had split just above his brow, but he did not flinch, only blinked as blood trickled down. Satisfied, the commander stepped back and Brother Thomas stood. They waited, soaked and shaking in the river's dank as the raiders bound their hands. "This girl is a noble," Thomas said again, wincing as they yanked the coarse rope too tight. "She is Angharad of Strathclyde, daughter of Ridderch." At this the commander stopped. He turned, scrutinizing Angharad as if to ascertain her worth. "He speaks our tongue, he understands. Please take me to my father," Angharad cried. "Please, I want to go home." The man only turned, stepping lightly aboard the boat. Angharad's eyes stung with tears as the raider she'd kicked took up their ropes to pull them roughly on board. He sat down heavily on the nearest oar bench, watching them with interest. There was blood beneath his fingernails, and his hands were soiled with dirt. As he shifted to adjust his belt, his cloak slipped up his arm, revealing an ox charging in a whirling sinew of dark blues and blacks from forearm to wrist. Angharad had never met a Pict, save her own name, Aloofed. She searched for the words Aloofed had whispered at her bedside at night. The language was lilting, filled with earth and light. But her name did not speak it often if she spoke it at all. Noticing Angharad's stare, the raider frowned, pulling his cloak to cover his markings. Still, the smallest spark of hope lit, and she turned to Brother Thomas. "My name is a Pict," she said. "Surely that must count for something. She's the Queen of Strathclyde. We need only explain, if only he'd listen." "Your grandmother," Thomas said. "But what of your mother? She's a Briton, is she not?" "Yes." "Angharad, surely you remember." The Picts traced their blood from the mother's side. Your father, Ridderch, would be counted a Pict to this day, should he so choose to claim it, but you come from the belly of a Briton. "But surely—" "Nay, Angharad, in their eyes you are foreign as any other." He sighed, rubbing his face with bound hands. "I am sorry, Angharad, but your grandmother's blood is no help to us here." The Picts offered them no sheepskins for warmth. As the wind picked up and night fell in earnest, Brother Thomas gave the commander a stormy look, lifting his bound arms round Angharad to warm her, but his own robes were damp, his skin wet and clammy. "You mustn't fall sick," he said. Angharad's body shook. She willed herself to become a snail, seeking a new shell, but the cold had sharp teeth, and try as she might, she could not slip from her body. The Picts knew the river's course like the track of their veins. The night was moonless and still choked with fog, yet their vessel raced on. As the craft cut through the water, they passed the eerie orange glow of a lantern marking a ferryman's dock, and Angharad saw the murky forms of huts. Here, the huts had not been burned to cinders, but the raiders' eyes darted nonetheless as they stroked at their oars, letting Angharad know the land they traveled was not that of a friend. "Where are we?" she whispered. Brother Thomas looked round. "Logar," he answered. "We must be by now." "The Lost Lands." "The same," Thomas said. "Not long ago these lands belonged to the Britons. Now they are claimed by the Angles of Bernicia." So this was the reason the Picts rowed in silence, using fog as their cloak. Angharad stared at the rope sawing her skin as she shifted her bottom. Her name was so beautiful and mysterious. Angharad had once longed to meet the first people. Now she was their captive, wrists chafing in their bonds. She took a breath and tasted salt on her tongue. Angharad might not be able to see in the dark, but at least she could feel. She spoke to the water. "Tell me," she said. The river had no worries. She felt its narrow body rushing toward the freedom of a broad saltwater bay. But beyond the river, Angharad sensed a watery world of terrifying new gods, ancient and algae-covered, deadly in their deep. Then through the fog came a soft, blinking light. The Picts changed their course, heading toward the beacon. A voice called out from a distance, and the raiders pushed against the oars, slowing their boat. Angharad clutched Thomas's hand as a small Pictish fleet emerged from the mist, proud sails tethered as the vessels bobbed ominously in the dark. They stood thrice as tall as the boat that now carried them. seafaring longships, awaiting the raiders' return. Angharad heard the efficient sound of sheeting as the sails were loosed. Together the vessels traveled onward, carried by the wind, and they slipped into the mist, disappearing into another world. Roman 3. From a secluded place rise up and declare books of inspiration without fear, and a tale of a maiden and a dream in sleep. The prophecy of Meadin and Gwendid, his sister, the Red Book of Hergest, translated by John K. Ballard, Chapter 22, Lailocan Caledonian Wood Kingdom of the Selgavi, January 574. Ada Archer and I forded the river. I'd whittled a walking stick from a fallen oak and beat its rhythm steadily upon the ground. "I can only take you as far as the burn," he said. "Then that is where you'll leave me. It was kind enough for you to leave your hearth." "It's no bother, Lailocan. Winter is a friend." To undergo the bull's sleep alone was a danger. With no one to stir me, I might never return. So I was going to the temple of the fallen keeper to descend into madness. I was going to the cursed pile of stones to die. For either would I die, or in dying, I would somehow be reborn. Archer stopped as the burn came into sight, bowing his head. "Gods keep you, Lailocan. If you do go mad, I should hate to end you with an arrow upon your return." I clasped the chieftain's arm. "I should hate to be ended. Thank you, Archer, truly." I stood on the stream bank with no small sense of foreboding as Archer turned, heading back into the hills. But then, only a short distance away, I saw it. I scarcely noticed the pain in my wounds as I quickened my pace. The waterfall seemed to tumble from a break in the sky. Cloud-white water cascaded in sprays from a craggy split between the forbidding hills. It looked like the magnificent tail of a white horse, or the silvery flow of a maiden's hair. Here some goddess had lain down her head, spilling her locks over the edge of the earth. I stopped and stood before it, unmoving. Its beauty was entrancing. It cracked something within me. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to weep. Beyond the bank of the burn, the old settlement stood silent, its stony rampart covered in snow. Ice groaned beneath my feet as I navigated the rocks that yet forded the burn. The Selgavi had robbed no rocks from the fortress, so concerned were they with inviting ill luck. The outer wall stood 4 men high. There would have been watchmen once, posted on platforms raised inside the stone, or perhaps, as elsewhere in the Caledonian wood, they relied upon more hidden eyes. Leaning on my stick, I descended the snow-filled ditch and climbed the slope toward the gap in the stone that once would have held the gate. Reaching out, I pressed my palms to the weather-worn stone of the entrance, making myself known. Doorways persist long after wood rots away. After a moment, I felt an easing, a giving way. A wet, pelting snow began to fall. I stepped through the threshold of the cursed fortress. Inside the ring of stone, my ears burned with silence, but a feeling of peace prevailed. Remnants of roundhouses lay like discarded cocoons where wattle and daub had fallen away. I looked across the enclosure and saw only one structure intact. It was a small building the shape of a bee's hive. There was good reason this structure had stood up to the elements. Unlike the others, it was built entirely of stone. The pieces had been dry-stacked, increasingly inward and up, until a single smoke stone could cap the top, to be shifted aside for hearth smoke. Such structures were kept only by holy men. I'd sleep this night in the mad keeper's home. I crouched to duck through the child-sized doorway. The dead winter grasses were free of snow and bedded in pebble. It brought to mind the hollow hills of the north, where bones were kept to speak with the dead, grandmothers and chieftains. Infants, bird-like, their spirits flown too soon. Yet such places were grand. This was little more than a cell built for dreaming. The thought came unbidden. There was room enough to sleep if I tucked my long legs. I unbound my bedroll and set out my cook pot and single cup. Not far from the door lay the charred remains of a fire. So the Selgavi had not forsaken this place, not altogether. For herders in need, shelter was shelter. Satisfied, I left my belongings and struck out in search of fuel. Night closed in, and soon I found myself in darkness, hurrying back to the cell where my stiff fingers fumbled with the flint. When the spark came, instead of casting the dim cell in a welcome glow, it made me feel ill at ease. I am Layloken. I, too, am a keeper of the robe. But my words did not shift the air that surrounded me. I'd spent days upon end in chambers and caves far closer than this, but suddenly the cell felt confined, as though someone were behind me, standing too close. One who did not wish me there. A voice came, or had the words indeed been spoken? Mine. The fire cracked, then sputtered. My hackles raised. I would not be put off. This was my land, that of the living. It was the lingering shades who trespassed, not I. What happened, brother? Did you indeed go mad? No answer came. Beyond the cell's doorway, snow fell in earnest. By morning I might find myself half buried within. A sudden wind gusted, scattering sparks, and I stamped out an ember that sank with a burned smell into my fleece. "I'll thank you not to burn my bedding," I said. Perhaps I should not have spoken, for the next moment another gust whipped through the cell and the fire snuffed out. I